Chapter 858. Kill you until you submit, Lin Ling. You're so arrogant. In the outer world, many people had forgotten how to breathe. Lin Ling had come out of the water and arrived at the battlefield of the top geniuses. He had said that no one could save Song Wuxia. He would kill anyone who tried to stop him. I don't know what kind of grudge you have against Song Wuxia, but today, I will protect him. As long as I'm here, you won't be able to kill him. So, don't cross my bottom line. The moment I draw my blade, you will regret coming here. Of course, you're not my target right now, so I don't want to waste too much time and energy on an ant. Get out of my sight. Ouyang looked at Lin Ling coldly. He thought it was ridiculous. Lin Ling dared to be so arrogant in front of him. If he didn't want to waste too much energy, he would have killed Lin Ling already. The reason why he didn't kill him was because he didn't want to waste time and energy. His target was young Master Tang Yufanzi and the other top geniuses. Is that so? The corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled into a cold smile. The sword in his hand slashed out mercilessly and decisively. How dare you? The moment Ouyang raised his sword, Nan Tianba stood up and shouted furiously. Lin Ling dared to kill his proud disciple? Unfortunately, his voice couldn't be heard in the purgatory battlefield. Since it could be heard, how could Lin Ling not dare to kill him? Swoosh! Ouyang pupils constricted. He hadn't thought that Lin Ling would really dare to attack him. As for Song Wuxia, his mouth was wide open. He raised his bone shield in an attempt to block the sword. However, his bone shield had already been broken. How could it block the sword? Swoosh! A bloody wound appeared on his neck. He couldn't believe what had just happened. He, Song Wuxia, was originally supposed to be the most dazzling star in the semi-finals. With the addition of his half-spirit artifact, he was confident that there would be few opponents that could match him. However, he had encountered a freak like Lin Ling. His sword had broken through his spirit artifact, causing him to perish on the purgatory battlefield. Even in death, he didn't understand how Lin Ling's sword had broken through his shield. How could he know that not only was Lin Ling's sword intent formidable, but the sword in his hand was also a mid-grade spirit artifact? Compared to Lin Ling's Tyrant Song sword, his half-spirit artifact was simply a joke. Dead. The crowd looked at Song Wuxia, who was slowly closing his eyes. The crowd remained silent. Only Nan Tianba's eyes were red as he stared fixedly at the sky. How dare you kill him? Ouyang voice was hoarse. He had just told Lin Ling to scram. With him, Ouyang, nobody would be able to kill Song Wuxia. However, in the next instant, Song Wuxia had died in front of him. Lin Ling didn't give Ouyang any face. Blood-drinking saber, a blood-drinking saber. I wanted to let you shine in the last round, but now it seems like you're going to use your saber. Ouyang helplessly shook his head. He slowly untied the black cloth wrapped around his saber. There was a look on his face, as if he was looking at his lover. It was as if that wasn't a saber, but his partner, his lover. Of course, this was normal. Swordsmen and swordsmen were the same. Once they got used to using a weapon, the weapon would accompany them for life. They didn't need a partner, family, or friends. They only needed a saber. Blood-drinking saber. Many proud sons of heaven's eyes twinkled. Last month, Ouyang had snatched the Pavilion Master's order from the Dragon Pavilion. Perhaps he had upgraded his blood-drinking saber. This might be Ouyang greatest trump card in the semi-finals. If Lin Ling hadn't been so arrogant, Ouyang wouldn't have used his saber. No wonder Ouyang had told Lin Ling to scram. Many people looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had been able to kill Song Wuxia, which meant that his strength was beyond their imagination. It meant that he could kill geniuses at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Plane, but Ouyang was even stronger. He ranked very high among all the cultivators at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Plane. Could Lin Ling block Ouyang blade? Being able to die under the blood-drinking saber is a reward for you, Ouyang said indifferently. You talk too much nonsense. However, Lin Ling's face was still cold. As soon as he finished speaking, he grasped the tyrannical Song sword with both hands and slashed at Ouyang. Lin Ling made his move. He wanted to see how powerful that saber was. You're courting death. Ouyang shook his head. His blood-drinking saber was now a spirit artifact. It could drink blood and become stronger. Moreover, it had suppressed a weight of 5 million. Amongst the 7 profound martial house's proud sons of heaven, who could have a weapon heavier than his? Lin Ling, you're overestimating yourself.
Clang.
Saber and sword collided in midair. There was no true meaning attack, only a pure collision of weapons. Countless eyes locked onto Lin Ling, waiting to see him cut in half. Rumble, rumble, rumble. However, in the next moment, a terrifying event occurred. Lin Ling's sword seemed to contain the power of the heavens. It ruthlessly cut down, cutting Ouyang into the ground. The earth split open, and dust spread out. Overwhelming. This was truly overwhelming. A 5 million pound saber dared to compare with Lin Ling's sword? How could this be? The crowd was silent. What kind of sword did Lin Ling use? Was it also a spirit artifact? Your saber is only SSO. Lin Ling floated in the air, proudly looking down. At the same time, a figure shot out like a cannonball, also floating in the air. But his eyes were wide open, staring at the sword in Lin Ling's hand with disbelief. In the previous collision, Ouyang realized that Lin Ling's sword was even more mysterious. Its strength surpassed his saber. It was like a dragon or an axe, mighty and domineering. Such a useless saber, and you dare say you'll leave it for the final round? Lin Ling taunted again, causing Ouyang complexion to become extremely ugly. Compared to Lin Ling's sword, his saber was indeed useless. What kind of sword is that? Ouyang clenched his teeth and said, "To die under the tyrannical song sword is a kind of reward for you." Lin Ling shook his head. He didn't answer Ouyang question. He took a large step forward, and the tyrannical song sword in his hand cut towards Ouyang. 10 million pounds of physical strength in addition to the 10 million pound weight of the tyrannical song sword. It was invincible.
Clang.
Ouyang raised his saber to block, releasing a terrifying aura. However, after the sword passed, his saber shattered, and his arm broke. With a spiritual weapon in hand, he could indeed kill any late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm genius, but the prerequisite was that his opponent's spiritual weapon was weaker than his. Ah! Ouyang cried out in pain as his saber broke and his arm broke. He retreated continuously in the air, his heart shaking like thunder. Lin Ling defeated him in 2 moves. Lin Ling's strength was comparable to Yu Fan and the other top geniuses. "Wait, I won't pursue the matter from before," Ouyang shouted as he retreated. He had already lost the will to fight. Although he didn't know where Lin Ling's strength came from, he couldn't deny that Lin Ling made him afraid. Ironically, he wanted to stop Lin Ling from killing Song Wuxia. He didn't expect that he himself wouldn't be a match for Lin Ling. A dead man doesn't care too much. Lin Ling's eyes were cold, and his killing intent enveloped the tyrannical song sword. He slashed out like a rainbow, and the sword seemed to split heaven and earth. Heaven was above the sword, hell was below, and the human world was in the middle. Whoosh! The sword passed, and Ouyang was split in 2. Blood spurted out, and a large amount of blood-red light was absorbed by the tyrannical song sword. Then, it disappeared into Lin Ling's body. This was even more ironic. The blood-imbibing saber killed people and drank their blood. It was the same for the tyrannical song sword. However, the result was that the blood-imbibing saber's owner was killed. Another top heaven's pride has fallen. Chapter 859. Bodhi's Sacred Palace. The top geniuses frowned. They had wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson, but now they were hesitating. It wasn't because they couldn't win, but because Lin Ling was too strong. Even if they could kill him, it would take a lot of effort, which would be disadvantageous to them in the last round. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, they chose to acknowledge Lin Ling's position. Who's still not satisfied? While the top geniuses were deep in thought, Lin Ling's disdainful voice rang out, causing their pupils to constrict. Lin Ling had defeated Ouyang, but he didn't seem to be satisfied and continued to provoke them. Although it was hard to swallow, for the sake of the upcoming competition, They had to endure the humiliation. See you in the next round. Some of the top geniuses said coldly, but Lin Ling's lips curved into a disdainful smile. Since he had stayed in the last round, he would wait for them to come. It's still that sword. Looks like without the sword, Lin Ling is just SSO.
Sigh.
Far away, Tang Tianshu and the other geniuses mumbled to themselves. They were not too worried. Perhaps it was best to leave everything for the next round of the competition. After all, they had attacked Lin Ling. Who knew who would attack them in the next moment? Kill.
Kill.
All the geniuses started to kill the demonic beasts, quietly waiting for the time to pass. Looking carefully, there were exactly 20 geniuses who dared to kill the demonic beasts in broad daylight. Obviously, these geniuses would most likely advance to the next round. Of course, it wasn't that the others didn't have a chance. Unfortunately, if they wanted to rise, they would have to challenge these 20 people. However, they didn't have enough confidence. Many of these 20 prodigies were veteran powerhouses, and their strength was ridiculously strong. Only Lin Ling was a rising dark horse, but his strength was also incomparably powerful. Previously, he had killed everyone who came to challenge him. He had completely stabilized his position, and he had killed so many that no one dared to challenge him. Lin Ling, the mad god, had made a name for himself today. Time passed quietly, and the purgatory battlefield finally ended. As expected, the top 20 geniuses had passed. Among these 20 geniuses, many were famous people, such as the Second Dream and Tang Tianshu. There were also new dark horses, such as the 2 geniuses from the Great Serpent Mansion and the Justice Duan family. Of course, the biggest dark horse was Lin Ling, who was famous for his killing. He had made it to the finals, of course. Lin Ling, editor. Dark God for those who didn't like Lin Ling was Lin Ling Rumble. In the outer world, the sky rumbled like thunder. Under the clear blue sky, an ancient aura spread out, as if an ancient bronze door had opened. Then, a black hole leading to a mysterious foreign land appeared, and 20 figures walked out from the black hole. These 20 were the top 20 geniuses who made it to Li Mu's Transin. They're coming out. Many people looked at the 20 people that proudly walked out, their complexions incomparably dignified. Before, the Martial House Master had said that in this year's semi-finals of the 7 major martial halls, the 7 profound martial houses' proud son of Heaven list was the strongest. This meant that of these 20 people, several of them were the strongest of the 7 major martial halls' proud sons of heaven. What a terrifying result! The 7 profound martial houses' proud son of heaven list semifinals was equal to the strongest semifinals. Of course, the reason for this was the Second Dream. Then, their eyes fell on Tang Tianshu, and they were also surprised by his formidable strength. Of course, they also looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was the biggest dark horse. Although his strength couldn't compare to the Second Dream, it had to be known that Lin Ling was only at the middle royal spirit realm. With this strength, he had stepped into the circle of 20 people. This explained everything. Lin Ling's talent was truly fierce. Lin Ling. Several disciples of the 7 profound martial house coldly glared at Lin Ling. Among them, Nan Tianba was the leader. Lin Ling had killed his disciple. Unfortunately, there were countless powerhouses here. Even if their hearts burned with anger, there was nothing they could do. But as if he was aware of Nan Tianba and the others' angry gazes, Lin Ling faintly smiled and shrugged his shoulders. It was as if he were saying, "Sorry, I killed your disciple. There's nothing I can do about it." As a result, Nan Tianba and the others were even more furious. This boy was young, but he was abominable. Yes, no wonder the 7 profound martial house semifinals are the strongest of the 7 martial halls. 3 proud sons of heaven under 20 years old have stepped into the final round. This is a rare sight. The era of geniuses has begun, and because of you, it will be glorious and dazzling. At this moment, an ancient voice sounded out from the sky, causing everyone's hearts to surge. As they looked up, they saw 3 figures slowly walking down from the sky. Two of them were young girls, and they were leading a deer that was covered in white fur. This deer was like a divine deer, and it looked at all living beings with a kind and peaceful gaze. Behind the deer was a very ordinary-looking carriage. Sitting in the carriage was an old woman wearing a white fur robe. She looked at all living beings, and her eyes seemed to be able to see through the myriad facets of life. This dear old mother. The 7 martial arts hall masters' expressions changed. They stood up and bowed slightly. There was no lack of top experts present from the 5 great ancient countries and the great serpent residents. However, many of their eyes were flickering, as though they were extremely unfamiliar with the old woman. Only the people from the 4 desolate races had a slight change in expression. They stood up and bowed slightly. This was because only the top powerhouses knew that this dear old mother came from the great tree of the rainforest's holy land, Bodhi Saint Palace. Bodhi Saint Palace was the most powerful influence in the rainforest's holy land. It was as mysterious as smoke, and no one could see through it. But it was able to see through the entire rainforest's holy land, and the master of the Bodhi Saint Palace was the #1 powerhouse of the rainforest's holy land, the Holy King. This dear old mother was one of the Holy King's subordinates. She didn't think that such an ancient powerhouse would come today because of the Martial Hall semifinals. It seemed that the strength that these proud sons of heaven had displayed had moved her. I'm so envious. The other Martial Hall's proud sons of heaven secretly thought. After all, the Martial Hall semifinals had been held before, but they had never allowed anyone from the Bodhi Saint Palace to appear. But today, someone from the Bodhi Saint Palace had come. This meant that they favored the 7 profound martial houses' proud sons of heaven. In fact, they didn't know that in the past, the Bodhi Saint Palace would also pay attention to the Martial Hall semifinals. But what they paid more attention to were the proud sons of heaven that were less than 20 years old. And today, the 7 profound martial house had 3 proud sons of heaven that were less than 20 years old that had reached the final round. So it was impossible for them not to be moved. The second dream. Not bad. The white deer in the sky floated on the ground. This dear old mother patted her clothes. It was extremely strange that there was snow falling down. But only the powerhouses knew that this dear old mother came from the ancient tree. The ancient tree seemed to lead directly to the divine palace in the sky. The weather there was constantly changing, so it wasn't strange for there to be snow. As for what this dear old mother had said, the second dream? She really did come for the second dream. The crowd's thoughts were even more complex. Although many proud sons of heaven were jealous, they also felt that the second dream was well-deserved. The second dream greets Senior. Chapter 860. The evaluation was even higher. Another compliment made countless geniuses even more jealous. Forget about the second dream. She was a girl favored by the heavens, so it was not strange for her to be praised by the Bodhi Saint Palace. However, Tang Tianshu was also qualified. Although his talent was not bad, his strength was not at the top. After all, there were some top geniuses at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm present who were stronger than Tang Tianshu. Of course, even though they were jealous, they could not deny that Tang Tianshu had the right to be arrogant among the heavens' favorites below the age of 20. Or else he wouldn't have the right to be called the 18th young master. Tang Tianshu greets old Mother Lu. Tang Tianshu was excited and quickly bowed. What kind of glory was this? To have the Bodhi's sacred palace come for him, this was the first time this had happened since the semi-finals of the Prodigy rankings. Lin Ling. After that, Mother Earth Deer looked at the third ranker, who wasn't even 20 years old, but had entered the last round. She smiled, which made second dream frown. Tang Tianshu was also unhappy, thinking that Lin Ling had taken advantage of them. You're younger than them, but you're more mysterious. Even I can't see through you. Old Mother Benlu said in praise. The crowd fell silent. An expert from Bodhi Saint Palace could not see through Lin Ling? How is this possible? The second dream was strong, and Tang Tianshu was strong. This was not strange, but Lin Ling was only stronger than the average late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator. What right did he have to be arrogant?
What?
The second dream and Tang Tianshu felt a chill run down their spines. On the surface, the sacred palace seemed to have a higher opinion of Lin Ling than the two of them. Junior greets senior. Lin Ling also bowed and saluted. He was shocked. Someone from the sacred palace? The owner of the ancient tree was sitting on this piece of land under their feet? Your royal body isn't the strongest. It can't even compare to Tang Tianshu. Your martial arts foundation isn't the strongest. It can't even compare to the second dream. None of your domains are the strongest, but all of them are perfect. Even though you haven't reached the peak, you're close to it. Most importantly, all of your domains are the same. Old Mother Earth Deer smiled at Lin Ling. In fact, she liked Lin Ling more than the second dream and Tang Tianshu. This was because only a powerhouse at her boundary knew just how difficult it was for a martial artist to cultivate all their domains to a perfect boundary and how solid their foundation was. If such a proud son of heaven were to grow up, he would be incomparably terrifying in the future. Perhaps he might even reach the heights of a saint's son. Lin Ling is perfect in all fields. Why do I feel like he only won because of that sword? That's right. Lin Ling must have used some method to deceive the people of the Saint Palace. What a lucky kid. Many people were jealous and unwilling, especially the proud sons of heaven. The second dream and Tang Tianshu's expressions were incomparably ugly. Previously, they thought that Lin Ling had taken advantage of their glory, but who knew that Old Mother Earth Deer's evaluation of Lin Ling was higher than theirs? They were the ones who took advantage of Lin Ling's glory. Old Mother Earth Deer naturally heard these words, but she didn't care at all. These proud sons of heaven were currently stronger than Lin Ling, but that was just a flash in the pan. Lin Ling would surpass them sooner or later and stand at the top of the 7 martial arts halls. These proud sons of heaven were mediocre. They didn't know what it meant to be a genius. Tonight, at the Bodhi Ancient Tree, I will hold a banquet to congratulate the 20 of you for entering the final round. Old Mother Earth Deer said again, causing more people to be envious. This was a banquet for the Bodhi's sacred palace to recruit these rising sons of heaven. Of course, this wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. In the past, the Saint Palace had taken the initiative to recruit geniuses and focus on training them. However, this sort of thing was very rare. Only the true geniuses would be recruited. Lin Ling, the second dream, and Tang Tianshu were clearly the main characters of this banquet. Senior Mother Earth Deer, since it's so difficult for you to come, how about our 7 martial arts halls also allow some proud sons of heaven to enter? Heaven-bearing palaces, martial house master smiled. Old Mother Earth Deer frowned, but finally nodded. Many peak-proud sons of heaven faintly smiled. It seemed that they also had a chance to go. They didn't know if they would encounter some lucky chance that would increase their strength. After all, this was a chance to climb the Bodhi Ancient Tree. This was a chance that all of them yearned for in their dreams. Today, Senior Mother Earth Deer has arrived. Your presence brings light to the 7 profound martial house. The semi-finals will be held in 3 days. 20 proud sons of heaven will compete for the championship. Martial House Master Skylin also stood up and smiled at the crowd. The meaning of today's semi-finals had also changed. It was no longer an ordinary semi-finals of the proud son of heaven ranking. It had become much more formidable, and many Peak Emperor's spirit realm proud sons of heaven felt a great pressure. Junior apprentice sister, heavenly concubine, this friend of yours is really fierce. He is getting closer and closer to our circle. If he can win in the final competition, then he will step into our top circle. Yong'an deeply looked at Lin Ling and then turned to heavenly concubine. Lin Ling's origin wasn't simple, so he believed in Old Mother Earth Deer's words. Lin Ling was a proud son of heaven that excelled in all aspects. No wonder he couldn't see through Lin Ling. He always felt that Lin Ling was very strong in this aspect, but it didn't seem to be the limit. He was originally very fierce. Heavenly concubine smiled, her heart incomparably happy. Lin Ling's friends and family were also the same. Of course, some were happy, and some were jealous. For instance, Great Sun Old Man, the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the Justice Duan family, and other powerful influences. They were all extremely dissatisfied. Lin Ling had gradually become an existence that even an ancient country had to pay attention to. If he could obtain the attention of the Saint Palace, then if his performance was good, he might be able to enter the Saint Palace. At that time, would they dare to move against Lin Ling? Afterwards, everyone dispersed, but they didn't leave. They stayed at the Seven Profound Martial House. The Seven Profound Martial House was also unprecedentedly lively. Mountain River Valley was also bustling with noise. Not only were there people from the Fire Ancient Clan, but even people from the Great Qin Empire had arrived. Many family heads were congratulating Lin Ling, causing Old Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others to be incomparably nervous. Heavenly Concubine also arrived. After seeing Old Ancestor Extreme Flame, she happily shouted out, "Grandfather! Grandfather!" Old Ancestor Extreme Flame was naturally overjoyed. He teased, "Granddaughter-in-law, when will you move to live in Mountain River Valley?" These words caused Heavenly Concubine's face to blush red like an apple. Lin Ling, congratulations on entering the final round. Currently, in the Rainforest Holy Land, your name has already spread throughout the land. Yonggan followed Heavenly Concubine. He looked at Lin Ling and faintly smiled. "Haha, Brother Yang, you flatter me." Lin Ling smiled back. Everyone sat down in Mountain River Valley and chatted with each other. Lin Ling chatted for a moment and then went to cultivate. After all, the final round of the tournament was still waiting for him. Once again arriving at the spirit root, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged. At this moment, the spiritual energy in his body was rich and full of vitality. This was the life energy he had obtained from killing monster beasts. It had to be known that these monster beasts were brought back by the first martial house master from a foreign land. They were priceless, and their body parts could be exchanged for a massive number of spirit crystals. Lin Ling knew that the other proud sons of heaven had also obtained these benefits. Chapter 861. The ancient Bodhi tree. In front of Lin Ling, there were two choices. 1. Awaken a small world and stabilize his foundation. 2. Break through a boundary. Lin Ling hesitated for a long time. Finally, he didn't decide which step to take. After all, the final round was 3 days from now. He would have to wait and see. That night, everyone dispersed. Lin Ling also headed towards the ancient Bodhi tree. In accordance with Old Mother Lu's agreement, he was accompanied by Ruby, Yonggan, and the Heavenly Concubine. Ruby was one of the 20 people that had passed. She had the qualifications to go, but Yonggan and the Heavenly Concubine could also go. Lin Ling was a bit curious. Haha, those that can go to the ancient Bodhi tree are those that stand at the pinnacle of martial arts. We have received orders from the ancient Tao Martial Palace's Martial House Master, so we naturally have the qualifications. Yonggan slowly explained as if he knew Lin Ling's doubts. Lin Ling nodded, understanding. Then, after they left the Seven Profound Martial House, someone came to pick them up. They used a carriage to bring them to the ancient Bodhi tree. This was Lin Ling's first time going to the ancient Bodhi tree. The divine tree was ancient and filled with mystery. It was said that no one had ever reached the peak of the tree. It was said that this was the holy palace of the Rainforest's Holy Land, and also the road to the other side. There were all sorts of rumors, but what was certain was that the ancient Bodhi tree was the symbol of the Rainforest's Holy Land. Now, Lin Ling had gone from a nameless youth of the 100 Territories to the most sacred place of the 100 Territories. One day, when he reached the peak of the tree, perhaps he would be able to rule over the Rainforest's Holy Land and the 100 Territories. Lin Ling's eyes shined as he looked at the divine tree. As he came closer and closer, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Lin Ling, the final round is about to begin. At that time, you will definitely be first place. You have also stepped into our circle. The Heavenly Concubine smiled as she looked at Lin Ling. This caused Lin Ling's mind to return to normal. He looked at the Heavenly Concubine, puzzled. Had the Heavenly Concubine also entered the circle of the Rainforest's Holy Land's top elites? The circle of top elites represented the strongest circle of the royal spirit realm. 90% of the elites were at the peak of the royal spirit realm, or even outstanding individuals of this realm. Hee. Sensing Lin Ling's surprised gaze, the heavenly concubine giggled. I won the previous semifinals of the prodigy role. Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. The heavenly concubine was indeed powerful, but he also felt that it was normal. After all, she had obtained the great treasure, the heavenly fish sacred halberd, back in the old tomb. At that time, Lin Ling thought that the halberd was a spirit treasure, but now that he thought about it, perhaps it wasn't so simple. It was just that his knowledge was limited back then, so he didn't understand it. This also explained why the heavenly concubine could represent the ancient Dao martial palace and come to the Bodhi ancient tree. Junior sister, heavenly concubine is not weak. Beside her, Yong'an affirmed for heavenly concubine. However, he was puzzled. Heavenly concubine had said that Lin Ling would obtain first place. Where did junior sister, heavenly concubine's confidence come from? After all, Lin Ling's opponent was the strongest genius in the history of the semifinals of the prodigy role. It was even more difficult than the semifinals of the prodigy role in the ancient Dao martial palace. Could he obtain first place? It seemed that Lin Ling still had secrets that he didn't know. All right, I definitely won't lose. This is what I promised the others. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with confidence. He had promised to take revenge for his elder brother, so he would definitely do so. No matter how powerful the second dream was, he would make sure that the second dream would never be able to stand up again in the second battle of revenge. Strong confidence bloomed from Lin Ling's eyes, causing Yong'an's eyes to flicker. At this moment, he realized that even if he were to face Lin Ling, he didn't have any hope of winning. This was a terrifying intuition. After all, Lin Ling was only at the mid-stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. We're here. Geniuses, please climb the tree. The carriage stopped under the ancient tree. Lin Ling and the others alighted and looked up. Looking at the ancient tree from a close distance, it was even larger than before. It was like a giant mountain with no end in sight. Then, a leaf drifted down and stopped in front of them. This tree has a spirit and is controlled by the sacred palace. Climbing the leaf will take you to where you need to go. However, our luck isn't bad. After all, the leaf takes an hour to make a round trip. At least we didn't have to wait that long. Before the person from the sacred palace could speak, Yong'an had already spoken. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He was sure that this was Yong'an's first time at the Bodhi ancient tree, but he seemed to be very familiar with this place. How mysterious! The heavenly concubine and the others didn't notice this detail. Instead, they excitedly climbed onto the leaf. An hour to make a round trip? Then we really came at the right time.
Wait.
When Lin Ling and the others climbed onto the leaf, a cold shout came from the distance. Several youths strode over. One of the youths looked at the heavenly concubine and and smiled. Our luck isn't bad. We actually have such beautiful companions. I wonder if we'll have some luck with women? Although these people were dressed differently, their auras were the same. They were all strange inspectors, as though they had the same natural king body. And Lin Ling knew two of them. One of them was one of the 20 elites who had passed the semi-finals, and the other was the youth from the Great Serpent Residence, Hu Yuan, whom he had met while setting up a stall in the Saint Market. Hence, Lin Ling's eyes instantly turned cold when he saw this person. This person had previously made the Great Serpent Residence kill him. Haha, we sure are fated. I never expected you to be so strong. I even thought you were an ant. However, it can be said that out of an exchange of blows, friendship grows. How about we write off our previous grudges? From now on, you will be a friend of the Great Serpent Residence. Hu Yuan clearly saw Lin Ling and was slightly surprised. Following that, he spoke with a smile. Indeed, he had always thought that Lin Ling was an ant-like existence. But who would have thought that when his people went to kill Lin Ling, they would be saved by someone from the desolate race? Of course, he guessed that this was because of the desolate race's bloodline, Mo Xiaoyan. Lin Ling did not have the qualifications for the desolate race to appear for him. However, in the 7 profound Martial House semifinals, he had never thought that Lin Ling would also be one of the elites who had participated. Not only that, but Lin Ling had also obtained results that he was proud of. Now, his name had already shaken the Rainforest Holy Land. The use of such a proud elite was not small. In addition, he had sent people to kill Lin Ling and had also vented his anger. Thus, he did not plan on killing Lin Ling again. He wanted to give Lin Ling a chance to become friends with the Great Serpent Residence. Brother? Is he a junior that the Great Serpent Residence has been training? Beside Hu Yuan, a youth was puzzled. This youth was one of the 20 elites who had passed the assessment.
What e?
Not yet, but the Great Serpent Residence intends to recruit him. Hu Yuan proudly said, as if recruiting Lin Ling was the greatest gift to Lin Ling. Of course, this was also normal. Their Great Serpent Residence was a millennium-old ancient clan of the Rainforest Holy Land. To them, the martial artists of the 100 domains were no different from lowly commoners. Besides the 5 great ancient kingdoms, they simply did not place any other influences or family clans in their eyes. Lin Ling had a bit of talent, thus he had the qualifications to be recruited by the Great Serpent Residence. Lin Ling, these are your friends? They seem to be very proud of you. Yangon looked at Lin Ling and said. He was somewhat dissatisfied with the several youths in front of him. After all, they had come from extraordinary backgrounds, and yet they were arrogant enough to say that they wanted to recruit Lin Ling. No, they're just a few dogs. Lin Ling's eyes were still looking at Hu Yuan as he coldly said these words. Yangon was surprised, and then he couldn't help but laugh. He found it strange. How could a proud and arrogant fellow like Lin Ling become friends with some ugly fellows who couldn't see through themselves? If so, then that would be too disappointing. Chapter 862. The Rainforest Holy Land's strongest banquet, the Great Serpent House, is so thick-skinned. They don't even know him, yet he's trying to recruit them. Many people had already gathered around, and many of them couldn't help but laugh when they saw the scene before them. Lin Ling, do you know what you're saying? Don't waste the opportunity the Great Serpent House gave you. Or, do you still not know what the Great Serpent House represents in the Rainforest Holy Land? Hu Yuan smiled in astonishment, and his expression turned cold. He had thought too highly of himself when he tried to recruit Lin Ling. Not only did Lin Ling not give him face, but he even called them dogs. The Great Serpent House represents my son. Lin Ling smiled coldly and slashed out with a tyrannical song in his hand. You're crazy!
Hu Yuan roared.
Lin Ling actually attacked after cursing the Great Serpent House. That was too arrogant. His hands moved rapidly as an ancient aura emanated from him. A gigantic purple stone snake appeared behind him, its aura brutal and savage. It opened its gigantic mouth and swallowed the incoming sword slash. However, Hu Yuan had underestimated that slash. With a cracking sound, the purple stone snake exploded in the next instant, its head chopped off. Gurgle. However, the gifted king body of the Great Serpent was indeed powerful. After its head was cut off, its aura flowed like water. It was as if the sun and the moon had merged. A new giant purple snake appeared again. In front of the snake, Hu Yuan's eyes were extremely red as he stared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling dared to touch him. Lin Ling, I'm coming too. The heavenly concubine smiled and stood on the cloud leaf. Her jade-like hands formed a beautiful trajectory, and she pulled the void. A black and white halberd appeared, making her look like a goddess of war. She then threw it forward. The mysterious ancient black and white fish appeared, swallowing clouds and mist. It was like a halberd that could split heaven and earth, and it ruthlessly stabbed toward Hu Yuan and the others. How can I miss out on such a lively scene? Yangon also smiled heroically. With one hand behind his back, he stretched out his right hand and drew the trajectory of the Big Dipper in the void, then slapped it heavily. The 7 stars Holy King's finger. This martial art was extremely terrifying. The stars were like lightning, and the king was like the heavens, covering the earth. Rumble. The earth in front of them shook, and dust billowed. Huiyuan and the others' angry roars. They came to participate in the most noble banquet of the rainforest Holy Land, but they were humiliated at the entrance. Lin Ling, don't go if you dare. Huiyuan's furious roar could be heard from the billowing dust and smoke. Lin shrugged. Lin, S. And? You? Two, S.
TT.
To say, to me, toop.
But.
That's right. A cold voice drifted down like a gust of wind. Lin Ling's murderous intent rolled down. To those who wanted to kill Lin Ling, once was enough. Lin Ling would definitely get his revenge. Today was an accident. Lin Ling didn't expect to meet Huiyuan, so he didn't plan to kill Huiyuan in front of the sacred palace. But this grudge wouldn't last long. Huiyuan must die after the competition. That's Lin Ling, the heaven's pride who made a name for himself in the purgatory battlefield. How arrogant. More and more people gathered under the ancient tree. They were all here because of the invitation. Naturally, they were shocked by what they saw. Lin Ling dared to offend the great serpent house in the rainforest Holy Land. He was indeed bold. Now, everyone was watching Lin Ling and the others fly up to the sky, while they could only look up and wait for the next cloud ascension leaf to arrive. It was extremely embarrassing. Haha, even the great serpent house has come. It looks like the sacred palace's banquet is becoming more and more interesting. I'm looking forward to meeting some people up there. Lin Ling looked up at the sky, his eyes shining with interest. Such a grand banquet should be very lively. He should meet many old acquaintances. The boat-like leaf seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. It didn't take long for it to come to a stop under a giant tree branch. Although it looked like a tree branch, it was actually more like a road. Lin Ling and the others were shocked by the uncanny workmanship of nature. Following the vast tree branch, it didn't take long for a palace shrouded in mist to appear before their eyes. This palace was like an otherworldly paradise, filled with an ethereal aura. There was a golden leaf above the palace's door, and on it were 3 words, Moon Admiring Palace. This palace wasn't a sacred palace. It was only a moon-admiring palace. But its magnificence and mystery were enough to broaden one's horizons. At this moment, there was a large number of people in the moon-admiring palace. They were all famous experts in the rainforest's sacred palace. Only they were qualified to step into the ancient tree. Moreover, they were only allowed to enter after the sacred palace agreed. Otherwise, they wouldn't be qualified at all. The moment he walked into the admiring moon palace, the fragrance of hanging flowers assaulted his nostrils, making him feel refreshed and relaxed. There was even a faint feeling that his cultivation realm had risen. These fragrances seemed to be extremely rare, able to make a cultivator's strength rise along with it. At this moment, there were many people in the palace. They were talking in low voices. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he swept his gaze around. Here, he saw Lord Long of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, Duan Zunwang of the Justice Duan family, Patriarch Qin Nan of the Great Qin Empire, the 7 martial arts palace masters, and many other top geniuses. Every one of them had unfathomable strength and an incomparably terrifying status. This banquet could be called the most powerful banquet in the rainforest's sacred palace. As Lin Ling walked in, he instantly attracted countless gazes. The 7 profound martial houses mad god, Lin Ling currently, there was no one who didn't know his name. He was at the Middle Emperor Soul Realm. No one knew what his strength was, but he was highly valued by the sacred palace. In today's assessment, he had even received a higher evaluation than the second dream. And today, he had also come. The second dream, between Lin Ling and Tang Tianshu. Who do you think is stronger? Martial House Master Tianlin was also among them. He faintly looked at Lin Ling, his heart heavy. From the moment that the second dream had been conferred the title of Elder, Lin Ling had risen up in front of his eyes. He had thought that Lin Ling's schemes were fierce, and he knew how to take advantage of the situation. But now, he discovered that he had once again underestimated Lin Ling. For Lin Ling to be valued so highly by the sacred palace, He feared that he did indeed have some ability. But as for what that ability was, he couldn't see it. On the surface, Lin Ling is not Tang Tianchu's match. But Lin Ling is a person who doesn't play according to common sense. He is the most difficult to measure, so I can only say that it's 50-50. The second dream quietly said. Then she added, but he is not my match. Her beautiful eyes were dignified as she looked at Lin Ling. It was as if Lin Ling was the bane of her life. Most importantly, she had never been able to see through Lin Ling's mysteries. This was what made her most depressed. Don't worry, we don't need to wait until the next round. Lin Ling will have a good time now. Martial House Master Tianlin faintly said. He could sense that there were many people here who were dissatisfied with Lin Ling, seeing so many great figures. Why don't you, a small junior, bow? Chapter 863. Who's the one toasting? As for Lin Ling, he had thought that Lin Ling was just an ant when he first met him at the Dragon Tower. However, Lin Ling had risen up in such a short period of time. Although he had yet to display his strength, his reputation had shaken the entire rainforest sacred land. Therefore, he was going to teach Lin Ling a lesson today. Countless pairs of eyes looked at Lin Ling. Some were smiling, some were cold, some were gloating, and some were worried. There were many important figures here. If Lin Ling said something wrong, it would be easy for them to grab hold of it and deal a heavy blow to him. Lin Ling, ignore him. Hong Er said anxiously beside Lin Ling. It was better not to say anything at the moment. After all, there were too many experts here. Lin Ling smiled and walked forward step by step until he was in front of Long Aoxiang. He looked at Long Aoxiang indifferently, causing Long Aoxiang to frown slightly. Lin Ling was not afraid of him in front of so many experts. I'm a genius ranked higher than you on the Heavens Pride roll. Why don't you bow when you see me? Why don't you bow when you see so many important figures? You should know that you're in the Rainforest Sacred Land's Sacred Palace. How can you be so rude? Long Aoxiang shouted coldly. Clap, clap, clap. The aura of a peak Emperor Spirit Realm expert bloomed from his body, making him look like a dragon or an emperor. This kid is brave and extraordinary. His future is limitless. Many people from the major forces nodded slightly. Long Aoxiang was one of the few who dared to speak so righteously in the sacred holy palace. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling still stood quietly in front of Long Aoxiang. Then he nodded and turned to walk to a luxurious table. He picked up a glass of wine on the table and slowly walked to Long Aoxiang. What is he doing? Many people had a mocking expression on their faces. Propose a toast and apologize. In front of the sacred palace, as a junior brother, he naturally has to bow when he sees a senior brother. Moreover, with so many important figures here, if he dares to be arrogant, he will definitely incur the wrath of the major forces in the Rainforest Sacred Land. Lord Long of the Heavenly Dragon Empire said softly. He didn't have the qualifications to be arrogant here, but that didn't stop him from seeing Lin Ling lose face. That's interesting. I'll go up and make him kneel down and propose a toast. After all, with my status, it doesn't seem difficult to be his senior. Duan Zun Wang of the Justice Duan clan said with a smile. Lin Ling had caused great damage to the Justice Duan clan and even caused the death of Duan Qinhuang. How could they not take revenge? Right now, he was just taking back some interest. That was what everyone thought. Lin Ling was toasting and saluting. Long Aoxiang naturally thought the same. He had the noble bloodline of the Heavenly Dragon. His status was higher than that of a lowly commoner like Lin Ling. He was a genius ranked in the top 100 of the prodigy list. His status was also higher than Lin Ling's. Lin Ling only had great potential. What qualifications did he have to be arrogant in front of him? Furthermore, no one knew where this potential came from. It was just Mother Lu who said it, so who knew if it was true or not? To propose a toast, you have to raise both hands and kneel down on one knee. This is the way of respect. Long Aoxiang looked down at Lin Ling and said. At the same time, he was enjoying the gazes of 10,000 people. It was as if he was telling everyone that Lin Ling was arrogant, but that was only in front of the weak. Facing a top heaven's pride like him, Lin Ling still had to kneel down. You're right. The Saint Palace is a sacred place. It's the most dignified place in the 100 territories. No one can blaspheme it here. You have to understand the way of respect, Lin Ling said calmly as he came in front of Long Aoxiang. Long Aoxiang nodded and said, You understand. Today's matter is being watched by millions of people. Naturally, you have to understand etiquette and respect. Propose a toast. After saying that, he waved his hand casually. However, propose a toast? Lin Ling nodded. He splashed the wine in his hand onto Long Aoxiang's face and said, This toast is for trash like you. The crowd quieted down. They thought that Lin Ling would obediently offer a toast and lower his noble head. But who would have thought that he did not pick up the wine cup to offer a toast? Instead, he spilled the wine on Long Aoxiang's face, which was equivalent to giving him a slap. Do you want to die? Long Aoxiang's face stiffened. He was incomparably surprised. Lin Ling was as arrogant as ever. He dared to humiliate him. Was he looking to die? Long Aoxiang. Lin Ling smiled and suddenly let out a loud shout. His previously calm aura quietly changed, as if the calm sea of an ancient well had suddenly turned into a monstrous wave. You are a top 100 heavens pride of the 7 profound martial houses proud list. You are very proud, but who am I? Lin Ling's voice floated out from his mouth, like the might of the heavens. Long Aoxiang wanted to humiliate him, but how could Lin Ling allow this to happen? He wanted to humiliate him back. You are only a trash of heaven's pride that didn't even reach the top 100. You have yet to participate in the final round. You will never have the qualifications to stand above me. Long Aoxiang clenched his teeth and said. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many great figures here, he would have already killed Lin Ling. But even so, he still wanted to teach Lin Ling a good lesson. However, just as his words fell, an icy cold voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth. Shut up. When the second dream was conferred the title of Elder, you failed. Who is the new Elder of the 7 profound martial house? The voice was like thunder, shocking Long Aoxiang so much that his pupils shrank. His mind buzzed, and he took a step back. He had forgotten that Lin Ling was an Elder of the 7 profound martial house. In fact, he hadn't forgotten. He just hadn't cared. No one present had forgotten, but no one cared. After all, Lin Ling was the youngest elder of the 7 profound martial house. But the truth was that many people didn't think of him as an elder because he was too young. Although no one cared, the status of an elder still existed. In the sacred Saint Palace, an elder was an elder. No matter what kind of proud son of heaven one was, when facing an elder, one had to put away their pride and speak to them in a respectful tone. As for the reason, it was very simple. This was because the elder was your teacher, because the elder's status was higher than yours, and also because this was the most sacred Saint Palace.
Tell me, who am I?
Lin Ling took a step forwards, his aura magnificent.
Me.
Long Aoxiang was left speechless.
Speak.
Lin Ling shouted again. You are an elder of the 7 profound martial house. Long Aoxiang looked all around. He knew that many powerhouses were looking at him, and perhaps even seniors from the Saint Palace were watching, so he had no choice but to speak.
Pa.
A slap fell on Long Aoxiang's face, burning with pain. Lin Ling had attacked. To have an elder propose a toast in front of everyone, and to have an elder kneel, is this your attitude towards your seniors? Lin Ling's expression was incomparably cold, leaving Long Aoxiang speechless. Heavenly Dragon Empire. If the upper beam is not straight, then the lower beam will be crooked. Today, in the sacred Saint Palace, you dared to offend your superiors and run amok. In the future, you will inevitably become the source of chaos in the 100 territories. Lin Ling's words caused Lord Long's complexion to become incomparably ugly. In the past, Lord Long had slandered Lin Ling as a demon, a homicidal maniac. Today, Lin Ling had returned the favor and had even cursed the Heavenly Dragon Empire in front of the Saint Palace. My apologies, Elder. I was negligent before. I admit my mistake. Long Aoxiang's eyes were filled with murderous intent, but he still had to speak respectfully. After he finished speaking, he strode away. Today, he had wanted to humiliate Lin Ling, but he had lost all face. Stop. But did he think he could leave just because he wanted to? He had wanted to humiliate Lin Ling, but he had failed and now he wanted to leave? What else do you want? Long Aoxiang stopped, his back facing Lin Ling. Lin Ling was too hateful. To propose a toast, one must raise both hands and kneel on one knee. This is the way of respect. Lin Ling held his hands behind his back, his long hair fluttering in the wind. These were the words that Long Aoxiang had said before, and now he had returned them. Chapter 864.
To have a strong backbone,
You. Long Aoxiang finally turned around with an ugly expression on his face. Lin Ling did not let him off. He wanted him to propose a toast with both hands and on one knee. This was a huge humiliation, not only to him, but also to the Heavenly Dragon Empire. The entire palace fell silent. Countless people looked at Lin Ling, who was standing proudly, with complicated expressions on their faces. It was said that Lin Ling could not be humiliated. Otherwise, he would be humiliated 100 times over. That was how he got his name, the Mad God. Now that they had seen him today, they knew that he lived up to his reputation. Even in front of countless experts, Lin Ling was still fearless. He still had a strong backbone. Humiliate him? 10 times the humiliation. Aoxiang, propose a toast. Yes. Long Aoxiang had no choice but to propose a toast. If he refused, the Heavenly Dragon Empire would lose even more face. Going back on one's words, being rude and lacking in manners, it would be fine if it was any other place, but not in the most sacred place, the Saint Palace. After all, this was the core of the rainforest. Even the Holy King might be watching this scene. Most importantly, Lin Ling's current status was higher than Long Aoxiang. Propose a toast? Long Aoxiang roared. He wanted to propose a toast. There were so many people here, including many of his old rivals. He could not throw his face away. Aoxiang. Long Aoxiang said in a low voice. He could not throw his face away either, but he had to do it. Long Aoxiang gritted his teeth and had no choice but to stride forward. He came to the side of the table, picked up his wine cup, and walked towards Lin Ling. In the process, many top geniuses could not help but cover their mouths and laugh. If it were not for the fact that this place was beneath the most sacred Bodhi Saint Palace, they would have long burst out laughing. They were competitors with Long Aoxiang. Now that they saw the proud genius being humiliated, they were naturally happy to see it. Then, they looked at Lin Ling with a heavy heart. Lin Ling, this junior, was much younger than them, and his cultivation was much weaker. However, he did what they could not do. This Lin Ling was very difficult to deal with. Perhaps in the future, he would surpass them. Sister, is this the Lin Ling that Lu Mama was talking about? At first, I thought that he was a weak man without any manliness. But who knew that his counterattack was so powerful, like a thunderbolt? He didn't fear the presence of the strong and wasn't alarmed even if the sky collapsed. He let the people who humiliated him smash their own feet. Above the palace, on a huge leaf, 2 women were looking forward. There was a leaf as big as a stone table, displaying everything in the palace. This child's king body is of the 8th grade, which isn't the best. I don't know how strong his true meaning of martial arts is. According to his age and cultivation level, I wonder if he has reached half a step into 90%. The white-clothed woman next to him was as cold as a fairy under the moonlight. She spoke indifferently. I'm talking east, but you're talking west. The other woman in red was more lively. I think he's very handsome, and he's also very handsome. Especially his eyes. They give off a pure and clear feeling, but also a deep and mysterious feeling. On the surface, this kid doesn't have any hope in the last round of the 7 profound Martial House tournament. I don't know why Lu Mama say this. The woman in white lightly said, as if she hadn't heard the woman in red's words. The woman in red rolled her eyes. Her senior apprentice sister was a martial arts maniac. She didn't care about the martial path at all. Of course, a martial arts maniac was obsessed with the martial path. She had no emotions, only martial arts. Such a person could cultivate twice as fast with half the effort. In addition, this woman was a saint child and had been trained by the Saint Palace since childhood. Since I, Lu Mama, said this, I naturally have my reasons. In any case, I believe her. The woman in red curled her lips. The woman in white lightly shook her head. On the road of martial arts, seeing is believing, hearing is false. Everything that is nothingness, as long as there is no proof, everything can be false. She still didn't believe that Lin Ling was fierce, so she stood firm on her position. You are right, but without proof, how do you know that Lin Ling is weak? The woman in red retorted, causing the woman in white to be speechless. At this moment, in the palace, countless people were looking at Long Aoxiang. Long Aoxiang clenched his teeth and walked in front of Lin Ling with a cup of wine in his hand. Just as he was about to offer the cup of wine, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded out, "A toast needs both hands. Don't go too far." Long Aoxiang roared, his voice hoarse, but he still offered the cup of wine with both hands. Kneel on one knee. This is the way of respect. However, Lin Ling spoke again, causing Long Aoxiang's body to tremble. Finally, with a plop, he knelt down on one knee and offered the cup of wine with both hands. Lin Ling's expression was still indifferent. He slowly took the cup of wine and said, "Those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. Long Aoxiang, it seems that you cannot soar." This is the evaluation of the 7 profound martial house elders.
Bang. Pa.
Long Aoxiang knelt on one knee, the strength of his anger cracking the stone beneath his knee. His strength was greater than Lin Ling's, but now he had to kneel on one knee before Lin Ling. This sort of humiliation could be imagined. And Lin Ling had said that he would never be able to soar. Lin Ling's lips curved up in a disdainful smile. After drinking the wine, he didn't even look at Long Aoxiang as he walked past him. Elder Lin Ling, you have great dignity. To bully a junior like this, it satisfies your sense of superiority. But don't forget that in front of us, you are also a junior. Although you are an elder, in front of the elders of our 5 great ancient countries, your status as an elder is still a bit weak. Shouldn't you be toasting with both hands and kneeling on one knee? I remember that you said that this is the way of respect. After taking a few steps, a loud voice sounded out, causing everyone's eyes to flash. There really were many people here who wanted to look good on Lin Ling. Then everyone looked at the speaker and discovered that it was the Justice Duan family's Duan Xuanwang. Duan Xuanwang. This old man was as mighty as a heavenly general. He was a godlike character of the Justice Duan family. In the past, in the rainforest Holy Land, he had relied on his invincible Qilin Iron Fist to establish a mighty reputation. With a single punch, he had killed tens of thousands of Emperor Spirit powerhouses. Duan Xuanwang. Lin Ling stopped and coldly looked at Duan Xuanwang. This old man and Lord Long had killed Old Man Xiao. Seeing him today, Lin Ling's heart couldn't help but fill with killing intent. Duan Xuanwang, Lin Ling is one of the 24 patriarchs of my great Qin dynasty.
Does he need to bow to you? Boom.
At this moment, a thunderous voice sounded out. It was the great Qin dynasty's Qin Nan who publicly supported Lin Ling. The crowd was stunned. They didn't expect Lin Ling to have such a status in the great Qin dynasty. If Lin Ling was the patriarch of the great Qin dynasty, then his status wasn't low. He didn't need to bow to Duan Xuanwang. Duan Xuanwang's face stiffened, and he couldn't say anything. He wanted to use his status to make Lin Ling lower his head, but he failed. Toasting with you? In your dreams. I can spray wine all over your face, but do you dare to accept it? Chapter 865. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios' his actions were straightforward, and he attacked as soon as he said he would. Whoosh. The wine was like a sword. The combination of power and spiritual energy was not to be underestimated. Of course, this kind of wine was naturally harmless to Duan Xuanwang. He waved his right hand in front of him, and the sword-like wine was swept away by him. It turned into specks of light and disappeared in the air. But what made Duan Zunwang angry was that Lin Ling was like a hoodlum on the street. He didn't care about face, etiquette, or that they were under the sacred palace. He actually dared to spray wine at him. This Lin Ling is crazy. Everyone gasped. After all, no matter who came here, they had to restrain their ferocity. This was also out of respect for the legendary Holy King. Therefore, the strong people here had always been polite. Even if they wanted to make things difficult for Lin Ling, they had to find a reasonable excuse. However, Lin Ling didn't play by the rules. He sprayed wine at them, and they couldn't react in time, as expected of a barbarian. You don't care about reason or etiquette. The sacred palace is a sacred place. You stepped on the ancient tree and blasphemed the Bodhi sacred palace. Duan Zunwang roared. Lin Ling's previous spitting of wine made him seethe with anger. After all, although Lin Ling was the patriarch, people with discerning eyes knew that Lin Ling's strength was like an ant to experts like them. You're the one who doesn't know etiquette. Your status is the same as mine, but you overestimated yourself and asked me to kneel down and toast you. Are you old and blind? Lin Ling glared at Duan Zunwang like a ferocious tiger. He finished the wine in his hand in one gulp and threw the cup at Duan Zunwang. This was under the sacred palace. Everyone restrained themselves and behaved politely. However, it didn't mean that they were really righteous. They just wore a mask of hypocrisy. And Lin Ling disdained to wear a mask of hypocrisy. He was angry when he saw Duan Zunwang, so he sprayed wine at him and smashed the cup at him. Duan Zunwang killed Old Man Shao. This was a thorn in Lin Ling's heart, a pain that could never be erased. Old Man Shao doted on him, Lin Ling, and supported him. That day, he died an unjust death. Today, when he saw his enemy again, if Lin Ling didn't say anything and even exchanged pleasantries with Duan Zunwang, it would be a blasphemy and insult to Old Man Shao. He, Lin Ling, would never do such a thing. Even if he was chased away by the Saint Palace today, he would still take action. Even if he was currently not Duan Zunwang's match, he would not hold back today. If he didn't like Duan Zunwang, then he would attack.
Clang.
The wine cup shot towards Duan Zunwang and was naturally blocked by him again. However, after being provoked by Lin Ling twice, Duan Zunwang's fiery temper could no longer hold back. Like a furious Qilin, his hair stood on end, and he seemed to want to attack. But at the critical moment, a cold voice rang out. He's trying to goad you into perishing together with him. No one knew who the voice came from, but it was like a basin of cold water that made Duan Zunwang calm down. This was the most sacred and mysterious sacred palace, and no one knew what would happen if he erupted with power. Would he die together with Lin Ling? Or would the Holy King value Lin Ling and let him die in the end? He couldn't afford to gamble on any of this. Lin Ling was acting arrogantly here. He didn't know how the Holy King would treat Lin Ling, but he was certain that the Holy King's attitude towards him would be worse than Lin Ling's. This meant that if he dared to behave atrociously on the sacred ancient tree, he would die. Lin Ling, you've got guts.
Ugh.
Duan Zunwang's expression was extremely ugly, but he finally sat down. As long as I don't die, you will die for Old Man Zhao's revenge. Lin Ling's eyes were red as he enunciated each word clearly. This was his promise. The crowd's eyes flickered. They finally understood why Lin Ling was so arrogant in the Saint Palace. He seemed to have an irreconcilable enmity with Duan Zunwang, but Lin Ling was righteous. Old Man Shao was obviously not Lin Ling's relative, but Lin Ling was willing to stand up for him. This showed that he was a man of character. Moreover, he was open and honest, daring to admit his actions without any pretense. This was admirable. What an interesting brat. In every corner of the palace, the experts from the desolate race smiled faintly. Fighting for others, not fearing the heavens and the earth. This was what it meant to be a warrior. Lin Ling, come sit here. Qin Feng was moved. Qin Nan was excited. Even he did not dare to act recklessly in front of the Saint Palace. However, Lin Ling dared to, and he did it for his brother Qin Shao. This made him extremely touched. Old Man Xiao had met a good brother. Lin Ling continued to take deep breaths, suppressing his killing intent. Finally, he walked towards Qin Nan. He knew that he was currently not Duan Zunwang's match, but he believed that it would not be long before he would be able to use this old bastard's blood as a sacrifice to Old Man Xiao. The palace gradually quieted down. Those who wanted to see Lin Ling's performance were also silent. The previous scene proved that they wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson at the highest level banquet in the rainforest. However, this was clearly impossible. Lin Ling was a young man with a strong backbone. Even if he offended the Holy King, he would not lower his stubborn backbone. As for whether the Holy King had seen Lin Ling's previous actions, no one knew. Perhaps he had not, or perhaps he had. No one could guess. This kid is brave, but not resourceful. He's too impulsive. Impulsive. Back in the palace, the white-clothed woman said faintly. No, he has his own stubbornness. He has his own persistence. That Old Man Xiao is definitely someone very important to him. The red-clothed woman murmured. She did not know why, but she believed in the blue-white-robed youth. Perhaps she and the youth had the same blood feud. Vengeance should be forbearing. The white-clothed woman objected. Wrong. Forbearing is an insult to the dead. You have no feelings. You will never understand. Yes. The red-clothed woman was also incomparably stubborn. The white-clothed woman frowned, her beautiful eyes flashing. She had no feelings, so she would never understand? Zhueyu, let the 20 proud sons of heaven of the 7 profound martial house enjoy the moon leaves. At this moment, an old voice sounded out from behind the 2 women. The 2 women froze for a moment and then nodded. They also knew that Old Mother Deer's goal today was still the 20 proud sons of heaven. In fact, it should be the second dream, Tang Tianshu and Lin Ling, who were all under 20 years of age. Then, the white-clothed woman stepped forward. Her white dress was like an immortal fairy, and she disappeared from where she was. In the palace, the white-clothed woman's beautiful figure appeared. 20 proud sons of heaven of the 7 profound martial house, follow me. A calm and emotionless voice sounded out in the palace, causing everyone's pupils to constrict. This is your lucky chance. If you miss it, there will be no more. The white-clothed woman said again. Her beautiful eyes looked towards the second dream. It seemed that she believed that this lucky chance was because of the second dream. She had also heard of the second dream. Today, she saw that her talent and beauty were truly fierce, even moving her. If she had been at the second dream's age, her strength would not have been much stronger than the second dream. Lucky chance. Chapter 866. What was martial arts? As for the top geniuses in the palace, their eyes were filled with envy. They had a feeling that the strength of these 20 people would increase tremendously and surpass them. The moon appreciation leaf was a relatively ancient leaf on the ancient tree. It was said that this leaf was the 3rd leaf of the ancient tree that had just grown. As time passed, it had absorbed the essence of the sun and moon. It was now 10,000 years old. The ancient leaf was at the top of the clouds. When the moon was full, it was as if one could reach out and touch the full moon. That was why it was called the moon appreciation leaf. When Lin Ling and his group arrived, they were all shocked. The full moon in the sky was right in front of them. The bright light made them feel as if they had stepped into the moon palace and could reach out and touch the moon. It's the essence of the moon. Looking at the snow-like moonlight, the second dream's eyes sparkled. It was said that the essence of the sun and moon was something that demonic beasts could absorb and grow. It was difficult for humans to sense it, but they could sense it here. This ancient tree was really an excellent place to cultivate. Lin Ling's eyes sparkled as well. He felt that the small world in his body was about to move. It seemed to be absorbing the moonlight in the sky and was constantly expanding. The essence of the moon was also the essence of life. It was very beneficial to a cultivator's body. It's the first time in so many years that the moon appreciation leaf has welcomed so many people. Calm. At this moment, a calm voice rang out, causing everyone to come back to their senses. They looked over and saw that it was the woman in white who was as cold as a fairy. She was about 20 years old, but her strength was unfathomable, giving off an extremely mysterious feeling. No one dared to be negligent. After all, she was from the sacred palace. Tonight is the night of the full moon. You have the opportunity to cultivate here and improve your strength to the next level. However, there is a condition. You must answer my question. The woman in white said indifferently, as if she was an otherworldly being. Senior sister, may I know what the question is? The second dream asked on behalf of the group. The woman in white nodded at her. She looked at the bright moonlight in the sky and asked, "What is martial arts?"
Huh.
Everyone was surprised. What was martial arts? This question has always been my inner demon. Whoever can answer it will be rewarded. The woman in white said again. Many people were excited.
Reward?
Could this be a reward from the sacred palace? Since the sacred palace was sitting on the ancient tree, this reward must be incomparably precious. The path of martial arts is to be reborn and transcend the limits of man. This is the path of martial arts. One of the geniuses said calmly. It was Hua Yi from the Great Serpent Mansion. Surpassing the limits. Is this what martial arts are like? The woman in white had a blank look in her eyes, but she shook her head. The crowd's eyes flickered. It seemed that this question was very difficult. For a moment, everyone fell silent, and on an even higher leaf of the ancient tree, Old Mother Deer and the red-clothed woman were standing quietly. The red-clothed woman shook her head and said, "Senior Sister Moonchaser is as stubborn as ever. She has asked this question to so many people, but she still hasn't found the answer. She still doesn't know what the martial path is." The martial Tao, the martial Tao. It seems to be two words, but it is also broad and profound. In the vast and ancient times, the more one investigates its origins, the more confused one becomes. Moonchaser has fallen into his own heart demon. However, Old Mother Deer shook her head. It looked like a mental demon, but it was also the heart of martial arts. Especially for the martial fanatic Shijueyue, it was the direction of her life. After all, Shijueyue did not have emotions, only martial arts. Now that her direction had disappeared, Shijueyue naturally wanted to find that lost direction. However, everyone's martial path was different. Could she get an answer by asking others? It was obviously impossible. The martial path is the heavens. At this moment, a clear voice sounded. It was the second dream's voice. Heavens. The white-clothed woman's eyes lit up. What is the heavens? The second dream frowned and was momentarily unable to answer. The others were even more confused. They had heard the word martial path since they were young, but they could not say what the martial path was. The heavens are all around us. The wind is the heavens, the clouds are the heavens, and the earth is the heavens. The so-called martial path is to break through the heavens. At this moment, Tang Tianshu's voice sounded. It was filled with arrogance, causing the white-clothed woman's eyes to light up even more. Faintly, she seemed to have understood, but it seemed to be even more vague. The second dream, Tang Tianshu's perception is very high. Mother Benlu said faintly, "What was the martial path?" Everyone had their own opinions, but there was always one that was the best, and the geniuses with good perception would be able to find the best answer. The second dream said that the heavens were the heavens. Then what was the heavens? Tang Tianshu said that everything around him was the heavens. If a martial artist wanted to break through the restraints and rules around him, then he would have surpassed the heavens, and the restraints and rules would be the heavens. Their answers were very good. Amazing. The other geniuses nodded. They had also understood something, and there were even signs of a breakthrough in their cultivation level. It was as if they had figured out something. Senior sister, can the reward be shared between the two of us? Tang Tianshu smiled faintly. In fact, he had read this question in an ancient book when he was young, so he had a rough idea of the answer. Now, they seemed to have solved the obsession in the mysterious woman's heart, so they could receive the reward from the sacred palace. Yes, the reward is a drop of Bodhi's liquid. The woman in white nodded slightly. Her words shocked many people. The Bodhi's liquid was said to be the liquid of an ancient tree. Those who consumed it could expand their spiritual sea and give birth to spiritual power. It could also allow one's body to break through the mortal body and enter the sacred palace. One's strength would increase tremendously, and it could further increase one's strength. The Bodhi's liquid represented the vitality and essence of an ancient tree. If used to break through the cultivation level, there would be no side effects, and one's foundation would still be incomparably solid. The second dream and Tang Tianshu were so lucky. Unfortunately, although they wanted it, they did not have the perception of the other two geniuses. The others will also receive a drop. At this time, the woman in white's words floated out again, and everyone was overjoyed. They would also receive a reward. It seemed that the sacred palace was focusing on nurturing them this time. Everyone would receive a drop, while the second dream and Tang Tianshu would receive 2 drops. They would receive greater benefits. Nonsense. However, at this time, a frivolous voice rang out, and everyone fell silent. The woman in white frowned and looked at the person who spoke. She was instantly displeased. It's Lin Ling. Many people looked at the young man who spoke. At this moment, Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. Lin Ling, don't speak nonsense if you don't know anything. This is an ancient tree, and it will not tolerate your blasphemy. If you are unhappy, get out of here yourself. Tang Tianshu shouted angrily. Lin Ling seemed to be saying that he was spouting nonsense. Shut up, trash. Lin Ling looked at Tang Tianshu with disdain, and his gaze fell on the woman in white. He then said indifferently, You are from the sacred palace, but you don't even know what martial arts is. What martial arts are you practicing?
His voice was cold and reprimanding.
The woman in white was stunned. Lin Ling, a junior of the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, dared to reprimand her? How arrogant. The other geniuses were shocked. Lin Ling was actually reprimanding a cultivator from the sacred palace. Anyone who practices martial arts knows what martial arts is, but you don't. You are trash. Chapter 867. Increase in strength. Lin Ling, remember your place. The second dream reprimanded. Lin Ling seemed to always stand out, which made her very unhappy. Let him speak. However, the white-robed lady interrupted the second dream and looked at Lin Ling indifferently. What is the martial Tao? The martial Tao is you. Lin Ling looked straight at the woman in white, and his voice was resolute and decisive. The martial Tao is her? Many people's eyes flickered, and they were even more confused. If the martial Tao was the sky, then all martial artists were chasing after it and trying to surpass it. Then it was understandable. However, the martial Tao was themselves. What did this mean? Interesting, this is the first time I've heard such an answer. Above the ancient tree, Mother Deer suddenly smiled and looked forward to the answer. You are the one who is talking nonsense. The martial Tao is ourselves, then why are we chasing after it? The martial Tao is the sky. This is something that everyone knows. Tang Tianshu's face turned ugly. Lin Ling's rebuttal had caused his prize to fly away like a duck. How could he not be angry? Tang Tianshu? A frog in a well. Lin Ling looked at Tang Tianshu with disdain. When I was young, the Guyan sect was my sky. My goal was to break through that sky. However, when I reached that sky, I realized that the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was that sky. Thus, I continued to work hard, trying to surpass that sky. When I reached the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, I realized that the rainforest sacred ground was that sky. Haha, the endless sky, with no end. This is just a lie from the sky.
Boom.
Everyone was shocked. It was as if they had been struck by lightning. The sky's lie? When they thought about it, it was indeed so. When they were still moon guards, they thought that the prodigies were the sky above them. However, when they became prodigies, they realized that the Saint Palace was their sky. However, when they became Saint Sons of the Saint Palace, they realized that there was still a sky above them. This was the sky's lie, and they were always running. According to what you said, if we always respect the sky, We will always be at the same place? The second dream frowned. Reverence? That's because you're trash. If you think there's a sky, then there's a sky. If you think there's no sky, then there's no sky in this world. Lin Ling looked at the second dream and said indifferently, which made the second dream tremble. Lin Ling's goal was so huge, it seemed to surpass the heavens. If you believe that there is a sky, then there is a sky. If you believe that there is no sky, then there is no sky in this world. Lawless, heaven and earth alone. The moon-admiring leaves fell silent. Although many people were unconvinced by Lin Ling, it was undeniable that Lin Ling's words were absolutely reasonable. Martial Tao is the self. What a martial artist does is not to surpass the empty sky, but to surpass oneself. The sky is not as big as me, so why should I fear the sky? If there is no sky in my heart, why should I surpass it? What I want to surpass is myself. Lin Ling's voice floated out again, but this time, it was like a gust of wind that swept through everyone's hearts. If there is no sky in my heart, then I am the martial Tao. The woman in white murmured to herself. Her beautiful eyes were getting brighter and brighter. The stubbornness that she had been suppressing in her heart all this time seemed to have been dispelled at this moment. After all, to surpass the sky was to enter the lie of the sky. She had been chasing after the sky for her entire life and had forgotten about herself. However, the martial Tao was the self, so she had to surpass herself. Lin Ling, you're stronger than I thought. Finally, the woman in white raised her head and looked at Lin Ling. She then bowed and saluted. Previously, she had always thought that the second dream was the strongest, but today, she realized that Lin Ling was the most mysterious. Seeing was believing. She had seen it with her own eyes. Whoosh! A jade bottle shot towards Lin Ling. It was 2 drops of Bodhi liquid. Lin Ling received it with a smile. The second dream and Tang Tianqi's expressions were ugly. The duck that was in their hands had flown away. Lin Ling had given the best answer. Lawless. I'm the only one in the world. At this moment, a hearty voice rang out. Mother Earth dear, and the woman in red floated down quietly. Many people saluted them respectfully. It seems that the era is about to begin. The first batch of sky prides nurtured by the sacred palace is indeed powerful. Mother Earth dear looked at Lin Ling with admiration. The era is about to begin? Many people's eyes flickered. In fact, they were also puzzled. Although there were 3 sky prides under the age of 20 in this year's semifinals, and they were more dazzling than usual, it wasn't strange for the sacred palace to pay attention to them. But now, the sacred palace was paying more attention to them than they had imagined. Not only were they allowed to absorb the essence of the moon, they were even rewarded with a drop of Bodhi liquid. This was too abnormal. There are many things that you don't need to know now. But if I don't tell you, you'll be puzzled. So I'll just tell you roughly. The Heavenly Fall era is about to begin. At that time, the geniuses will rise and the extraterritorial demons will arrive. Mother Earth dear said solemnly. The main reason why the Sacred Palace was nurturing sky prides was that the Heavenly Fall era was about to begin. At that time, the 6 sacred grounds would face a great calamity. So, they would focus on nurturing sky prides to fight against external enemies. Milky Way compass diagram. Mother Earth dear waved her hand, and the starry sky filled with illusions. It was a great battle between gods and demons. Many people looked at the sky and gradually understood. The 6 sacred grounds were about to welcome the Heavenly Fall era. At that time, there would be extraterritorial wars. So, the Bodhi Sacred Palace had started nurturing the top sky prides. And they just happened to be in time. So, they were the first batch of sky prides to be nurtured. With the Sacred Palace nurturing, the 20 of you will be reborn. You will surpass many of the top sky prides of the older generation. Seize the opportunity. 3 days later, let the Rainforest Sacred Ground see your results. Mother Earth dear said again. Many people nodded excitedly. They were lucky to be nurtured by the Sacred Palace for the first time. This meant that after they left, their strength would increase greatly. The older generation of sky prides would be jealous. And the final round of the competition 3 days later would be the strongest in the history of the Rainforest Sacred Ground. The battle strength displayed in the competition would probably reach the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm. And those present were all Sky Prides who had been through many trials and tribulations. They were confident in themselves. As long as they had enough resources, they wouldn't be afraid of the older generation of Sky Prides. Pa pa pa. All of them sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. They absorbed the essence of the moon in the sky. After all, this was a once-a-year opportunity with a full moon. Moreover, they had the Bodhi liquid and were about to be reborn. Of course, before cultivating, they looked at each other and looked forward to surpassing each other in 3 days' time. Lin Ling also sat down cross-legged and absorbed the essence of the moon. Then, he gritted his teeth and used all his vitality to open the small worlds in his body. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Lin Ling already had a large amount of vitality and spiritual energy stored in his body. With the addition of the rare essence of the moon, his body underwent an earth-shattering transformation. Thunder rumbled, and numerous small worlds erupted. His strength also increased crazily. After Lin Ling swallowed a drop of Bodhi liquid, a total of 20,000 small worlds awakened, allowing his strength to reach 20 million. Moreover, they were all small worlds of fire. This allowed his true intent of fire to reach the peak. True intent of full perfection. Next would be profound. Chapter 868. The final round, there's still one more drop of Bodhi liquid. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He swallowed it again and attacked his Dantian's Dao platform. This time, he was going to use it to break through to the next level. His Dantian rumbled, and the Vermilion Bird Dao platform rumbled. Finally, it exploded. The ancient liquid seemed to have a spirit of its own and fused the fragments together. A new Vermilion Bird Dao platform appeared. Lin Ling's king body seemed to have been cleansed by the Bodhi liquid and stepped into the ranks of the Nine Truths fire. This was a 9th grade king body. So strong. Lin Ling was shocked. Step by step, he watched the new Vermilion Bird Dao platform condense. But at the critical moment, he stopped the Vermilion Bird Dao platform from fusing. He didn't plan to break through to the next level immediately. After all, the other geniuses would be much stronger in the next 3 days. Therefore, he had to keep a trump card for himself. Therefore, on the surface, Lin Ling was still in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. But in reality, he could break through to the next level at any time. And this was the effect of the Bodhi liquid. If it were any other method, Lin Ling wouldn't have dared to be so bold. After all, if he stopped at the critical moment, he would be courting death. But the Bodhi liquid could. This ancient vitality liquid was repairing Lin Ling's Vermilion Bird Dao platform at any time, preventing it from collapsing. Time passed quietly. Everyone broke out of their cocoons and became butterflies. Rumble. Many people broke through to the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm. The Bodhi liquid was indeed a rare treasure. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He wasn't nervous at all. His current king body was a 9th grade king body. He could control the Nine Truths lotus, and his true meaning of fire had reached perfection. This was the most frightening thing. Coupled with the rise of the 20,000 small worlds in his body, his true meaning of sword had reached 100% completion. Although it hadn't reached perfection, with 2 peak true meanings of martial, he was confident that he was invincible in the Emperor's spirit realm. Others might have a stronger king body than him, but his true meaning of martial was stronger. Under the nourishment of the 2 drops of Bodhi liquid, his soul force had greatly increased. In this trip to the ancient tree, he was the one with the greatest harvest. In the semi-finals of the strongest 3 days later, he, Lin Ling, wanted to be the champion. After a long time, everyone stood up with deep smiles on their faces, but they didn't say anything. Clearly, their strength had increased, but they didn't show it. They wanted to give their opponents a shocking blow in the semi-finals. Everyone had hidden their trump cards. Everyone's strength could enter the top 100 of the prodigy roll. Lin Ling, come here. I have something to say to you. After Second Dream stood up, she looked at Lin Ling with her beautiful eyes and said plainly, Lin Ling was slightly surprised, but he nodded and walked forward. The two of them left the moon-gazing leaves and walked along the branches. They came to a more remote branch. The second dream was wearing a black cloak. Her hair fluttered in the wind as she looked into the distance. It was a beautiful scene. If Lin Ling didn't have a grudge against her, Lin Ling would have thought that the second dream was an innocent and naive girl. "I'm sorry for what I did to your brother, but you know the reason. I don't have any grudges against you or your brother. I'm the disciple of the mansion master, so I have to follow his orders." The second dream's voice was as gentle as the wind. Lin Ling remained silent. The second dream turned around slowly and looked at Lin Ling with her beautiful eyes. It was as if she wanted to see through Lin Ling. "Actually, I didn't want to say this to you, but your strength and mysteriousness have gradually forced me to take you seriously. So what I want to say is, why don't we stop being enemies and become friends?" This was her goal. She was very intelligent. If Lin Ling was still an ant, then she would still kill him. But Lin Ling was not. Lin Ling was an existence even more terrifying than the Sakura. The second dream had great ambitions and could endure humiliation. She knew that if she fought with Lin Ling, no matter who lost, she wouldn't obtain any benefits. So, she weighed the pros and cons of this battle and decided that it was better not to fight. After all, she had come to the Saint Palace today and had seen a higher sky. She wanted to go further. The 7 profound martial house was no longer her goal. "No," Lin Ling softly said, steadying his position.
"Why?"
The second dream frowned and asked. "No one has ever attacked my family. After attacking me, they turned from an enemy to a friend. A wrong is a wrong, and they must pay the price for what they have done." Lin Ling faintly glanced at the second dream, and then turned and left. Second dream looked at Lin Ling's back and said coldly, "You're a rare genius. I don't want you to die here. Maybe I don't want our battle to end too soon because it's not fair to you, but you still want to fight. I promise you, but you'll die. I tried to persuade you before, because I didn't want you to die. We have different positions and that's why we hate each other, but I don't want to kill you. You don't have the strength to kill me." As Lin Ling disappeared into the distance, his voice drifted over. "What I have before, and now I have even more." The second dream sighed and shook her head. On her delicate face, her eyes had turned pitch black, making anyone who looked at her feel fear. After the trip to the ancient tree, her strength seemed to have greatly increased. Therefore, she was confident that killing Lin Ling would be as easy as flipping her hand. But it was because of this confidence that she didn't want to fight with Lin Ling again. She didn't want Lin Ling to die. Lin Ling, this ordinary youth, had given her far too many shocks. In her entire life, he was the person who had shocked her the most. At this moment, above the moon-admiring leaf, all of the proud sons of heaven began to leave one after another. But in the palace, all of the great figures were still waiting. As they watched the proud sons of heaven walk down, some of the powerful martial artists' eyes flashed. They could feel that these 20 people had undergone earth-shaking changes. Lucky chance, they had encountered the best lucky chance. So, the semi-finals of the Rainforest Holy Land will begin. I fear that the degree of excitement will not be inferior to the Proud Son of Heaven Rankings finals. Many people were excited. These 20 newly risen Proud Sons of Heaven had opened a new era. 3 days quietly passed. The semi-finals of the 7 profound martial house began once again, shocking the world. Everyone knew that these 20 Proud Sons of Heaven were the Proud Sons of Heaven that had been raised by the Saint Palace. They had obtained a lucky chance, and their strength had greatly increased. Therefore, this semi-finals would be unprecedentedly fierce. They wanted to see just how dazzling the first batch of geniuses that had been raised by the Saint Palace would be. Early in the morning, the crowd of heroes gathered. The peak Proud Sons of Heaven of each of the major martial halls were already waiting. What they wanted to know the most was just which of these 20 people had surpassed them and walked on top of their heads, becoming the most dazzling peak Proud Son of Heaven of the 7 major martial halls. Of course, this was only a guess. They still believed that these 20 people had not surpassed them. Lively. This is the most lively proud son of heaven rankings in history. The crowd looked at the bustling square and began to talk. The second dream, Tang Tianshu and the others have arrived. Chapter 869. Elimination Round. 20 figures stood quietly on the square, as if they were standing on a divine platform. Some were as steady as a mountain, some were as destructive as a sofa, and some were as vast as the ocean. Every one of them had a different aura. It was as if 20 pillars of light had descended from the sky, making them exceptionally dazzling. These 20 people were no longer the same 20 people from before. Many people weren't even sure if the second dream would still be the most dazzling existence in the semi-finals. After all, everyone had undergone earth-shattering changes. Junior brother Nangong, you can do it. Your martial intent should have reached 90%. In the silence, a top genius couldn't help but cheer. Nangong Xiong used to be his junior brother, and he had doted on him a lot. Today, Nangong Xiong was finally going to rise, and as his senior brother, he had to fight for his honor. That's Nangong Xiong's senior brother, Lu Ru, a top genius. He's at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm and is ranked in the 60s. Many people looked at the genius who spoke and said, "Senior brother Lu, you're still in the process of comprehending 100% true meaning. Junior brother can give you a word of advice. Search for the origin of martial arts and learn all the monarch rank martial arts. This will be beneficial to you. Whether or not your strength can rise again will depend on your comprehension ability and diligence." Out of the 20 people in the square, a tall and thin youth said lightly. He was Nangong Xiong. Advice? The crowd was stunned. In the past, Nangong Xiong was Lu Ru's junior brother, and Lu Ru often gave him advice. But now, Nangong Xiong seemed to be giving advice to Lu Ru. Did this mean that Nangong Xiong had surpassed his senior brother and was ranked in the 60s? Lu Ru's expression changed. His junior brother had become stronger, but he wasn't as respectful as before. Instead, he was arrogant, as if he had become his senior brother. Did the trip to the Bodhi ancient tree really make his junior brother so strong? Maybe this is what cultivators call an epiphany. The Bodhi liquid is indeed a rare treasure. Some of the stronger cultivators were shocked. They could sense the aura of a master from Nangong Xiong. Obviously, the Bodhi ancient tree had opened his spiritual ocean, greatly increasing his comprehension. If Nangong Xiong was already like this, then the other geniuses must have gained a lot as well. The semi-finals. Moreover, everyone knew that the Bodhi's sacred palace was also paying close attention to this competition. After all, this was the first time the sacred palace was nurturing a genius, and they wanted to know the results. Perhaps the genius who won first place would still be rewarded by the sacred palace and enter the Bodhi's sacred palace. Sure enough, just as this thought appeared in everyone's mind, the elderly voice in the sky drifted over from afar. Those who enter the top 5 will be rewarded with another drop of Bodhisattva liquid by the Bodhi Saint Palace. Those who enter the top 3 will be able to head to the Bodhi Saint Palace to train once. Many people were incomparably envious. These 20 geniuses were really too lucky. They had already received rewards before, and now, the winners of the semi-finals would also receive rewards. This made people jealous. The 20 geniuses' pupils shrank, and the fighting spirit in their hearts began to boil. They wanted to obtain first place and go to the Bodhi's sacred palace that no one had ever gone to before. The sacred palace is really mysterious. Although I have a firm foothold in the 7 profound martial house, I still cannot freely move about. So, in this competition, I must obtain first place. Lin Ling gripped his fists. If he obtained first place, not only would he obtain a reward, but if he could obtain the favor of the Bodhi's sacred palace, then even Martial House Master Skylin would not dare to casually move against him. As for the Heavenly Dragon Empire, Justice, the Duan family, and the Great Serpent Palace, he would not need to fear them. This was also a powerful status token. So, in order to obtain first place, Lin Ling would stake it all. The semi-finals of the strongest begin. Finally, The ancient voice sounded out. The entire square was in an uproar, and the blood of countless people boiled. Ka ka ka. The earth surged, and countless glass-like fragments appeared. They were gorgeous and colorful, forming a jade-glazed space. This space was incomparably large, and there was a crystal-glazed martial platform. The Nihility martial platform has appeared. This was an eye-opener for many people. This was a top martial platform that could withstand the attacks of a Saint Spirit powerhouse. It was very suitable for the semifinals. After all, the strength of the semifinals' proud sons of heaven had already reached the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm. The semifinals will adopt an elimination system. Losing a match will result in elimination. The proud sons of heaven will draw lots to choose their opponents, and the winner will remain. After 10 people remain, the rules will change. The ancient voice sounded out in the sky, causing everyone's hearts to fiercely tremble. Even the 20 proud sons of heaven had looks of incomparable surprise. Elimination tournament? Losing a match meant being eliminated. There was no chance at all. The semi-finals were indeed cruel, but this was also normal. They were the elites of the elites, and they had also gone through the assessment. Therefore, it was good that they survived. Not only that, but the elimination system also depended on luck. The proud son of heaven that drew lots had the best luck, because he had the qualifications to choose his opponent. It's about to begin. Fight, fight, fight. All the disciples of the martial hall, millions of people, were watching the tournament in the holy city. Various large factions, ancient countries, the desolate race, and reclusive experts were also watching the tournament in the holy city. There were restaurants and markets that used special memory stones to reflect everything that happened in the tournament. As this tournament concerned the Bodhi's sacred palace, it had alarmed the sacred rainforest. As for the 20 proud sons of heaven, they ignored the voices outside and rested by the side of the Nihility martial platform. They were prepared to replenish their energy so that they could release a dazzling light. Drawing lots depends on luck. Hong and Lin Ling sat in a corner. Hong said with a frown. After being nourished by the Bodhi liquid, her cultivation level had reached the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm. Furthermore, her martial intent and talent king body had increased accordingly. It could be said that she had broken out of her cocoon and become a butterfly. Trash like you are the ones who rely on luck. Why should I rely on luck? Even if others were to draw lots, they would not dare to challenge me so easily. Just as Lin Ling finished speaking, a prideful voice was heard. It was the great serpent Manners Hui. This person had been humiliated by Lin Ling under the ancient tree not long ago. Now that he saw Lin Ling, he naturally would not give him any face. This person is so rude, Hong said with a frown. She was only speaking to Lin Ling, so what did it have to do with that person? He's just a trash snake bloodline. He hasn't embarrassed himself enough before, and now he wants to embarrass himself again. If I'm drawn, I'll be the first to fight him, Lin Ling said, without even looking at Hui. He knew that Hui was deliberately provoking him to vent his anger. However, why would the current Lin Ling be afraid of him? Then if I'm drawn, my first opponent will also be you. Hui's expression turned ugly. Lin Ling was even more arrogant than he was in the previous tournament. All right, no matter who is drawn, our first opponent will be each other. Hong exuded a confident aura as she looked at Hui without fear. This caused Lin Ling to be startled. Was Hong no longer afraid of Hui? It must be because of the trip to the Bodhi ancient tree that her strength had increased by several times. Chapter 870. The Second Dream, Let the Drawing of Lots Begin. Countless discussions soared into the sky. However, in the end, an aged voice came from the sky, causing the entire vast land to become silent. It was time to draw lots. I wonder who's the luckiest to get the first lot. The clouds in the sky rolled and quietly formed 3 giant names, the Second Dream. Good luck. The Second Dream is so lucky. The entire square was silent for a moment. Then all sorts of voices rang out. The Second Dream smiled, and her beautiful eyes fell on the dozen or so geniuses. The geniuses' expressions became complicated. Some of them had confident smiles on their faces, as if they weren't afraid of this battle. Some of them had serious expressions on their faces, as if they still valued the second dream. Some of them were uneasy, as if they were afraid of being chosen by the second dream. No matter what kind of expression they had, it was clear that the second dream was still the opponent that they did not want to meet the most. These geniuses want to get first place with such a mentality? If there's an exception, it would be Lin Ling. He looked at the second dream calmly and was not afraid to fight the second dream in the first battle of the semifinals, because he knew that he would have to face the second dream sooner or later. Many people looked at the second dream and wondered who the second dream would choose. Would it be Lin Ling? Very likely. Lu Fei. The second dream's beautiful eyes swept across the crowd, and she took a deep look at Lin Ling. However, in the end, her calm voice drifted out of her mouth. She had chosen her opponent. Lin Ling smiled and sat down cross-legged again. The second dream did not seem to want to fight him so soon. Perhaps the second dream wanted to save the most crucial moment for the battle. The other geniuses relaxed. Although they were confident and were not afraid of the second dream, it would be better if they did not meet the second dream at the beginning. After all, even if they won, it would be a narrow victory. If someone else challenged them in the next round, they would not be able to maintain their best condition and would be in a very dangerous situation. These geniuses were all very smart. They knew that it was best to fight the strongest geniuses at the end. It was not suitable to fight the strongest at the beginning.
Damn it, she chose me.
Does she think I'm a pushover? All I did was flirt with her behind her back. Today, she came for revenge. Lin Ling slapped her 3 times back then. The second dream did not eliminate Lin Ling first. The genius named Lu Fei's expression was extremely ugly. He was very unwilling to accept this. He thought that the second dream would eliminate Lin Ling first. In the end, it was him. Lin Ling was really lucky. Junior sister, the second dream, since you want to fight me, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Today, you will die on the martial stage. Lu Fei strode towards the martial stage. Since he could not avoid it, then he would fight. Fortunately, he had benefited greatly from the trip to the Bodhi ancient tree. He was now 60% confident that he could defeat the second dream. After all, he estimated that his strength had doubled. You will be defeated in one move. The second dream did not say much. Her black dress fluttered as she floated towards the crystal martial stage. She placed her hands behind her back and looked indescribably spirited. You! Lu Fei was furious. He had been reborn and was not afraid of any Peak Emperor Spirit Realm geniuses. But the second dream still ignored him and made him lose his momentum with a single sentence. Begin. At the same time, an ancient voice sounded. Make your move, or you will not have a chance. The second dream said softly. Haha, I am at the same cultivation level as you. Do you think I won't have a chance? Lu Fei laughed contemptuously. The second dream still wanted to break his will to fight? Then I will make my move. The second dream's expression was still calm. Her hands danced like willow branches, carrying with them the charm of heaven and earth. Dream of the wilderness. A cold voice came out from the second dream's mouth. The martial arts in her hands were even stranger. It was as if she had opened the door to the wilderness. Endless black light flowed out, turning half of the martial stage into a world of darkness. What is that? The crowd was shocked. What a strange martial art. Martial intent. I'm afraid she has reached 100% mastery. It has a trace of profound energy. Some of the stronger cultivators said solemnly. As expected of the second dream, it was difficult to see through her. While others had doubled their strength under the Bodhi ancient tree, she had tripled it. Moreover, as far as they knew, only the 7 most powerful prodigies of the 7 major martial arts had cultivated to 100% true intent of martial. Moreover, there were less than 10 of them. The most terrifying thing was that second dream wasn't even 20 years old.
Pa!
The black light flowed out like a tide. However, it disappeared as quickly as it appeared. Only the sound of the second dream's footsteps could be heard. She left the martial stage step by step. What's wrong? Many people were puzzled. Then the announcement of the result was heard. The second dream wins. Lu Feiyi dies. Killing her opponent in one move meant that the competition of 20 people had become 19 people. Terrifying. The crowd was shocked. Lu Feiyi had wanted to kill the second dream, but he was killed by the second dream in one move. It was all very ironic. The second dream had said that she would end it in one move, and indeed she did. The Bodhi ancient tree is indeed a rare treasure. The second dream's strength is not weaker than mine. Yangon frowned as he looked at the girl in the black dress from afar. The people beside him narrowed their eyes. Yangon's strength was incomparably terrifying on the Heaven's Chosen list. However, he said that the second dream was not weaker than him. The increase in strength of the second dream was too exaggerated. The first battle ended very quickly. It did not even take half an hour. However, the crowd was not surprised. Instead, they were looking forward to the second battle. They wondered who would be lucky enough to draw the second lot. After all, the earlier one drew the lot, the more opponents they would have to choose from. Rumble. In the sky, the clouds rolled and 3 names appeared. It was the second lucky genius to draw the lot, Xiang Tianxiao. This guy is lucky. Many people looked at a short and skinny young man. That young man narrowed his eyes and then laughed excitedly. He had drawn the lot, which meant that he could choose his opponent. It seems that luck is also very strange. At the beginning, luck fell on the second dream, who was the strongest. Then it appeared on Xiang Tianxiao, who was the weakest. It seems that luck has taken care of both the strong and the weak. The remaining geniuses smiled faintly. They were not too nervous. They were even looking forward to Xiang Tianxiao challenging them. After all, Xiang Tianxiao was not as terrifying as the second dream. All 20 geniuses have increased their cultivation level. However, there are 3 who did not. They are Tang Tianshu Lin Ling and Xiang Tianxiao. Xiang Tianxiao is only at the late stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. The crowd stared at the short young man and then looked forward to who Xiang Tianxiao would challenge. Who should I choose? Xiang Tianxiao's small eyes looked at the geniuses. According to his intuition, he should challenge Nan Gongxiong. After all, he had fought Nan Gongxiong before, and Nan Gongxiong was no match for him. Although his cultivation level had increased, he should still be able to defeat Nan Gongxiong. Chapter 871. Challenging the bottom line, his gaze wandered between Lin Ling and Nan Gongxiong as he hesitated. The crowd also saw his gaze and shook their heads. Lin Ling and Nan Gongxiong seemed to be at the mercy of others. Whether they were eliminated or left alive, it all depended on each other. Xiang Tianxiao, challenge me if you have the ability. Nan Gongxiong's face turned ugly. He didn't like the feeling of being looked down upon. Lin Ling didn't say a word from beginning to end. His face was indifferent. Lin Ling. Perhaps because of Lin Ling's silence, Xiang Tianxiao chose Lin Ling in the end. Lin Ling's cultivation realm didn't increase, and Xiang Tianxiao's strength didn't increase either. The two of them seemed to be evenly matched. It seems that using Bodhi liquid to cultivate also depends on one's talent and opportunity. Some people have an epiphany, and some people are stuck in the same place. Lin Ling was already a dark horse. Maybe his potential has been exhausted, so the Bodhi liquid won't be of much help to him. Many people stared at Lin Ling and analyzed. In the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the Justice Duan family, and the other major powers, many people sneered. They weren't surprised at all. After all, the same pill could be consumed by different people. Lin Ling might be the weakest of the 20, so it wasn't strange. Of course, Lin Ling might also be the strongest after consuming the pill. But they didn't want to admit it, so they kept thinking of the worst. Not to mention, Lin Ling's current cultivation realm didn't change, so they naturally thought of the worst. Lin Ling, come up. Xiang Tianxiao leaped onto the martial arts platform and waved at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's expression was calm as he leaped onto the martial arts platform. Are you angry because I chose you? Xiang Tianxiao was short. He raised his head and looked at Lin Ling with a strange smile on his face.
No.
Lin Ling calmly nodded. He knew that someone would challenge him sooner or later. There was nothing to be angry about. Is that so? That's good. Xiang Tianxiao had his hands behind his back as he walked on the martial platform. He did not attack Lin Ling, which made many people extremely puzzled. Lin Ling, in the previous Purgatory battlefield, you were the biggest dark horse, and I was also one of the dark horses, so I won't underestimate you. Xiang Tianxiao said again, causing Lin Ling to frown. In the end, he said impatiently, since you chose me, then make your move. Why the rush? Xiao Tianxiao laughed faintly. His laughter was extremely strange, making people feel extremely disgusted. Xiao Tianxiao, was he laughing towards the sky? Moreover, he didn't make a move, yet he said so much. What was he trying to do? I know that you brought the Fire Ancient Clan to the Rainforest Sacred Land. However, your Fire Ancient Clan has a lot of beauties. If you lose, you will reward me with all the beauties of your Fire Ancient Clan.
How about that?
Also, you seem to have a good relationship with your grandfather. Since you've lost, let your grandfather be my slave. I'm the top genius of the Tree Nation and have many slaves. I'll be very happy to have your grandfather as my slave. I remember that you have a fiancée in the Fire Ancient Clan called Qin Xiaolan. She will be my wife too. Xiang Tianxiao walked slowly along the martial platform. His steps started to become strange, as if he was drunk. Damn it! Everyone from the Fire Ancient Clan looked at him angrily. That short and ugly genius was too abominable. He actually wanted them to be his slaves. He looks ugly, and his words are also ugly. As the saying goes, one's family should not be blamed for their sins. He doesn't seem to have any enmity with Lin Ling. Why is he slandering Lin Ling's family? Many people looked at Xiang Tianxiao with displeasure. They couldn't understand why Xiang Tianxiao would do that. Only the geniuses who were familiar with Xiang Tianxiao knew that he was a very sinister and cunning person. Even if he was stronger than his opponent, he would never defeat his opponent fair and square. He was a person who would do anything to win. Even if he was the center of attention today, he would still win in a very sinister manner. This was Xiang Tianxiao. Cursing Lin Ling like that wasn't seeking death. Instead, he was trying to infuriate Lin Ling and make Lin Ling lose his rationality. Xiang Tianxiao wasn't stupid enough to curse people casually. Sometimes, in order to win, he would even pretend to be dead and beg for mercy. Lin Ling, what do you think? Xiang Tianxiao was still walking on the martial platform. On the martial platform, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. Without saying anything, he took a step forward and chased after Xiang Tianxiao. His fist punched out. Pop, pop, pop. The air was torn apart by the fist, but the fist missed. Xiang Tianxiao's body appeared on the other side in an extremely mysterious manner. Drunken steps, intoxicating the world. It's a very powerful movement technique. The eyes of many experts flashed. It was the lost drunken steps in the rainforest sacred ground. Lin Ling, your wife is very beautiful. I'm imagining the feeling of touching her skin. It will definitely be as delicate as milk. On the martial platform, Xiang Tianxiao's smiling voice was still drifting out. Moreover, there was also laughter.
Kiki.
The laughter was extremely unpleasant to the ears. It would make people furious after hearing it. However, when you chased after Xiang Tianxiao would use the drunken steps to walk on the martial platform and attack you with his mouth. Many people finally realized Xiang Tianxiao's intentions. They despised him in their hearts. In order to win, Xiang Tianxiao actually kept on making Lin Ling angry. He wanted to make Lin Ling lose his rationality. I've said so much, but you didn't say a word? The voice was still drunk, and it was accompanied by laughter. However, Lin Ling had already stopped. His handsome face was cold. Finally, he slowly opened his mouth and said, I said, in the battle between you and me, the loser will be eliminated. You came up with so many schemes and tricks. Do you want to die? Xiang Tianxiao's heart trembled. Lin Ling seemed to have realized his intentions, but he also seemed to be angry. He laughed even more loudly. Yes, I'm playing with you. If you have the ability, come and kill me. Come and kill me. His voice seemed to echo endlessly, like a clown laughing. Not to mention Lin Ling, even many spectators were angry in their hearts. However, Xiang Tianxiao was looking forward to this scene. The angrier Lin Ling was, the more advantageous it would be for him. He would take advantage of Lin Ling's carelessness to give him a fatal blow. Your drunken steps are very strange. Your body is drunk, and you are drunk. You can sense your opponent's mood and use it to escape your opponent's killing intent. This movement martial art is really strange. Lin Ling's soft voice floated out, causing many people's pupils to constrict. Lin Ling seemed to be very angry, but he still seemed to be very calm. They didn't know that the angrier Lin Ling was, the calmer Lin Ling was, and the more terrifying Lin Ling was at that time. Yes, your insight is very powerful. But do you have a way to break it? If you don't, you can't do anything to me. On the martial arts platform, Xiang Tianxiao's short, clown-like figure weaved in and out of existence, leaving behind many afterimages. This martial art is indeed strange, but it has a huge flaw, and that is stepping on the ground. Lin Ling finally raised his eyes. His eyes were cold and murderous. He raised his right foot high, and like a giant elephant heavily stomping on the ground, 20 million points of strength exploded. Boom. Chapter 872. Why Not Laugh? Whoosh. At the same time, a sword-like figure shot forward with the help of the shaking stage. Sword steps. What? Xiang Tianxiao's expression changed. His drunken steps was mysterious and complicated, but its weakness was that he had to step on the ground. Now that the ground was shaking, his drunken steps had temporarily failed. Although it was not even enough for a breath, for a top genius, less than a breath's time was enough to change a lot. A figure shot forward and appeared in front of Xiang Tianxiao. His fist was like the fist of an ancient god. Drunken god's bodies. Xiang Tianxiao's pupils constricted. His body twisted, as if he was drunk. Against the norm, he tried to forcefully avoid the fist.
Boom.
However, the fist still hit his abdomen, but at the critical moment, he removed a lot of the force. Forget laughter technique. Instead of retreating, Xiang Tianxiao's expression turned cold. His mouth was wide open, and a lot of laughter came out of his mouth. Ha ha ha. The laughter was very strange. Some were happy, some were sad, some were disappointed, and some were decadent. It was a combination of all kinds of laughter. Soul power attack. Obviously, during the trip to the Bodhi ancient tree, he did not use the Bodhi liquid to increase his cultivation level. Instead, he constantly strengthened his soul power. What a strong soul power. Many people in the square rubbed their ears, feeling that the world was filled with the sound of laughter. It was enough to drive people crazy, and they had a splitting headache. This also meant that although Xiang Tianxiao's cultivation level was low, his strength was not weak at all. That kind of attack was also extremely unconventional. It seemed that no one who cultivated in the Bodhi ancient tree was weak. You'll become an idiot after being hit by my forget laughter technique. Laughing Heaven's Palm. After laughing, Xiang Tianxiao's expression was extremely ferocious. The spiritual energy in his body surged and turned into a palm that slammed toward Lin Ling bang. The palm was extremely powerful. Lin Ling seemed to have been hit by the soul power attack and could not defend at all. Therefore, the palm hit him directly. However, no one knew that Lin Ling's soul power was even more terrifying than Xiang Tianxiao's. He was not affected at all. Lin Ling lost. Many people shook their heads when they saw the scene. On the side of the Great Flame Ancient Clan, everyone's eyes were red. Xiang Tianxiao was despicable. First, he used his family to provoke Lin Ling. Then, he used his mysterious laughter when Lin Ling was careless. Finally, when Lin Ling was caught off guard, Xiang Tianxiao launched his strongest attack. Xiang Tianxiao had a plan for this battle. Ha ha ha, I won the first battle. On the martial arena, Xiang Tianxiao finally roared with laughter. His short and thin figure didn't cause others to admire him at all, and it caused others to despise him instead. Unfortunately, Xiang Tianxiao didn't care at all and continued to roar with laughter and excitement. In the world of martial arts, the winner was the king and the loser was the bandit. Victory represented everything. Did you win? However, at this moment, a cold voice rang out, causing Xiang Tianxiao's laughter to change. He was still laughing, but his eyes were wide open as he stared at Lin Ling. Not far from him, the young man was still standing proudly. His long robe fluttered in the wind, and wisps of smoke flowed out of his body, giving people a strange and mysterious feeling. Impossible. You were hit by my laughing sky palm. How can you still be standing? My laughing sky palm is a 7th grade martial art of the royal level, and I have cultivated it to the highest level. Xiang Tianxiao was still laughing, but he shook his head in fear. How could Lin Ling be fine? You have many tricks up your sleeve, and you have a plan for this battle. However, you forgot one thing. No matter what you do, you can't hurt your opponent. Everything is just empty talk. Lin Ling took a step forward and threw out a punch. Previously, he could have avoided the attack because Xiang Tianxiao's soul power couldn't affect him at all. However, he didn't dodge because it was unnecessary.
Bang!
The punch sent Xiang Tianxiao flying like a meteor. He smashed into the ground and spat out blood. Using brute force to subdue intelligence. No matter how insidious your tricks are, you can't beat your opponent. Everything is just a joke. The crowd's eyes narrowed. This meant that Xiang Tianxiao's attack couldn't hurt Lin Ling at all. Laughing sky palm of 3 sages. On the ground, Xiang Tianxiao roared. He slapped the ground with his right hand and jumped up. Then, he pounced on Lin Ling. Was everything he had done in vain? He couldn't believe it. Bang, bang, bang. Deafening sounds rang out as 3 terrifying palms landed on Lin Ling's body. Many of the peak-level Royal Spirit Realm geniuses narrowed their eyes. Even they didn't dare to take those 3 palms head-on. After all, a 7th grade martial art of the Royal Spirit Realm wasn't just for show. Spiritual chi exploded and formed smoke. However, as the smoke drifted away, Lin Ling was still standing on the stage. He didn't even move his feet. He had awakened 20,000 small worlds, and his physical body was extremely strong. His defense was terrifying. Why would he be afraid of Xiang Tianxiao's attack? After all, Xiang Tianxiao was only at the late stage of the Royal Spirit Realm.
Laugh.
Why aren't you laughing? Lin Ling said coldly. In front of him, Xiang Tianxiao's eyes were wide open. He still had a smile on his face, but he couldn't laugh anymore. Lin Ling stood there and let him hit him. He couldn't even hurt him.
Whoosh.
Lin Ling stretched out one hand and grabbed Xiang Tianxiao's neck. Then he slapped him. With a slap, all of Xiang Tianxiao's teeth flew out. This person was too ugly. Lin Ling felt very uncomfortable looking at him. Laugh. Why aren't you laughing? If you don't laugh, I'll beat you until you laugh. Slap, slap, slap. Countless people looked at the stage. Lin Ling grabbed the short Xiang Tianxiao and kept slapping him. It was as if he was a noble in the palace, slapping a servant. Lin Ling, beat him until he can never laugh. The people of the Great Flame Ancient Clan cheered. Xiang Tianxiao was too despicable. They didn't offend him, but he used them to provoke Lin Ling in order to win. This kind of person was too disgusting. Laugh, you have to laugh for me. A domineering voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. Was he toying with Lin Ling? Was he laughing arrogantly around Lin Ling? Today, Lin Ling wanted to see how he would laugh.
Slap, 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 slap.
The crowd's hearts trembled violently. Xiang Tianxiao, one of the 20 supreme talents who had been nourished by the Bodhi liquid, was now being slapped by Lin Ling. Ha! Finally, Xiang Tianxiao let out a terrifying laugh. It was a laugh directed at Lin Ling. It was a laugh directed at Lin Ling. It was a laugh directed at Lin Ling's regret. He should not have used such a method to challenge Lin Ling's bottom line. I admit defeat. Xiang Tianxiao begged for mercy. However, his voice was very soft. No one could hear him except for Lin Ling. It's too late. I don't care what method you use to fight me. I will accept it head-on. However, you can't use my reverse scale to challenge me. This is my bottom line. If you lose, you don't have to die. However, if you challenge my bottom line, you'll die if you lose. Lin Ling grabbed Xiang Tianxiao's neck and said coldly. Xiang Tianxiao's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling wanted to kill him.
No.
He let out an unwilling roar. At this moment, he was even more regretful. In fact, he had investigated the backgrounds and origins of the 20 supreme talents and knew their weaknesses. Therefore, he knew Lin Ling's weakness very well. Therefore, after challenging Lin Ling, he used Lin Ling's relatives to provoke Lin Ling. However, he didn't know that the consequences of provoking Lin Ling were terrible. That was death. Chapter 873. Another battle?
Die.
Lin Ling gathered 10 million points of strength in his right hand as he grabbed Xiang Tianxiao's neck and slammed him into the ground.
Boom.
A deafening explosion rang out as cracks appeared on the crystalline martial stage. It was extremely dazzling. Amazing! Many people's eyes widened. What kind of power was that? Even the martial stage cracked with a single smash.
Pa.
Lin Ling slowly turned around and left the martial arts platform. On the martial arts platform, the cracks formed a huge, gorgeous flower. In the center was Xiang Tianxiao, who had been smashed to death. Then, the cracks slowly disappeared. This was the advantage of the glazed martial arts platform. It could be repaired when it was damaged. The crowd looked at the cracked flowers, from blooming to disappearing. They felt even more complicated. Out of the 20 Sky Prides, 2 had died in 2 battles. The remaining Sky Prides looked at Lin Ling indifferently. The previous battle had let them know that Lin Ling's defense was extremely terrifying. He could withstand a 7th-grade emperor-ranked martial art. Of course, Xiang Tianxiao was at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. So, if they were to use a 7th-grade emperor-ranked martial art, Lin Ling would not dare to take it head-on. Lin Ling, are you all right? Hong asked worriedly after Lin Ling returned. I'm fine. Lin Ling smiled brightly, as if the merciless killing god from before was not him. However, Hong was relieved when she saw Lin Ling smile. She was afraid that Lin Ling would be injured after receiving Xiang Tianxiao's attack. That would be disadvantageous for the upcoming competition. So far, no one has admitted defeat and been eliminated. The losers are all dead. There are still 18 Sky Prides left. I wonder who will make it to the end. The crowd quickly regained their composure and looked up at the sky again. Rumble. The third lucky person appeared in the sky. It was Han Sanyun. Among the remaining Sky Prides, a young man who was sitting cross-legged like a stone statue opened his eyes. A murderous aura flowed out from him as a smile appeared on his face. He did not expect to be so lucky as to draw a lot. Originally, I wanted to let others draw lots to see which short-lived guy would dare to challenge me. But now, it's my turn to choose my opponent. The young man stood up, and the bones in his body crackled. This person's life was rather strange. His legs were thin, but his upper body was extremely tall and sturdy. His arms were thicker than his legs, and they were filled with a sense of majestic power. His innate king body was also incomparably mysterious. In his hand was a large saber that was as tall as a person. It was his weapon. This saber was like a machete, shining with a cold light. The back of the saber was as thick as an adult's fist. It was obviously very heavy. It should be a weapon that was not weak. The remaining Sky Prides were waiting coldly. They wanted to see if Han Sanyun dared to challenge them. The crowd was also looking forward to seeing who Han Sanyun would challenge. Moreover, judging from Han Sanyun's confident tone, he would most likely challenge even more powerful Sky Prides. There's a huge loophole in the elimination round. Those who have fought before will have to fight again, at any time. There's no chance for them to recover. However, I like this loophole very much. Hun Sanyun's cold voice rang out, causing the crowd's heart to tremble. Hun Sanyun did not challenge a very powerful opponent. It seemed like he wanted to challenge those who had fought before. In this way, it would be easier for him to win. Previously, only 2 people had fought. One was the second dream, and the other was Lin Ling. The answer was obvious. Hun Sanyun challenged Lin Ling. It's so unfair. Lin Ling has just fought, and now it's his turn. Many people from the Fire Ancient clan shouted. This was too unfair. Did they all think that Lin Ling was a soft persimmon? On the other hand, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Consecutive battles. He was a little surprised by this result. However, after thinking about it carefully, this was normal. After all, Hun Sanyun was a Sky Pride. Although he said that he was not afraid of any opponent, he still wanted to win. Therefore, he wanted to eliminate the weak. But he was the weakest? After his previous battle, it would be easier for him to win if he fought again? You can die now. Lin Ling did not say much. He stepped on the crystal platform again and waved his hand at Hun Sanyun. Get up here. There was no need for formalities or nonsense. He directly asked Hun Sanyun to get up here. After all, Hun Sanyun did not want to let him rest and wanted to take advantage of him. Lin Ling did not want to give him any face. Haha, you're in a hurry to die. Hun Sanyun was stunned for a moment and could not help but laugh. However, his laughter was very cold. He took a step and shot towards the platform like a cannonball. Then he landed heavily on the ground. Lin Ling, you are so pitiful. Everyone is broken through, but you seem to be the third one who is not. In addition to the previous battle, I am afraid that you can only use 70% of your strength now. You might be injured. No wonder Hun Sanyun challenged Lin Ling. He has a good plan. The crowd started to discuss. If Lin Ling was indeed injured, it would be even harder for him to win. Whether I am injured or not, we will know in this battle. Lin Ling placed his hands behind his back. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were cold. Actually, there's another reason why I'm challenging you. I like your sword. So, if I kill you, your sword will belong to me. After all, my mountain chopping blade is only a high-level weapon, while yours seems to be a spiritual weapon. It would be a waste for such a good weapon to fall into your hands. Hun Sanyun stepped on the platform and a dull sound rang out. The king body behind him shone brightly. It turned out to be a giant red bear. This bear seemed to have the ability to reach the heavens. It beat its chest and roared. The king body of the beast increased strength. It was not pure physical strength, but a combination of spiritual qi and strength. It was different from the martial Tao of the Water Moon Holy Land. Where is your sword? If you don't use it now, you will not have a chance. Hun Sanyun held the blade in his hand, and his aura became even stronger. The aura of the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm and the saber intent made him look like the Saber King of Bears. However, his attainments in the saber intent were not high. What he was good at was his attacks. The sword must be used when it is needed. Lin Ling shook his head and stretched out his right hand. He slowly stretched out his fingers and looked at Hun Sanyun coldly. Let me give you a piece of advice. You better use your full strength or you will not have a chance. How arrogant. The crowd's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling had made Hun Sanyun use his full strength before he even made a move. Lin Ling was indeed more arrogant than he was in the previous competition. You are only at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Do you think you are qualified to make me use my full strength? Hun Sanyun's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He took a big step forward, held the machete with both hands, and slashed at Lin Ling as if it was going to split the heavens and earth. Pa pa pa. The saber slashed through the air and a huge saber appeared. It was dazzling and terrifying. It was a very sharp saber with great strength. Moreover, it was not a saber attack formed by the saber intent. It was a pure power. Lin Ling is good at physical strength, and so is Hun Sanyun. However, Hun Sanyun does not use his physical strength. He uses his king body. Not many people can withstand that attack. Chapter 874. A one-hit kill. They were not the only ones looking forward to it. Even the 7 major martial halls prefecture lords and the 4 desolate races were looking forward to it. Among them, Auntie Mo frowned slightly. She knew that Lin Ling's body was very strong, but according to her estimates, Lin Ling's body should not be able to withstand that saber strike. Unless Lin Ling's body had increased in strength again while he was on the Bodhi ancient tree. Astral winds blew, causing Lin Ling's clothes to flutter. He still had one hand behind his back, and his right hand stretched out. His open palm moved slightly, and 20,000 small worlds jumped up at this moment, filled with endless fighting spirit. Lin Ling has gone mad. Many people saw that Lin Ling was still standing on the stage, motionless. If this wasn't madness, what was it? What is he doing? Even the 7 major martial halls prefecture lords could not see through Lin Ling's actions. Was Lin Ling still not going to attack? Linger. Patriarch Extreme Flame's eyes were filled with worry. Although he believed in his grandson, was his grandson planning on not doing anything against a strike at the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm?
Pa.
At this moment, just as the gigantic saber was about to reach them, a crisp sound finally rang out. Countless people saw that Lin Ling's right hand had finally clenched into a fist. An invincible fighting spirit surged out as his right foot stomped on the stage, causing layers of cracks to appear. Following that, he punched at the saber that was slashing down from the sky. He's using his fist to resist. The crowd finally understood Lin Ling's intentions. His motionlessness was not because he was unable to retaliate, but because he was crazily using his fist to block the punch. What? The second dream and the others were sitting cross-legged, quietly waiting for the competition to begin. However, at this moment, they all stood up. Lin Ling was so arrogant. Under countless gazes, that simple punch seemed to shatter the heavens. It was accompanied by a cold voice. Fiery annihilation. Fiery annihilation. Fiery annihilation. Legend had it that when the fiery fist was unleashed, it could destroy cities and burn the heavens. However, the current fiery annihilation did not have flames, only fists.
Boom.
A deafening sound rang out. In the air, the fist and the huge machete collided. It was like a peerless battle in the void, a clash of pure violence. Pung pung pung. That massive machete carried with it a boundless and merciless strength, but when it came into contact with the fist, it instantly cracked and exploded, turning into countless sparkling fragments. His fists still went straight for the root of the problem. After breaking the saber, it was time to break the 3 clouds. Behind the saber, Han Sanyun's eyes widened. There was no heaven and earth in his vision, only a fist, the fist of a god king that looked down on the world. This fist contained a power beyond his imagination. Earlier, it had destroyed his weapon, but now, it was here to kill him. His mind was buzzing. He had never seen anyone with such terrifying fists and such powerful physical strength. It seemed that he was invincible just by relying on his physical strength. How could he know that when Lin Ling's strength reached 10 million, he was invincible within the same boundary and could even kill a martial artist 1 step higher? But now, with his strength at 20 million, how could he underestimate that fist?
No.
Retreat. Han Sanyun quickly retreated, but it was too late. He could only watch as the fist hit his abdomen. In fact, he could block this fist, but he had underestimated Lin Ling, so he did not use his full strength. Now, it was too late to block it. Everything was as Lin Ling had said. You'd better use your full strength, or you won't have a chance. Han Sanyun understood what this meant. Because he did not use his full strength, he had no chance. That fist was a sure kill. Am I going to die here?
Die.
In this short moment, this was the only voice in Han Sanyun's mind. He thought that Lin Ling's cultivation was the weakest, and with the previous battle, it should be easy to defeat Lin Ling. However, he did not know that it would be difficult to defeat Lin Ling. In fact, it was not difficult, but he did not have a chance. He had wasted a lot and chosen the wrong opponent.
Boom.
Under countless gazes, Han Sanyun was blown to pieces by the fist. It was a shocking scene. Then, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling slowly walked down the fighting ring. Lin Ling wins. Results. The announcement of the results rang out at the same time, causing the remaining geniuses to narrow their eyes. Lin Ling had killed 2 geniuses. First place was Xiang Tianxiao, who was at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. His cultivation level wasn't that high, but second place was Hun Sanyan, who was at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm. However, Lin Ling was even more decisive. He killed Hun Sanyan with a single punch. It was as if he was warning them that if they wanted to take advantage of him, Lin Ling, after the battle, then they would have to wait to be killed with a single punch. Is he really at the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm? Yes. The geniuses who were watching the battle murmured to themselves. Hun Sanyan's strength was obvious to all. In this realm, he had killed 80% of the geniuses with his king physique. Lin Ling was only at the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, but he had killed his opponent with a single punch. What kind of punch was that? What level had Lin Ling's physical body reached? This kid seems to have used the Bodhi liquid's effect on his physical body. The eyes of some powerful cultivators flashed. According to Lin Ling's previous battles, Lin Ling's physical body was strong, but he definitely wouldn't be able to block Hun Sanyan's palm. But now he had blocked it. This meant that Lin Ling's physical body had improved again. For a moment, everyone had different thoughts. The geniuses who hadn't fought yet didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. At least if they drew a lot, they wouldn't dare to casually challenge Lin Ling. Sure enough, Nangong Xiong was the next to draw a lot. He looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged with a confident smile on his face. It was as if he was saying, "Come and try me if you dare. I challenge Wu Shuangning." Yes. Nangong Xiong finally chose his opponent. The crowd sighed. Lin Ling's punch had indeed made many people afraid to challenge him. Bastard. On the side of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, Lord Long gritted his teeth. Long Aoxiong was also the same. Could it be that they could only watch Lin Ling rise step by step and gradually surpass them? Nangong Xiong and Wu Shuangning's battle lasted for half an hour. Both of them had king body talents, but both of them had cultivated their martial intent to 90%. It was shocking. In the end, Nangong Xiong won. Li Luoluo, another prodigy, drew a lot. It was a young lady who seemed to be keeping a low profile. When she walked out, her determination was firm. Tang Tianshu. The crowd was surprised. Li Luoluo seemed to want to challenge the second strongest genius, Tang Tianshu. I knew it. Tang Tianshu was not surprised as he walked out elegantly. His brilliance made the hearts of many of the young girls flutter. Li Luoluo, the descendant of a famous Fian sect. On that day, the Fian sect was completely eradicated. The leader was Tang Tianshu of the Great Tang Empire. It seems like Li Luoluo is the last descendant of the Fian sect. She must be here for revenge. Some people could see that Li Luoluo had a king body talent. It was a mysterious swallow type, so they guessed her origin. Graceful swallow flight. On the martial stage, the battle began. Li Luoluo was able to reach the last round. Her strength was also extremely terrifying. Her martial intent had reached 90%. With each step, thousands of swallows danced around the martial stage. It was as if the swallows were returning to their nest after the rain. Each swallow would take away a portion of the opponent's spirit chi until the opponent's spirit chi was exhausted. Chapter 875. True Intent of Rupture, Heaven and Earth Emperor Cauldron. Unfortunately, Li Luoluo's opponent was Tang Tianshu. His hands were behind his back as monarch elixir fire gushed out, making him look like a golden volcano. The fire hovered in the sky, forming a giant cauldron. He's an alchemist, but he's treating his opponent like an elixir. Although Li Luoluo's graceful swallow is powerful, if she falls into the cauldron, she won't be able to escape. The principal of the martial arts palace looked at the stage and said, Tang Tianshu's innate king body was very strong and was of the 9th grade, which surpassed Li Luoluo's. Although Li Luoluo had 90% martial intent, Her innate king body was weaker, and her advantage was weaker.
Pooh.
After being refined by the flames, Li Luoluo finally spat out blood and lost. On the day of the competition, I won't kill women. Admit defeat yourself. Tang Tianshu said indifferently, which made Li Luoluo grit her teeth. Because it was a competition, he wanted to leave a good impression, so he didn't kill her? Tang Tianshu, you're heartless. One day, you'll kick an iron plate. Li Luoluo shouted unwillingly. She was the next genius to be eliminated. Tang Tianshu is so strong. He's the only one who didn't break through, but I don't know why, but I feel like he's hiding something. The crowd's hearts trembled. Tang Tianshu won too easily. Lin Ling's lips curled up slightly. His soul force was very sharp, and he immediately sensed that Tang Tianshu had broken through, but was hiding it. Obviously, Tang Tianshu wanted to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. However, he'd better not meet Lin Ling, or else Tang Tianshu wouldn't be surprised. Lin Ling and Tang Tianshu's feud would end in the semi-finals.
Next round, Zhong Lingshan.
Another genius who was lucky enough to draw a lot. He was already very strong before going to the Bodhi ancient tree, but now he's even stronger. The crowd looked at Zhong Lingshan, their eyes twinkling. Another domineering genius. Haha, luck treats me well. Zhong Lingshan walked out step by step, looking at the remaining geniuses. Including himself, there were only 15 geniuses left, which meant that there were 5 more geniuses who would be eliminated.
Who could it be?
Many people also noticed this, and their hearts were surging. Lin Ling. Zhong Lingshan suddenly chuckled, causing the faces of the crowd to stiffen. During the speed test, Zhong Lingshan had tricked Lin Ling. He knew that Lin Ling would seek revenge on him, so he decided to end the grudge ahead of time. However, in the next moment, Zhong Lingshan's voice sounded out. Haha, I'm just playing around. Seeing that you're so scared that you don't dare to speak, don't worry, you're too weak. Sooner or later, you won't be able to go far. I don't care to eliminate you. Song Yang, get out here. It turned out that everything before was just a joke. He wanted to make Lin Ling nervous and afraid, but Zhong Lingshan's real opponent was Song Yang.
Idiot.
Lin Ling smiled coldly. Playing with him? He couldn't wait to immediately take Zhong Lingshan's life. Unfortunately, he was unlucky and didn't draw the lot. Song Yang, the Sky Pride, ranked first in the defensive assessment. At this moment, the crowd was looking at a tall and sturdy young man. The young man was sitting cross-legged and looked as calm as a bell. After hearing the voice, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. After the battle in the Purgatory battlefield, the grudge between you and me has ended. Let's decide who will win and who will lose. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, he strangely appeared on the martial platform. At the same time, Zhong Lingshan also appeared. The wind blew past the martial platform, and the aura on the martial platform was tyrannical. Both of them were extremely powerful sky prides. Their cultivation bases were both at the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm, and their talents were similar. However, it was unknown who was stronger in terms of martial intent. The earth has the rules of the earth, and the sky has the momentum of the sky. The god-breaking halberd, break the laws, form the momentum. Rumble. On the martial platform, Zhong Lingshan's hand stretched out in the air, and a pitch-black and dazzling halberd appeared, making him look like a god descending to the mortal world. 5 mountain high, bell shakes heaven and earth. Song Yang's powerful king body was also displayed. It was a simple and mysterious ancient bell. Fight! The flames of war between the two surged. They approached from afar and clashed in the center of the martial platform.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
An incomparably terrifying aura erupted, causing many people to suck in a breath of cold air. This intense battle was simply the strongest battle in the Emperor's spirit realm. Void-shattering spear. Buzz. 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 Zhong Lingshan's halberd, transformed into a spear, was extremely terrifying. When the spear struck out, circles of ripples appeared in the air, and its speed was so fast that it could break through the void. Get back. Song Yang's hands moved rapidly, and as if he was pushing the sea, he struck out with his palm. Water Demon Dragon, Boundless Sea. Crackle. The two great martial intents crazily clashed, and the degree of ferocity reached 90%. It was extremely ferocious. Is this all you've got? Zhong Lingshan's spear failed, and his body swam around the martial platform like a dragon. The halberd in his hand swept out as if it was sweeping away an army of 1,000. A huge waterfall slashed out like a crescent moon in the sky. If there were 100 Emperor Spirit Realm martial artists present, this move would be able to kill them all. This was the halberd of 1,000 people. Void-shattering strike. The most terrifying thing was that this attack carried the charm of heaven and earth. It seemed far, but it also seemed close, making it impossible to guard against. Fire Divine Dragon, Heaven-Piercing Flames. Song Yang's long hair fluttered, and he was as calm as a bell. He specialized in defense, but defense could also kill enemies. It was extremely powerful. Thick Earth Dragon, no evil can invade. Wood Evil Dragon, Time-Withering Glory. Arrogant voices rang out continuously in the square, making everyone's blood boil. Song Yang's innate king physique was the 5 elements psychic bell. He specialized in all 5 elements. Fire Dragon Soaring Sky, Earth Dragon 100 Evils, Wood Dragon Withering Glory, 3 Dragons Cauldron.
Bang, bang, bang.
Even more terrifying explosions rang out on the martial platform, and it seemed like the martial platform was about to explode. A large number of Sky Prides swallowed their saliva. The Bodhi Ancient Trees group, these former junior brothers, were all above them now. This made them feel very uncomfortable. All of them have 90% martial intents. Amazing! I wonder what kind of martial intents they have. Among the Sky Prides, Hong Er looked at the martial platform with a serious expression. Indeed, there was no strongest, only stronger. Song Yang's innate king physique is the 5 elements intent. It leans towards earth and metal, so it specializes in defense. As for Zhong Lingshan, he specializes in the rend intent. His attacks can rend the void and reduce the opponent's attack and defense by 30%. Lin Ling said indifferently. Hong Er's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling's martial arts foundation was so strong. She was shocked and said, "Between them, who will win?" 1 attack, 1 defense. According to the norm, it should be the defense that wins. Unfortunately, Zhong Lingshan's martial intents are too strange. It seems like he didn't attack Song Yang, but in fact, the martial intents are constantly transmitted to Song Yang's body through the rend. Although Song Yang's defense is strong, his innate king physique's defense is strong. His physical body is ordinary. Lin Ling evaluated. Really? Hong Er didn't believe it. After all, Song Yang's innate king physique was very special. When the 5 elements divine dragon appeared, the ancient bell wouldn't be defeated. PFFF. The battle on the martial platform lasted for 2 hours. It was a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. Finally, Song Yang vomited blood and admitted defeat. The crowd was in an uproar. This battle was the most intense battle since the start of the tournament. It was only at the last moment that the victor was decided. I admit defeat. Song Yang's face was pale. It was obvious that he was injured by Zhong Lingshan's martial intents.
Die.
Chapter 876. A new round. Even if he admits defeat, he will still be killed? Many people widened their eyes. Zhong Lingshan was ruthless. Obviously, he wanted to use the competition to take Song Yang's life and not leave any future troubles. The sky was silent for a long time, as if they thought that Song Yang had admitted defeat, but Zhong Lingshan still killed him. This move was too despicable. But in the end, they remained silent. Song Yang didn't leave the martial stage. If he left the martial stage and Zhong Lingshan still killed him, it would be considered as revenge. If he was killed on the martial stage, Zhong Lingshan could say that he didn't hear Song Yang admit defeat. Zhong Lingshan wins. The result was finally announced. Zhong Lingshan slowly walked down and licked his lips. His eyes were full of ridicule as he looked at Lin Ling. In this semi-final, he had 3 enemies. The first was Song Yang, who was stronger, so he killed him first. The second was Nangong Xiong, who also had a deep hatred. The third was Lin Ling. In fact, he didn't have much hatred for this person, but he had harmed Lin Ling before. He knew that Lin Ling would take revenge, so in order to prevent future troubles, he would kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling also knew this, and the corner of his mouth curled up. Lin Ling, do you have a way to break his true intent of rupture? Hong was a little worried. Zhong Lingshan was a ruthless person. Sooner or later, he would have to face Lin Ling. No. Lin Ling shook his head, and Hong Er's beautiful eyes narrowed. She was even more worried. But soon, she heard Lin Ling's smiling voice. Just kill him directly. His laughter was very light, as if he was talking to a friend, but his words were very cold. There were 4 more rounds, and the lots were drawn one by one. However, they were all challenging some of the weaker geniuses. No one dared to challenge Zhong Lingshan and Yu Fanren. Lin Ling was also considered by the geniuses. But perhaps because Lin Ling had killed 2 geniuses in a row, it left a shadow in their hearts. So, in the end, they didn't challenge Lin Ling. Until the last round, Hong was the one who drew the lot. She did not hesitate and chose Hui of the Great Serpent Mansion as her opponent. This was what she had promised Lin Ling before. Lin Ling, you have many opponents. Hui, I'll help you take care of him. Hong stood up, her words causing many people's eyes to sparkle. This Lin Ling was truly enviable. After the red-clothed woman drew the lot, she didn't choose a weaker opponent, but instead helped Lin Ling eliminate his enemies. No need. You can choose a weaker one. Lin Ling's heart was filled with gratitude, but he stopped her. Look at how many of them are weak. Senior apprentice Sister Hong smiled, causing Lin Ling to be stunned. That's right, the remaining geniuses were getting stronger and stronger, and the weak ones had all been eliminated. I'll say this first. If I win, you have to teach me how to refine pills. I'm very curious about your cauldron-less refining method. Also, you have to agree to go on a date with me. Hong stretched out her jade-like hand and pointed at Lin Ling's nose, causing the corners of Lin Ling's eyes to twitch. He was extremely speechless. This fellow. As for Hui, his expression was ugly. Hong seemed to like Lin Ling. For Lin Ling, she had challenged him. Hui, kill that woman. Far away, the people from the Great Serpent Mansion had cold expressions. Among them, Hui Yuan roared with monstrous killing intent. Naturally, Hui stood up, as cold as a snake. As for Hong she leaped towards the square. Her red robes were like fire, making her look extremely valiant. The 2 of them looked at each other on the stage. Without saying a word, they each attacked. Serpent Shadow Cup. Hui's king body was extremely strange. After it erupted, a green giant snake appeared. It hovered behind him, its strange eyes staring at Hong The Great Serpent Mansion has a 1,000-year-old bloodline. It is said that this bloodline did not originate from the rainforest sacred land, but from another domain. From the way he attacks, it is indeed different from the rainforest sacred land. An old man from the 4 desolate races said, "Are you the only one with a king body?" Double-headed Wyrm Phoenix. However, Hong did not speak out. Her king body also erupted. It was an extremely mysterious beast form, a Wyrm and a phoenix. The Wyrm was fire, while the phoenix was law. Hong Seeing the king body illusion in the square with surging spiritual energy, Long Donlong's pupils constricted. His disciples seemed to have awakened the king body talent. The Bodhi liquid was truly powerful. Lin Ling's pupils also constricted. Hong king body talent was even higher than his vermilion bird flames. It had reached the 10th grade. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. The Bodhi elixir had allowed one to be reborn. Every prodigy had become stronger, while his talent had become the weakest. This also meant that his bloodline couldn't compare to the prodigies from the rainforest Holy Land. Of course, back in the Water Moon Sacred Land, his martial uncle had mentioned that he had a king body talent, the eyes. That was an even more terrifying existence. What was this king body talent? Why could he not control it at all? Was it because his strength was too low? If that was the case, it was probably an existence that surpassed the king body talent. Rumble. At the same time, the battle on the martial stage was extremely intense. One flame, one meow, no regrets in the world. Hong-er became braver as she fought. The WYRM was the flame, the phoenix was the meow, and the phoenix was the most terrifying. It was good at music. After the soundwave attack, Hui's king body talent paled in comparison. Hui is going to lose. Some powerful warriors could see the situation.
Die.
Sure enough, Hong-er's cold voice came from the martial stage not long after. The double-headed WYRM Phoenix killed Hui, causing the people from the Great Serpent Mansion to roar. Lin Ling had allowed his senior sister to kill their bloodline. Hong-er walked down from the martial stage. Her face was extremely pale, as if she had exceeded her limit. Lin Ling quickly went to support her, allowing her to sit cross-legged to recover. Although Hong-er had killed Hui, she had clearly paid a price. It would be difficult for her to fight again in a short period of time.
There are only 10 people left.
The final battle is getting closer and closer. I wonder who will make it to the end. The crowd looked at the remaining 10 geniuses. After the previous elimination, 10 of the 20 top geniuses had been eliminated. The ones left were the elites at the peak of the Emperor's Spirit Realm. Some of the warriors at the peak of the Emperor's Spirit Realm looked at the remaining 10 and sighed. These people were all very young, the youngest, not even 20 years old. However, they had already walked the path that would take them a lifetime to complete. Now they were all above their heads. This made them sigh with emotion. Geniuses were indeed not measured by common sense. The second dream is still mysterious. Young Master Tang also saved his trump card for the end. Yu Fan is still as low-key as before. No one can see through him. Zhong Lingshan's strength has increased greatly. Lin Ling seems to be the weakest, but he still hasn't been eliminated. These people are all crouching tigers and hidden dragons. I'm looking forward to the final battle between the second dream and young Master Tang. The others, like Duan Wuji from the Justice Duan family, are also very strong. Anyway, the final battle is getting more and more exciting. Many people were excited, staring at the 10 people sitting cross-legged. Chapter 877. Drawing lots. Lin Ling hasn't shown much of his strength yet. Maybe he can go further. The Sword Elder, the Fire Ancient Clan, and the others were excited. Lin Ling had shown his physical strength and hadn't used his sword yet. They were looking forward to it. The rules for the last 10 people have changed. No one has to fight 2 rounds. If they lose both rounds, they will be eliminated. The ancient voice sounded in the sky.
The rules had changed.
It was still a drawing of lots, but each person had to fight 2 rounds. If they lost, they would be eliminated. Obviously, the remaining people were elites, so they were given 2 chances. Rumble. Soon, clouds began to appear in the sky, forming 2 big words, Hong-er. Hong-er had drawn the first lot. She was very lucky. At least she was the one who chose her opponent. It wasn't her opponent who challenged her.
Me?
Hong-er's eyes narrowed. She was very surprised. She had drawn the lot twice. Her luck was too good. Her luck isn't very good. She won against Hui by luck. Her energy and spiritual qi haven't recovered. If she fights again, she will definitely lose. Many people looked at Hong-er and said, she was very lucky to have drawn the first lot. However, if her strength hadn't recovered, the first lot would be wasted. At this moment, Hong-er's eyebrows were tightly knitted. Indeed, her situation was as everyone had guessed. Her strength hadn't recovered, so it would be difficult for her to win no matter who she challenged. Moreover, the remaining opponents were each stronger than the last. There was only one choice left for her. Give up. Challenge me. However, at this moment, a soft voice sounded in Hong Er's ears. Hong Er was stunned. The person who spoke was Lin Ling. Challenge me. I'll let you win. Then you can go further and have a chance to rest. Lin Ling looked at Hong Er and smiled. Hong Er's mouth was wide open, but she couldn't say anything. Did she want to challenge Lin Ling? Lin Ling is crazy. Many people heard Lin Ling's decision and thought that Lin Ling was crazy. After all, Lin Ling was wasting his chance. It's okay. I just need to lose one round. I won't lose the second round, Lin Ling said resolutely, ignoring the thoughts of the people around him. I will. Hong Er hesitated. In the end, when she saw Lin Ling's resolute gaze, she nodded her head. The two of them stepped onto the martial stage, and Lin Ling admitted defeat very quickly. This made many people shake their heads and sigh. Lin Ling had given up one chance, and if someone challenged him in the future, he would be eliminated if he lost again. Hong Er wins, Lin Ling loses. The announcement of the results spread out, causing some of the people who had grudges against Lin Ling to sneer. Lin Ling had spun a cocoon around himself. He was too confident. The second round arrived very quickly, and it was Nangong Xiong who drew the lot. His gaze swept across the side of the martial arts platform, and in the end, he chose Zhong Lingshan. I knew it was me. Looks like your confidence has swelled after defeating Wu Shuangning. Zhong Lingshan leaped onto the martial stage, and a halberd appeared in his hand. He sneered at Nangong Xiong, and Nangong Xiong's body was also filled with killing intent. He had to kill Zhong Lingshan in the past. You killed my junior brother. Today, you didn't expect this result, right? Result? What result? Is this the result of your death? Zhong Lingshan fiendishly grinned. The god-breaking halberd turned into a beam of light as it slashed out. The true meaning of rending appeared, space-rending strike. The void shook and split open, transmitting the message to Nangong Xiong. Lingshan, kill him. On the edge of the square, an old man coldly said. This person was Great Sun Elder. Zhong Lingshan was her disciple, and of all her disciples, he was the one she doted on the most. She had even obtained a spirit artifact, the god-breaking halberd, for Zhong Lingshan. As for Nangong Xiong, he was the disciple of 7 profound martial houses Elder Qing. She and Elder Qing had always been at odds, so she knew why Nangong Xiong had challenged Zhong Lingshan. Nangong Xiong, bring honor to your master. On the other side, Elder Qing also coldly said. Pung pung pung. On the martial stage, the crazy battle continued. Nangong Xiong's strength was extremely fierce, but after this battle, he discovered that Zhong Lingshan was fiercer than he was. The true meaning of rending was not 90%, but 100%. This meant that in the previous battle, Zhong Lingshan had been hiding a hidden card. This boy is really the strongest dark horse of the semifinals. The more he fights, the braver he becomes. Every time I think he has reached his limit, he will reveal another hidden card, making it impossible for others to see through him. The crowd was shocked. Zhong Lingshan had been strong from the start, but when others thought that he was only this strong, Zhong Lingshan had once again revealed an even more terrifying method. And now 100% true meaning of rending had appeared. The martial stage was so shocked that it cracked open. 100% true meaning of rending. This alone proved that Zhong Lingshan had stepped into the circle of the strongest peak emperor's spirit realm. On the edge of the martial stage, Yu Fanrin, Tang Tianshu, and the other peak-proud children of heaven had solemn expressions. Zhong Lingshan was truly worthy of being called the greatest dark horse. Admit defeat. Finally, Elder Qing's unwilling voice rang out. He had no choice but to have his disciple admit defeat. If this continued, then Nangong Xiong would die. But now that he had lost, Nangong Xiong still had a second chance. God-vanquishing strike. However, Nangong Xiong seemed to want to admit defeat, but Zhong Lingshan still attacked with a killing blow. He even used his strongest trump card to avoid future troubles. Zhong Lingshan, you dare, so... Elder Qing angrily shouted. Nangong Xiong was his proudest disciple. How could he allow him to die in this tournament? but he didn't dare? Zhong Lingshan had always cut the weeds and eliminated the roots. Why wouldn't he dare? You are courting death. Elder Qing couldn't help but stand up. His powerful aura erupted, wanting to stop Zhong Lingshan. After all, this boy was just too hateful. This is the semi-finals of the strongest tournament. Elder Qing, don't lose face for the 7 profound martial house. At this moment, Great Sun Elder's massive aura also erupted, blocking Elder Qing. On the martial stage, Nangong Xiong was obliterated by Zhong Lingshan. This caused Elder Qing's eyes to turn red. His disciple Nangong Xiong had already been reborn, and his future achievements were limitless. However, he had fallen in the semi-finals of the strongest tournament. The most hateful thing was Great Sun Elder. This insidious old woman had actually blocked him. Lingshan, well done. Great Sun Elder then sat down, smiling as she nodded. Zhong Lingshan was becoming more and more important to her. In time, Zhong Lingshan's name would shake the entire rainforest holy land, and her face would also rise. Thus, she planned to wait until the tournament ended before focusing on cultivating Zhong Lingshan. What a ruthless method! These proud children of heaven have all experienced the tempering of the Bodhi liquid. Their future is limitless, but because their opponent's potential is terrifying, they have the strength to obliterate their opponent so that they can avoid future troubles. The crowd looked at Zhong Lingshan, their hearts fiercely trembling. Then, they looked at Great Sun Elder. This old Xian was also ruthless. He had made Elder Qing watch as his disciple died in front of him. Unfortunately, Elder Qing was helpless. After all, this was the semi-finals of the strongest tournament. How could he overstep his authority to save someone? Haha, there's one less competitor. On the martial stage, Zhong Lingshan couldn't help but laugh in excitement. The more proud children of heaven died, the more fame and fortune he would obtain in the future. After all, no one could compete with him. Then, he proudly left the martial stage. His eyes swept over the remaining proud children of heaven, causing them to have dignified expressions. Zhong Lingshan was arrogant, but it was undeniable that his strength was terrifying. He had actually hidden 100% of the true meaning of Rend. And now, of the 10 strongest proud children of heaven, only 9 remained. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At the same time, the clouds in the sky billowed, and a new name appeared. This time, the sky was silent and the earth was silent for a long time. Chapter 878. Let you rest, Lin Ling. You're finally lucky for once. The crowd cheered. Lin Ling gave off a strange feeling. He was only at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, but he had somehow made it to the final round. And now he was going to fight. Lin Ling gave Hong a round before. He must fight this round, and he must win. Otherwise, he will be eliminated. Then some people realized. This meant that Lin Ling had no choice. He could only win and not lose. There were 9 remaining opponents, and none of them were weak. Who would Lin Ling choose? He can choose Hong Er. Yes, he must choose Hong Er. Some people guessed. Hong Er won 1 round, but she could still lose 1. If she gave Lin Ling 1 round, Lin Ling would be lucky enough to pass. Without a doubt, Lin Ling would definitely choose Hong Er. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling rubbed his nose. He was finally lucky. He had been waiting for this draw for a long time. Then, his gaze swept across the remaining people. Zhong Lingshan, you can die now. What? The crowd was shocked. At the same time, in the direction of the main city, millions of people were watching the battle. But at this moment, they were also in an uproar. Was Lin Ling stupid? He had the chance to challenge Hong Er. As long as Hong Er admitted defeat, he could safely pass this round. However, Lin Ling gave up this chance and challenged Zhong Lingshan instead. Zhong Lingshan's strength was obvious to all. He had comprehended the true meaning of rupture. How could Lin Ling fight him? Zhong Lingshan was also stunned. According to his guess, he had erupted with terrifying strength in the previous 2 battles. He had become an existence that could not be underestimated among the remaining Sky Prides. No one would dare to challenge him easily. However, Lin Ling had challenged him. He had really challenged him. Lin Ling, you're courting death. What, you don't dare? Lin Ling looked at Zhong Lingshan indifferently. Don't dare? Why wouldn't I dare? I can't wait to fight with you. If I win, I'll win both battles and pass the stage easily. Zhong Lingshan smiled and shook his head. In order to prove whether he dared or not, he jumped onto the stage faster than Lin Ling. Then, he waved his hand at Lin Ling and said, "Come on up. As a reward for challenging me, I won't let you lose within 3 moves. After all, it wasn't easy for you to come this far. You still have to shine before you die." Lin Ling nodded. He naturally knew that Zhong Lingshan wanted to kill him, but he also wanted to kill him.
Whoosh!
Lin Ling's body moved and landed on the martial platform, causing many people to be filled with anticipation. Lin Ling had fought 3 battles so far. The first 2 were shocking, his body was invincible, and he obliterated his opponents. The 3rd battle was given to Hong Er. Now, it was the 4th battle, but his opponent was not weak at all. Would Lin Ling be able to resist his opponent with his body alone?
Take a rest.
Just as his feet landed on the martial arts platform, Lin Ling said softly.
Ah!
Zhong Lingshan was stunned. Many people around were also stunned. Lin Ling asked Zhong Lingshan to take a rest.
What did he mean by that?
You have just finished a great battle, and your spiritual qi has not recovered, so I want you to take a rest. Lin Ling said lightly again. Crazy! Many people gasped. They finally understood what Lin Ling meant. Lin Ling asked Zhong Lingshan to take a rest first, so that Zhong Lingshan would not be able to exert his full strength. Where did Lin Ling's confidence come from? One should know that Lin Ling was in the last battle. If he lost, he would be eliminated. He did not seize the opportunity and instead let his opponent rest. This boy is so heroic that it is admirable. Some top experts could not help but nod. Not bad, interesting. Zhong Lingshan sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Lin Ling could not see clearly. If he wanted to recover, why didn't he recover? Time passed quietly. Not long after, Zhong Lingshan stood up again and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. In order to repay you for choosing me, you will die in the 4th move. Pop, pop, pop. The broken god halberd appeared in his hand. The halberd turned into a spear and pierced towards Lin Ling void-piercing spear. A spear with 90% rend true intent. Many people widened their eyes. They wanted to see how Lin Ling would block it. Would he still dare to use his fist to block it?
Swish!
Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword was finally revealed. It was majestic and domineering. He's finally using his sword. It's Lin Ling's first time using his sword, but can he block 90% of the true meaning of split? More people were looking forward to the battle. Even in the main city, millions of people were watching nervously. Lin Ling was the dark horse of the previous assessment, the most dazzling dark horse. But after the Bodhi Ancient Tree expedition, Zhong Lingshan had become the strongest dark horse of the semi-finals. His strength was clear for all to see. When these 2 dark horses collided, it was unknown who would be the darker one, the more dazzling one. Sword Overlord Soaring Sky. A soft voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. It was the sword move of the Overlord sword art.
Clang!
A deafening sound rang out. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling held his sword with both hands. Without releasing any spiritual qi, he used his sword to block the void-piercing spear. What? Many people's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling blocked 90% Ren true intent with a single sword move. One had to know that in the previous battle, no one dared to block the Ren true intent without relying on martial arts. You have some skills, but can you block my rend? Rend. Zhong Lingshan maintained the posture of his long spear thrusting forward. His eyes turned cold as the formless and colorless crack vibrated towards Lin Ling, causing the martial stage to crack. It's useless. Lin Ling's body shook like a fierce tiger. The vibrating Ren true intent was shattered by him. His body was as solid as diamond. Idiot, everyone knows that I used the Bodhi liquid to refine my body. Do your tricks work on me? After shattering the Ren true intent, Lin Ling said lightly. Zhong Lingshan's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling, what a strong defense. If you only have this much skill, I advise you to use your full strength. Otherwise, when I attack, you won't have any chance. Lin Ling smiled gently. His smile was so bright and so confident. It was still the same sentence. If you don't use your full strength, you won't have any chance. I realized that we seemed to have underestimated Lin Ling. Many people stared at the confident figure, and their hearts beat violently. They had evaluated the second dream, young Master Tang and Yu Fan, but they seemed to have forgotten to evaluate Lin Ling's strength. Your physical body is strong, but you are 2 realms away from me. No matter how strong your physical defense is, it can't make up for the gap between realms. Ren space. Zhong Lingshan's eyes stared at Lin Ling. His body emitted a strong aura. He knew that he had underestimated Lin Ling. Therefore, he had to erupt with a stronger strength.
Pop, pop, pop.
The halberd in his hand turned into a beautiful trajectory and slashed out in the air. With him as the center, the half-moon radiance slashed out in all directions, causing the void to explode. This was the even more powerful Ren's true intent. Earth-shattering sky. The terrifying Ren space slashed out, causing Lin Ling's eyes to flicker. This move was quite powerful. If he hadn't gone to the Bodhi ancient tree, he would have to use more trump cards to face it. But now, with the 20,000 small worlds in his body and the 10 million tyrannical song sword, it was enough to resist everything.
Clang, clang.
Under countless gazes, Lin Ling gave up holding the sword with his left hand. Instead, he held the sword with his right hand. The storm-like sword slashed out. There was still no spiritual energy attack. It was purely a defense of strength. This kid is blocking it with one hand. The crowd's eyes widened. Lin Ling's sword was like moving clouds and flowing water. It was too sharp. Bang. Chapter 879. Why wouldn't he dare? After he used his sword, his strength increased by a terrifying amount. Wow. Many people stared at Lin Ling, their expressions extremely wonderful. That man and sword finally bloomed with a dazzling light at this moment. Mad God Lin Ling had finally held his sword in the semi-finals. With just a sword, he had destroyed a 90% true martial intent. This was too dreamy, too ethereal. How could they know that there was no true martial intent in the Water Moon Holy Land, but the cultivators there were not weak at all? This meant that once one's physical body was strong enough, they could also resist true martial intent. I'm sorry, but I still broke your move with a difference of 2 realms. Now, what right do you have to be confident? A soft voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. It was still as proud and frivolous as before. Nangong Xiong and Song Yang couldn't take the move, but he, Lin Ling, could. Previously, Zhong Lingshan had said that Lin Ling was 2 realms weaker than him and couldn't make up for the gap between realms. But now Lin Ling had told him why he couldn't. At this moment, Zhong Lingshan's pupils were tightly focused. He had 3 enemies. One was Song Yang, one was Nangong Xiong, and the last one was Lin Ling. He thought that Lin Ling was the weakest, and that after killing the first 2, no one would dare to have any enmity with him. But who knew that the last enemy was the most terrifying? You said that you would let me release my last light before killing me. This sentence was actually left for you. You've already released the light of 2 moves. There's still 1 more. Hurry up. Once it's over, you can die forever.
Wow.
Lin Ling calmly held his sword and walked forward step by step. Zhong Lingshan wasn't a good person. Before, he had constantly killed his opponents, cutting the weeds and removing the roots. Since he liked to cut the weeds and remove the roots so much, then Lin Ling would cut the weeds and remove the roots. Impossible. You're only at the middle stage of the Emperor's Spirit Realm. How could you block 2 of my moves? I won't lose, I'll kill you. Zhong Lingshan's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. In truth, after 2 moves, he had already realized how terrifying Lin Ling was. It was as if there was no limit, and he couldn't see through him at all. He even thought that Lin Ling was also at the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm. God-slaying strike. A thunderous voice came out of Zhong Lingshan's mouth. He could not lose, so he finally used his strongest trump card. He used his strongest trump card to kill Nangong Xiong.
Chi.
His god-shattering spear became illusory, and the spatial void rippled. Ripples spread out, and anything that got close to the ripples was shattered. This was the true intent of rupture, and it had reached the peak of 100%. This move was his proudest move so far. Fissure was also a type of power. Earth fissure, mountain fissure, and air fissure were all types of fissure. In fact, fissure was also a type of vibration. It was also a type of true meaning of martial arts, but it was more ferocious. It could tear apart the enemy, the earth, and the air. 100% rend true meaning. I've already begun to grasp the profound meaning. Although Zhong Lingshan is vicious, he is indeed a terrifying prodigy. The crowd looked at the terrifying ripples that appeared on the martial stage. The martial stage seemed to be deformed by the vibration, and it was distorted. 100% rend true meaning, then let's try 100% sword true meaning. Lin Ling stepped on the martial stage, and he was as steady as a mountain. He finally grasped the sword in his hand tightly. The sword was faintly jumping, and a terrifying murderous aura surged out. It was vast and mighty, like a sea of blood. The sword let out a deafening sword cry, which made many people's eardrums hurt.
What is that?
A large number of people looked at Lin Ling. They finally realized that this was the first time Lin Ling had used Spirit Chi since the semi-finals of the strongest. And after using it, it was very terrifying. That was the true meaning of sword. Another 100% sword true meaning. The 7 martial arts hall masters stood up one by one, and their eyes were wide open. Zhong Lingshan had comprehended 100% rend true meaning, and so did Lin Ling. They even had a feeling that Lin Ling's true meaning of sword was even more terrifying. First, murderous aura. The murderous aura from killing 100,000 people merged into the sword, making the sword even sharper. Second, physical strength. The powerful physical strength allowed Lin Ling to withstand 90% martial true meaning, and now that it had merged with the true meaning of sword, there was no doubt about the increase.
Xiao Sha.
A hoarse voice sounded on the martial stage. It actually caused the deformed martial stage to revert back to its original form. A blood-red sword appeared on the martial stage, causing the crystal martial stage to reflect a dazzling light. It was as if there was only one sword left in this world. Shou. The sword slashed out, as if it was cutting through the void. Kacha. The halberd that was filled with the true meaning of rend shattered like glass, turning into countless crystallites. True meaning collided with true meaning. The true meaning of sword cut through everything. Impossible. Zhong Lingshan's entire body trembled. He even felt that he couldn't hold onto the god-slaying halberd anymore. He never imagined that Lin Ling would be so powerful. It even made him recall the scene in the speed test. Because Lin Ling surpassed him, he tried to frame Lin Ling. He knew that Lin Ling would kill him, but he wasn't afraid. Because he knew that if Lin Ling dared to come, then Lin Ling would die for sure. However, Lin Ling came, and the result was that he would die for sure. They were all top geniuses, but who said that a mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator couldn't kill a peak Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator?
Stop.
Stop. At this moment, a fierce roar rang out, causing the space to tremble. It was the great Solar Elder. Lin Ling was the disciple that she was most proud of. Now that he had been forced into a corner by the true meaning of sword and was about to be cut down by the sword, how could she allow Lin Ling to do as he wished? Her disciple would bloom with a dazzling light in the future. He could not die here. The voice caused the decisive sword to pause, and it began to resist the powerful aura in the air. At the same time, a tyrannical voice sounded out. Zhong Lingshan admits defeat. Lin Ling, you win. The great Solar Elder admitted defeat for Zhong Lingshan. How unfair. As many people heard this voice, their eyes flashed. When Nangong Xiong had been killed, Elder Qing had stepped forward to stop him, but the Great Solar Elder had blocked Elder Qing. Now that Zhong Lingshan was about to die, the Great Solar Elder had stepped forward to stop Lin Ling. How shameless! Great Solar Elder, this is the semi-finals for the strongest. Do not lose face for the 7 profound martial house. At that moment, Mr. Qing's voice resounded in the air. His powerful qi was like a blade, cutting off Mr. Dong's qi. Mr. Dong shouted furiously, "Mr. Qing, you're courting death." Elder Qing coldly smiled. When Zhong Lingshan had killed his disciple, it was the Great Solar Elder who had stopped him. Now he would return the favor. Then he said to Lin Ling, "Lin Ling, do what you want to do." What he wanted to do was to kill Zhong Lingshan. "Lin Ling, you dare?" The Great Solar Elder suddenly erupted with a shrill roar. Lin Ling wanted to kill her disciple in front of her? "I don't dare." When Zhong Lingshan killed the other proud sons of heaven, why didn't you say you didn't dare? So, there is nothing that I don't dare to do. However, a cold voice sounded out from the martial stage. The sword cut down once more, with unprecedented firmness. There was nothing that he didn't dare to do. All around the square, there was silence. There was nothing that Lin Ling didn't dare to do.
Schwa.
On the martial arts platform, a sword mark appeared on Zhong Lingshan's head. Even the terrifying sword mark slashed at the edge of the martial arts platform. The void was also split into 2. It was a very sharp sword that revealed its killing intent. Your 3 moves of light have ended. I will kill you with a single sword. Chapter 880. Not to be underestimated Pudong. Zhong Lingshan stared intently at Lin Ling's back before finally collapsing. He still had one more battle before he could win both battles. When Lin Ling challenged him, he believed that his luck had come, allowing him to win both battles. But in the end, he died in the second battle. He died at the hands of the enemy he believed to be the weakest among his 3 enemies. Furthermore, that enemy did not use his sword, but when he did, 1 strike was enough. That strike was dazzling, and it contained 100% sword intent. It had destroyed everything he had. The square remained silent. Elder Great Sun Child stared intently at the dead Zhong Lingshan. The disciple she was most proud of had died under Lin Ling's sword. Her backing was gone, and the work she was proud of was gone. Lin Ling still dared to kill under her threat. He was still resolute and decisive in killing. Lin Ling. Elder Great Sun Child's eyes were filled with sinister killing intent. She roared angrily, with killing intent, dies. Lin Ling had spoiled her plans several times. She could no longer tolerate Lin Ling. She had to kill Lin Ling.
Phew.
A figure filled with billowing killing intent shot towards Lin Ling, who had left the stage. It made Lin Ling frown. Elder Great Sun Child wanted to kill him in front of so many people? Elder Great Sun Child has gone mad. Everyone also sensed Elder Great Sun Child's intentions as they drew a cold gasp. Today's competition was being watched by millions of people. Elder Great Sun Child's actions were too bold. Kill Lin Ling. Manor Lord Skyland's eyes shimmered with a strange light. It was rare that he did not stop it. It was as though he did not see it. Furthermore, there was a voice in his heart. It was as though he wanted to see Lin Ling die here. Other than him, the Heavenly Dragon Empire, Justice, Duan family, Great Serpent Manor, and other large factions were sneering. Lin Ling's growth was too fast. Today, someone was going to kill Lin Ling. That was for the best. Courting death. Among the 4 desolate races, Auntie Mo's face was extremely frosty. Around her body, a terrifying mist appeared, making her look mysterious and vast. However, at that moment, a blinding light shot down from the sky, causing everyone to feel pain in their eyes. After that, a painful cry rang out. Countless people looked over, only to see Great Sun Child Elder's right arm being chopped off. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. And on the ground, there was a leaf stuck there, incomparably dazzling. A leaf fell from the sky and sliced off Great Sun Elder's arm. This leaf was just too terrifying. Many people suddenly looked up at the sky. The leaf came from the sky. It seemed to be the leaf of the Bodhi ancient tree. In that case, the person who severed the right arm of Great Sun Child was someone from the Bodhi sacred palace. I'll take your arm as a lesson. If something like this happens again, I'll kill you immediately. A majestic voice rang out from the sky, causing everyone's hearts to thump in fear. It really was someone from the sacred palace.
Ah!
Great Sun Child Elder looked up at the sky, her face filled with malevolence. Her left hand stroked her severed right arm, where a massive amount of blood was constantly gushing out. She had tried to kill Lin Ling, but not only had she not killed him, but she had also lost an arm. Today, she had gone for wool and come home shorn. Unfortunately, she was facing the ancient Bodhi sacred palace. She had no strength to fight back. Serves you right. At this moment, Lin Ling's cold and mocking voice floated out like the wind, causing Great Sun Child Elder's pupils to shrink. Lin Ling was gloating over her misfortune, saying that she deserved it. You! Great Sun Child Elder spat out a single word. If looks could kill, she would have already killed Lin Ling hundreds of times. Unfortunately, she could not, and she did not dare to. 7 Profound Martial House Master Skylin, are you not going to say anything about this matter? Lin Ling's eyes turned, coldly looking at Martial House Master Skylin. He knew that Skylin was aware of this, but he had chosen to turn a blind eye to it. Now, how could Lin Ling allow him to sit there as if this matter had nothing to do with him? Lin Ling! Martial House Master Skylin's pupils constricted into a thin line as he looked at the youth standing on the martial stage. Lin Ling actually dared to question him. Here, within the 7 Profound Martial House, the one who acted was Old Xian of the 7 Profound Martial House. As the Martial House Master of the 7 Profound Martial House, do you think you have no responsibility? Lin Ling icily shouted. His eyes collided with Martial House Master Skylin's in midair, blooming with invisible sparks. Today's tournament was the focus of all eyes. Not only that, but the mastermind was no longer the 7 Profound Martial House, but Bodhi's sacred palace. Thus, Lin Ling did not fear Martial House Master Skylin. What great courage! Lin Ling even dares to reprimand his own Martial House Masters. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling was fearless. He had the pure and innocent heart of a child. Martial House Master Skylin's complexion constantly changed. Now, countless eyes were looking at him. How could he not speak? This matter is within my jurisdiction. Before, I did not protect the order of the tournament. That was my dereliction of duty. Martial House Master Skylin stood up and lightly said to the entire world. These words could be considered an apology for his dereliction of duty and also an apology to Lin Ling. He had no choice but to apologize. This was because the tournament was being held within the 7 Profound Martial House. As the Martial House Master, he shouldered the responsibility of protecting the tournament. How could he escape this responsibility? Elder Great Solar Child, enter the demon abyss of ice and fire and be punished for 1 year. Martial House Master Skylin coldly said. Demon abyss of ice and fire. Elder Dark Child anxiously shouted out. That was the most severe punishment of the 7 Profound Martial House. It was an abyss tens of thousands of miles underground, where ice and fire intersected all year round. Ordinary people simply did not dare to enter. But she had been punished to go there for a year, and this year would be like a year for her. Martial House Master Skylin's face was cold and indifferent. He sat down again, but his heart was filled with a cold chill. Lin Ling had forced him to move against Elder Dark Child, and Lin Ling had forced him, the powerful Martial House Master. How hateful! Lin Ling! Elder Dark Child also looked at Lin Ling. She wished she could kill Lin Ling, but the green leaves on the ground made her not dare to act rashly. She could only leave step by step. In her heart, Lin Ling had grown up step by step, and had become a great calamity. Today, not only had he killed her disciple, but he had also cut off her arm. Most importantly, she had to suffer the punishment of ice and fire for a year. After a year, just what degree would Lin Ling grow to? At that time, it would be even more difficult to make a move against Lin Ling. This episode did not affect the semifinals, but it made many people feel complicated, especially the ancient countries like the Heavenly Dragon Empire. They also felt that the semifinals had allowed Lin Ling to rise, and he even had the qualifications to hurt them. How powerful 100% sword intent. So this is Lin Ling's trump card. As for the peak geniuses of the various martial arts halls, they were all shocked by Lin Ling's strength. They thought that Lin Ling's body was strong, and this was his trump card. However, they were wrong. Lin Ling's sword was even more terrifying. 100% sword intent, just a step away from reaching the peak of Lin Ling's sword. Such strength was completely qualified to compete with the second dream, young Master Tang. Lin Ling's harvest from the Bodhi ancient tree trip was not the smallest. The remaining geniuses looked deeply at Lin Ling currently. There were only 8 people left. Lin Ling's battle had made him famous, and his position among the 8 was not to be underestimated. Lin Ling is still strong. He is the most dazzling dark horse. Everyone is looking forward to it. Chapter 881. Heavenly Star Cultivator. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the skies, a new name appeared, Greedy Wolf. This person was famous for his savagery. In the previous tournament, no one had dared to challenge him. He was a powerful, proud son of heaven on the same level as Lin Ling. His opponent was quickly chosen. It was a proud son of heaven named Heavenly Star Cultivator. This person was an extremely low-key proud son of heaven, but his powerful aura made everyone know that he had been patiently waiting for the final battle to amaze the world. The battle between the two broke out under countless gazes. Greedy Wolf was a proud son of heaven with average talent, but he seemed to have obtained a powerful cultivation method that had been lost in the rainforest Holy Land. He could constantly awaken, and every time he awakened, his strength would greatly increase. A total of 7 awakenings. They were burning life, annihilation, creation, metamorphosis, void spirit, yang essence, and the pinnacle of void and reality. Greedy Wolf's 7 revolution secret art. Every time he awakens, his strength will double. This Greedy Wolf has really hidden himself deeply. Some powerful martial artists' eyes flashed. The world was vast, and the path of martial arts was vast and broad. A 7 revolution secret art was extremely rare. Hold on, Heavenly Star Cultivator is surnamed Tian. As for the other opponent, many people suddenly realized something. Heavenly Star Cultivator was surnamed Tian. In the 7 profound martial house, this meant that he was related to the martial house master, Skylin. In the 7 profound martial house, no one dared to be surnamed Tian. Among the watching proud sons of heaven, the second dream's beautiful eyes constantly twinkled. Only she knew that Heavenly Star Cultivator was a foster son that her master had secretly raised. If it weren't for this semifinals, perhaps Heavenly Star Cultivator would not have surfaced. But regarding Heavenly Star Cultivator, she had only seen him 3 times. She only knew that this boy was very mysterious. He often went out adventuring and had even left the rainforest Holy Land. Using a saber? The second dream faintly stared at Heavenly Star Cultivator's saber. That saber was simple and unadorned, but it had the power to return to simplicity. It seems that he is a martial arts fanatic. His master is the sky. The second dream's final evaluation. Although she was also a disciple of the martial house master, she was different from Heavenly Star Cultivator. Heavenly Star Cultivator regarded martial house master Skylin as the sky in his heart. He was the most sacred existence in his heart of martial arts. However, second dream was different. She was even more ambitious. 7 killing saber. On the martial platform, saber chi gushed out as if it wanted to slash apart the world. Each saber was brighter and fiercer than the last. It was as if it could slice apart the world. Voracious Wolf used the 7 revolutions cultivation method to continuously raise his own strength, but the Heavenly Star cultivators used the 7 slaughters saber, 7 slaughters under heaven, to continuously raise the true meaning of the saber, and among them was a dense, murderous aura. I admit defeat. Under the 7th slash, Ravenous Wolf finally conceded unwillingly. A Heavenly Star cultivator's saber was too frightening. The final slash had reached 100% saber true intent, and there was even a great deal of killing intent within. Another Heaven's Chosen with 100% mastery of the true meaning of martial. Many people looked deeply at the Heavenly Star cultivators. Currently, 2 great geniuses with 100% true meaning of martial arts had appeared. One was a sword, and the other was a saber. They did not know who was more powerful. On the martial arts platform, the corner of the Heavenly Star cultivator's mouth revealed an indifferent smile. He sheathed his saber and stood. Currently, the final battle was getting closer and closer, and he did not need to hide any trump cards. Then, his gaze turned towards Lin Ling, and the saber intent in his eyes blossomed. "I want to test your sword." An arrogant voice floated out, causing a commotion in the entire square. Indeed, the saber wanted to battle the sword. "If you have the chance, you can fight me." Lin Ling's eyes also blossomed with a strong desire to battle. 100% true meaning of martial arts, he also wanted to test his opponent's strength. Next, another lot was drawn, and the second dream's name finally appeared in the sky. "The weak will be eliminated first." The second dream's expression was still as calm as an ancient well. His words puzzled many people. Eliminating the weak first? Currently, other than Ravenous Wolf and Lin Ling, who had each lost 1 battle, the others had 2 chances. In that case, the second dream would eliminate one of the 2. Ravenous Wolf. The second dream's voice was quickly heard, causing Ravenous Wolf to grit his teeth. The opponent he feared the most was the second dream. "If I fight to the death, I might be able to win." On the martial arts platform, Ravenous Wolf knew that he could not avoid this, so he might as well fight with all his strength. Therefore, he used the 7th transformation right from the start, increasing his strength tremendously. "You have just fought a battle, so you should be resting. But in fact, it makes no difference whether you rest or not." The second dream's black dress fluttered in the wind, as if she was otherworldly. Her small Hongyan mouth gently spat out 2 words, "driving shadow." Something strange happened. Ravenous Wolf unleashed a powerful strength, but he could not move. It was very mysterious and scary, as if he was being controlled by someone else. "I admit defeat." Even his speech was controlled. Ravenous Wolf admitted defeat, but in fact, he did not want to admit defeat at all. He did not even know what had happened. The second dream left slowly, not bothering to explain anything. The crowd was in an uproar, and their voices seemed to be able to shake the heavens and earth. What ability did the second dream use? Her talent is the Imperial Body, driving shadow body. She can control the shadows of others, and through the shadows, she can control a warrior's body. Therefore, Ravenous Wolf was controlled by the second dream and admitted defeat. The second dream's imperial body is like a goddess under the night sky. No one can violate her. Among the 4 desolate races, a powerful elder said lightly.
It made many people draw a cold gasp.
This natural king body was too heaven-defying. Was this the Night King? Ravenous Wolf had lost 2 battles and was completely eliminated. Out of the 8 final elites, 7 were left. The next lot was drawn, and countless people were looking forward to it.
Hong Earth.
A huge name appeared in the sky, making many people sigh. Hong Er was very lucky to have drawn 2 lots consecutively. As for Tang Tianshu, Yu Fanren, and the other elite elites, they shook their heads. Until now, they had not fought, but they were not in a hurry. After all, what would come, and the later they fought, the stronger their opponents would be. Therefore, they were looking forward to it. Hong Er had drawn a lot, but she did not know who to choose. Her opponents were all extremely powerful, and she could not challenge Lin Ling. After all, if Lin Ling lost again, it would be equivalent to being eliminated. Who should she choose? Heavenly Star Warrior. Hong-Er finally gritted her teeth and said. This made the Heavenly Star Warrior smile, and he walked out step by step with his sword on his back. You are Elder Long Dan's disciple. Long Dan Long seems to be very close to the D family. I represent the Tian family, so in this battle, I will let everyone related to the D family know the strength of the Tian family. The D family can only dream of regaining their former glory.
Clang.
Bold words floated out, and a sword that could hold up the heavens appeared on the martial stage. It was dazzling, as if a monarch had descended upon the world. That sword seemed to represent the Tian family. At this moment, many people finally knew the origin of this Heavenly Star Warrior. This person represented the Martial House Master. What was different from the second dream was that he represented the Martial House Master's pride. He was surnamed Tian, and also represented the Martial House Master's heart of martial arts. In this battle, the Tian family would rise. They would tell everyone in the Rainforest Holy Land that the Tian family bloodline was the true master of the 7 profound martial house, and that the D family bloodline of the past was nothing but trash. The Tian family would also be able to clear their name. Chapter 882. Heavenly Star Cultivator's Conviction. Many people quietly looked at Martial House Master Heavenly Lin. They discovered that Martial House Master Heavenly Lin was sipping his tea, but deep in his eyes there was a touch of pride. Those who knew of Martial House Master Heavenly Lin's origins were well aware that Heavenly Lin was once a disciple of the previous Martial House Master. Afterwards, he was unwilling to be an ant for the rest of his life, so he joined forces with others to severely wound the previous Martial House Master. In Old Xian's great battle for the position of Martial House Master, he finally obtained it. Moreover, Martial House Master Heavenly Lin had seized the talent of the previous Martial House Master's son, Diwuji. This action was very ugly. Although no one in the 7 profound martial house dared to say this, many ancient powerhouses of the Rainforest Holy Land knew that this was a thorn in Heavenly Lin's heart. Thus, in these past years, he had constantly wanted to prove himself, to clear his name, to tell everyone that he, Heavenly Lin, had become the Martial House Master. This was the will of the heavens, and he had not obtained the position of Martial House Master through schemes and machinations. But now his adopted son had cleared his name, and he had used a shocking method to clear his name. Perhaps this was the Heavenly Star Cultivator's only conviction, and also the conviction of his blade. On the martial stage, 2 figures quietly stood. Ruby's face was dignified as she looked at the Heavenly Star Cultivator. She did not dare to underestimate him. Use your strongest attack, otherwise you will not have a chance. Calm. The Heavenly Star Cultivator's calm voice floated out, causing many people's eyes to flash with a strange light. These words were what Lin Ling had constantly said before, and now the Heavenly Star Cultivator was actually saying that he was competing with Lin Ling. 2-headed Flood Dragon Phoenix. Calm. Ruby did not speak. She immediately erupted with her powerful innate king body, and her Flood Dragon Phoenix unparalleled appeared. Weak. Go back and tell your master that the Martial House Master is his best choice, not the Sword Elder. Calm. The Heavenly Star Cultivator lightly said. He raised the blade in his hand, and a saber intent cut out in all directions like an astral wind, a murderous aura gushing out. Murderous aura?
Calm.
Many people's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling's sword had a murderous aura, and the Heavenly Star Cultivator's saber also had a murderous aura. In addition, the Heavenly Star Cultivator had said what Lin Ling had said before. This meant that he wanted to crush Lin Ling from every angle. What Lin Ling could, he could. What Lin Ling could do, he could do Lin. 7 Killing Heaven. Heaven.
Whoosh.
His right arm slashed out. The Heavenly Star Cultivator's saber was pitch black in color. The saber surface was simple and unadorned, for Qi 3 Cun. It did not release any light, but only a true powerhouse would know that was a killing saber. A killing saber did not need to be too dazzling. This saber was named Eternal Peace. This signified that the Heavenly Star Cultivator's swords supported the Heavenly Forest swords. All voices of dissatisfaction were beheaded, so as to achieve the effect of eternal peace. Rumble. With one saber strike, the heavens and earth changed color. The true intent of the saber burst forth. There was no need for any shocking attack. All he needed was one saber strike.
Pop, pop.
The flood dragon behind Hong shattered, causing her to spit out blood. And below the martial platform, Lin Ling's expression turned grave. The Heavenly Star Cultivator's blade was indeed very frightening. If he had not increased his strength in the Bodhi ancient tree, perhaps his sword would not have been able to block the Heavenly Star Cultivator's blade. 7 mysteries forever. The cold voice rang out again, and another slash was made.
Pop, pop.
The phoenix head behind Hong was chopped off. The true intent of the saber and the sword was different from the others. It was the most straightforward, and its purpose was to behead the enemy. And the other true intent of the saber had other effects, such as strengthening oneself or influencing the enemy, and so on. 2 sabers were enough to cripple Hong Mer. This was a Heavenly Star Cultivator. What a powerful saber. Many people discovered that at the end of the semi-finals, Lin Ling was not the only dark horse. The Heavenly Star Cultivator was also a dark horse, so dark that it was dazzling. Hong has lost, many people said soon after. I admit defeat. However, something unexpected happened. The Heavenly Star Cultivator had clearly won, but he had taken the initiative to admit defeat. This shocked everyone, and they did not understand why the Heavenly Star Cultivator would do this. That was a challenge to Lin Ling. Everything that Lin Ling has done, the Heavenly Star Cultivator has also done. Lin Ling let Hong win, and the Heavenly Star Cultivator also let her win. How arrogant. The crowd immediately realized the reason. The Heavenly Star Cultivator was using a shocking method to prove his strength. This was also a provocation to Lin Ling. Lin Ling is the descendant of the D bloodline, no wonder. The Sword Elder and the rest understood the meaning behind the Heavenly Star Cultivator's admission was actually a humiliation to them. It was as if he was saying, I can win, but I won't because I want to ruthlessly trample the pride of the D bloodline under my feet. This feeling was like 2 enemies fighting. One lost, but the other did not kill him, giving him a chance to fight again. In fact, this was a humiliation. If one respected the other, they would have killed him directly. Killing was the respect for the opponent.
You.
On the martial arts platform, Hong stared at the Heavenly Star Cultivator, her heart filled with disbelief. Scram. A cold word floated out. The Heavenly Star Cultivator looked at Hong as if he was looking at an ant. He currently had 1 win and 1 loss, so he did not pass. He still had to continue fighting. On the contrary, Hong had won both battles, so no one could challenge her now. The Heavenly Star Cultivator's goal was very simple. He wanted to win that battle, to fight Lin Ling. The remaining proud children of heaven also knew his intentions. They all smiled, but did not oppose him. Lin Ling's face was indifferent. He came to the edge of the martial arts platform and supported Hong as they walked back. At the same time, he coldly said, You want to usurp the role of the host to prove yourself. You want to help Martial House Master Tianlin conceal his ugly actions. Don't you think this is too much? This is my heart of martial arts. The Martial House Master is my sky, and I am his saber. Anyone who dares to offend the Martial House Master will be cut down by this saber. I am so shocked to tell everyone this, because I want everyone to know that the Tian bloodline is the true royal family of the 7 profound martial house. The Heavenly Star Cultivator's lips moved as he lightly replied, Your heart of martial arts is not wrong. Unfortunately, the person you chose is wrong. Lin Ling's voice became increasingly cold. He returned to his resting area and looked at Hong with a questioning look. It's nothing. He was too arrogant and thought of me as an ant, so he didn't give me any great injuries. Hong smiled and shook her head, but deep in her eyes there was unwillingness. It's just that he didn't hurt my body, but he did hurt my heart. Lin Ling's pupils shrank. The Heavenly Star Cultivator had won, but he had admitted defeat. This was a great humiliation to Hong Er. I will make him pay the price. Lin Ling took a deep breath, his voice low and hoarse. He looked up at the sky. It was a clear blue. Faintly, he could see Senior Di Wuji. Senior Di Wuji was still shouldering a great injustice. In the 7 profound martial house, no one dared to speak of him. Everything was hidden from him by his tyrannical power. Senior Di Wuji's life had been miserable. He had trusted his senior apprentice brother, but after his death, he had left behind a nameless name. No one dared to mention his name. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sky began to change. 2 dazzling characters appeared, Lin Ling. A new draw had appeared. It was Lin Ling. Lin Ling? The square fell silent, and the millions of people in the main city fell silent. The entire world seemed to freeze in time. Lin Ling had drawn the lot. It was unknown if this was the intention of the Bodhi Saint Palace, or if it was destined by the heavens, but this meant that Lin Ling would represent the D bloodline in battle. Lin Ling, it's you. Chapter 883. Battle of Beliefs. Pa. In Lin Ling's body, the sound of his bones cracking could be heard. His bones seemed to be boiling with fighting spirit. A confident smile appeared on his face. The battle between the sword and the saber had begun. Heavenly Star Cultivator, you don't need to come down. Xiao. A figure flew towards the crystal stage, landing heavily on it. Everyone's breathing quickened. As expected, Lin Ling was going to fight Heavenly Star Cultivator. Heavenly Star Cultivator represents Tianlin. He has complete saber intent, and his heart of martial arts is to restore Tianlin's name and bring peace to the world. Lin Ling represents the D clan, and he also has complete sword intent. His heart of martial arts is to restore the D clan's pride. Between the two of them, who will win? The crowd began to discuss, their blood boiling. Even some of the top geniuses were rubbing their palms. The battle between the two was already one of the strongest in the Emperor's spirit realm. Heavenly Star Cultivator, prove your pride.
Kill him.
Headmaster Tianlin's pupils were ice cold. The Heavenly Star Cultivator was a foster son he had secretly nurtured to guard against the D clan's bloodline. Originally, he did not want to allow the Heavenly Star Cultivator to surface, but this time's semi-finals had changed. With the Bodhi's sacred palace watching, this was the Heavenly Star Cultivator's chance, so he allowed the Heavenly Star Cultivator to rise. Heavenly Star Cultivator and the Second Dream were both his pawns. The difference was that one was in the dark, and the other was in the light. On the other side, Sword Elder and the others were looking at the martial stage with serious expressions. Lin Ling was not a member of the D bloodline, but he had shouldered Di Wuji's faith. Now that Di Shirtian had been crippled, the only person who still held the flag was Lin Ling. Lin Ling would definitely win. This was a battle of beliefs, and also a battle of wills. On the stage, 2 slender figures stood a few hundred meters apart. The wind blew, causing their clothes to flutter. It was as if one of them represented the saber, and the other the sword. You have 100% sword intent, while I have saber intent. However, I'm only at the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm, while you're at the middle stage. The increase in your cultivation level will greatly increase the power of your martial intent. You won't be able to withstand my saber. After a moment of silence, a gloomy voice floated out from the Heavenly Star Cultivator's mouth. His appearance was very ordinary, and if it were not for walking here, no one would have known that this person's strength was so terrifying. However, it was precisely because he was ordinary that this person could not be underestimated. Pa. After he spoke, the saber in his hand leaped up as if it was boiling. Countless saber chi formed a strong wind that blew around him from all directions. The entire crystalline martial platform was filled with sabers, and it was incomparably terrifying. If it was a peak-level Emperor's spirit realm prodigy on the martial platform, he would have been killed by the saber, without any accident. The saber was mainly used for attacking and killing. It did not need to be flashy. It only needed one slash, and that was the reason for the saber's will and existence. A powerful saber cultivator was incomparably terrifying. Their saber could split mountains and break the sky. They could use their extreme will to kill any top cultivator of the same level. Those who used the saber were all cultivators with strong wills. Many people looked deeply at the Heavenly Star Cultivator. At this moment, they realized that the Heavenly Star Cultivator already had the strength to fight with the second dream. This dark horse had hidden his strength too deeply. Lin Ling was only at the mid-stage Emperor's spirit realm. Their true meaning of martial arts was the same. On the surface, Lin Ling did not have any chance of winning. I am not at the mid-stage Emperor's spirit realm. At this moment, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded out. From his slender body, a powerful aura finally erupted. In the battle with the Heavenly Star Cultivator, he had finally used his trump card. This was because he knew that the Heavenly Star Cultivator was very strong. This person did not know any powerful martial arts, but he knew how to use the saber. With a single saber, he could dominate the world. What? Lin Ling hid his cultivation? Seeing the strength displayed by Lin Ling on the martial platform, many people's eyes narrowed. The Heavenly Star Cultivator's expression changed slightly. With this, Lin Ling was one step closer to him. However, you're still not qualified. You will bring shame to the D family. After a moment of shock, the Heavenly Star Cultivator said indifferently, "You are a saber user. You should understand that the strength of the saber and the sword does not depend on the strength of one's cultivation. Instead, it depends on one's will, on one's heart of martial arts." Lin Ling raised his sword. On the huge blade, wisps of mist drifted out, rolling with killing intent.
Clang.
The sword was leaping. The sword wanted to fight. What a terrifying sword. After reaching the late stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, Lin Ling's sword is even more powerful. The crowd gasped. There were many swordsmen around the square. At this moment, the swords in their hands were leaping, as if they were summoned by the sword. They wanted to jump out of their scabbards. At this moment, their swords occupied the other side of the martial platform. Sword chi filled the sky. You have some skill. In a battle of the saber and the sword, victory will be decided in one move. Only then will you know how wrong you are. The Heavenly Star Cultivator smiled. He raised the saber in his hand. Like a vast ocean, colorful, domineering, tenacious, cold, the entire martial platform was a saber. Your heart of martial arts is Mansion Master Tianlin. You support him. This is your way of the saber. However, you do not know what Mansion Master Tianlin has done. You only know how to blindly support him. This saber is soulless. A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. His sword leaped, killing intent gushed out. Your heart of martial arts is not wrong, but your choice is wrong. Wrong or right, we will know in one battle. The D family is going to fall. The Heavenly Star Cultivator's face turned cold. Lin Ling's aura continued to rise, turning more than half of the martial platform into a world of swords. Thus, the Heavenly Star Cultivator gripped his saber. When the saber was unsheathed, the world of sabers on his side exploded. All the sabers of true intent were aimed at Lin Ling. The Heavenly Star Cultivator unsheathed his saber. For the pride of Mansion Master Tianlin, for his way of the saber, he wanted to kill Lin Ling in one strike.
Boom.
Saber chi shot up to the sky. Those who were close to the martial platform were cut by the saber. The terrifying true intent of the saber seemed to want to cut the world in half. One had to know that this was a crystal martial platform that could withstand the attack of a Saint Spirit realm expert. However, the true intent of the saber still affected them. This meant that the saber was terrifying. This kid has already touched the door of profound meaning. Many experts' faces turned serious. That world of sabers had the power to kill any expert. This was the profound meaning. The profound meaning turned into a world. Anyone who was in the world would be killed by the saber. Pa, pa, pa. At the same time, Lin Ling's sword was unprecedentedly firm and unyielding. On the Tyrant Song's sword, a blood-red murderous aura spread out like a tide, causing Lin Ling's eyes to turn blood-red. This was the sword of killing. This sword not only represented Lin Ling's way of the sword, but also Di Wuji's pride. Thus, he could not be defeated. Even if he died, he had to raise the pride of the Di family.
Fight!
A cold shout floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. His sword slashed out. In the semi-finals of this year's Strongest, the strongest swordsman and the strongest saber artist clashed. The brilliance of the geniuses bloomed, shocking the sacred land of the rainforest.
Clang!
A deafening sound rang out. Under countless gazes, the two figures clashed in the middle of the martial platform. Then, they disappeared, leaving behind only a sword and a saber. Pa, pa, pa. Endless sword chi and saber chi slashed in all directions. Cracks appeared on the martial platform. What a terrifying slash! The crowd gasped. Chapter 884. Peak Sword Intent. Lin Ling, you can do it! Over at the Fire Ancient Clan side, everyone clenched their fists. In the clash between sword and saber, if Lin Ling's aura weakened by even a bit, then Lin Ling would be killed. Let's see whose aura was stronger and who could last longer. At this moment, the advantage brought about by the cultivation realm began to appear, especially in the face of evenly matched martial intent. This was even more obvious. Cha-cha-cha. Behind Lin Ling, the sword world kept shattering, and a large number of swords were cut apart by the saber. What a terrifying saber!
Boom!
Finally, with a violent explosion, the huge crystal martial platform exploded. The battle between the two became the first prodigy to destroy a martial platform. Are these still Emperor's Spirit Realm prodigies? All the top experts sucked in a breath of cold air. These two were too powerful. Lin Ling is going to lose. His sword intent keeps weakening. It seems that the weakness of his cultivation realm is constantly magnified. Then, those experts looked at the battle in the center and said with a serious expression, that place had already turned into a world of swords and blades. The clouds in the sky were parted, and a huge crack created by the swords and blades appeared. Under the crack, two youths appeared. However, the world of swords behind Lin Ling continued to crumble, and his sword will was also disintegrated. His weak cultivation realm caused this situation. If Lin Ling loses, then he will be killed in one slash. The crowd's heart trembled. The battle between sword and saber was so straightforward. There was no entanglement. Block the incoming enemy and kill. If you couldn't block, you would be killed. The battle between sword and saber was also a battle between men. There was no dragging out an ignoble existence, no battle to preserve one's strength, only a battle with one's back to the river. Everyone who knew Lin Ling shouted. They could also see that Lin Ling's sword intent was weakening. Show. In front of his forehead, a wisp of hair fell, cut by the sword intent. Lin Ling's mouth was bleeding. The Heavenly Star Cultivator's saber was very domineering, and the pressure made it difficult for him to breathe. This was the first time in his life that he encountered such a terrifying saber user. This is your heart of martial arts? The Di family has already declined, and the Tian family is everything. I don't understand why you're still so stubborn. Just give up, you're no match for me. On the other side of the sword, the Heavenly Star Cultivator said with a cold expression. His heart of martial arts was even more resolute than Lin Ling's, and his saber true intent was even prouder than Lin Ling's. Could Lin Ling compete with him for glory? It's hard to say until the last moment. Have you ever seen a swordsman give up? Lin Ling's firm voice sounded. Then just wait to be killed. After I kill you, I will seize all of your glory. The corner of the Heavenly Star Cultivator's mouth curled into a sinister smile. It was so tyrannical, so self-confident, just like his saber. Even if it was the heavens, he dared to slash. 7 kills the world. Rumble. An even more frightening true will of saber burst forth, as if it was about to break through this world, causing the sword world to grow dimmer and dimmer, as if it would fall at any moment. Lin Ling's mind was completely blank. There was only the sword and nothing else. But was he going to lose? The powerful true will of Saber suppressed him, causing him to feel somewhat lost. Child, go all out and fight. No matter if you win or lose, I am proud of you, because you are the only disciple who has raised the flag for me. In a hazy state, Lin Ling heard a kind voice. It was Senior Wuji, whom he had only met once, but who had given all of his faith to him. Yes, Lin Ling was the only one who had carried the flag of the D family on his shoulders. Go all out and fight. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. The D family had been cursed for over 200 years, and he had unintentionally stepped into it. He had shouldered the final flag, shouldered everything. So how could he fail here? He couldn't lose. The sword had its own will, and Lin Ling also had his own will. He had promised Wuji, so he would definitely do it. There was no other reason than that disciple. The Tyrant Song sword was left behind by Senior Wuji. I have been using it all this time, but I didn't know its heart. It's time for me to know the soul of the sword. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. The suppressed sword in his hand started to jump crazily at this moment. The soul of the sword seemed to have been awakened at this moment. Lin Ling's true will of sword was cultivated by himself, but he had never become one with the sword, never become one with the sword. Perhaps this was the most important step in reaching the pinnacle of the true will of sword. Tyrant Song sword, raise the flag of the D family. The shout resounded in Lin Ling's heart. The sword in his hand jumped violently. At this moment, Lin Ling's true will of sword had reached the pinnacle of 100%, advancing at the same time as his true will of fire. Lose. At this moment, the Heavenly Star Cultivator was holding the sharp saber in his hand. His body emitted a radiance like a sea urchin, and his saber will gushed out. He knew that Lin Ling's true will of sword had weakened, and he wanted to kill Lin Ling in one go. The one who will lose is you. Lin Ling held the Tyrant Song sword in his hand and clashed with the Heavenly Star Cultivator's yeoman saber. He lowered his head slightly and slowly raised it up. A cold voice floated out from his mouth, and behind him, the true will of sword that was constantly being shattered bloomed with a dazzling light. It was tenacious and domineering, as if it had been revived from the ashes.
What?
The Heavenly Star Cultivator's pupils constricted. Lin Ling's true will of sword seemed to have become stronger. Could it be that it had reached the pinnacle of the true will of sword? Pa pa pa. The true will of sword went crazy. That world was stirred up and shook. What is that? At the same time, the entire plaza and the entire main city was in an uproar. An incomparably terrifying true will of sword burst out. This represented the will of the sword, the belief of the D family. Xiao xiao xiao. The swords in the hands of those swordsmen could no longer hold back. They all flew out, rushing towards Lin Ling's world of swords. Xiao xiao xiao. In the direction of the main city, millions of swordsmen also shot out the swords in their hands, forming a colorful and gorgeous epic scene. The sky became a sea of swords.
Pa.
Palace Master Tianlin was drinking tea. He had already seen Lin Ling's true will of sword crumbling, but at this moment, he saw something. He saw the pinnacle of the true will of sword, causing the teacup in his hand to shatter. The pinnacle of the true will of sword, man and sword as one. The various palace masters and experts all stood up, their eyes filled with shock. Lin Ling's cultivation realm was weaker than the Heavenly Star Cultivators, and their true wills of sword were comparable. However, if Lin Ling raised his true will of sword to the pinnacle, this would be able to make up for the difference in cultivation realm.
Shua.
The sword came out, cutting through everything. The endless swords turned into a huge sword of killing intent, fiercely slashing out.
Boom.
The world of sabers collapsed, and countless sabers turned into dust. A painful voice sounded in the air. Silence. The entire rainforest, sacred ground, quietened down. Wung wung wung. Countless swords floated in the air, and below the ground, a slender figure holding a huge sword stood coldly. At this moment, that figure was incomparably dazzling. That blue and white robe was like the clouds in the sky, making it impossible for people to see through it. Especially that sword, which was even more terrifying, releasing a dazzling light, as if it was the light of the profound. The sea of swords in the sky, the youth holding the sword on the ground. This formed an incomparably beautiful scene. Was it the sword monarch? "You've lost." A calm voice suddenly sounded in the plaza. Countless people looked over and saw that on the other side, the heavenly star cultivator was sitting on the ground. His right hand was cut off, and his saber was also shattered. He had lost. The strength of the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm, with 100% true will of sword, but in the end, he could not block the sword at the pinnacle. Chapter 885. 18th Young Master Tang Tianshu, you comprehended the realm of one with the sword at the crucial moment. The corner of the heavenly star cultivator's mouth had blood, and his heart was shaken. The realm of one with the sword, he had also been pursuing it. However, he had always failed, but today, Lin Ling had reached the final step of the true meaning of sword in front of him. The sword has its own will, the saber has its own will, but when the wills are the same, it is one with the sword.
Yes.
Lin Ling gently raised the sword in his hand and stroked it with his left hand. His lips curled into a proud smile. The previous battle was not only a battle of beliefs, but also a battle of wills. Your will is very strong, your beliefs are very firm, but you do not know what you are firm about. So, you have lost in the battle of wills. The battle of wills I have lost. The heavenly star master's face was incomparably pale. He had lost in the battle of wills. I have said before, your heart of martial arts is not wrong. Your mistake is in your choice. Lin Ling slowly turned around and did not kill the heavenly star master. The latter was very proud, using a shocking method to announce Tian's pride. This was the heavenly star master's stubbornness, and also his heart of martial arts. But in reality, the heavenly star master himself did not know why he was so persistent. So, Lin Ling did not kill him, but let him know that his pride, his Tian, was nothing more than this. Mansion Master Tianlin wanted to use the Heavenly Star Master's rise to clear his name. But today, the more he tried to smear, the darker it became, and it became a disgrace.
Schwa.
Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and raised the sword in his hand. His eyes looked at the blue sky, as if he was smiling at Diwuji. The flag did not fall. He, Lin Ling, held it firmly and would walk on even more resolutely. Lin Ling. Mansion Master Tianlin's face was incomparably ugly. Tian had lost. This also meant that he wanted to clear his name. He wanted to trample the D clan under his feet, but he had also failed. He was still ugly, and people still remembered his actions in the dark. Poor Heavenly Star Master, flaunting his prowess a moment ago to prove how powerful Tian was, but now his saber was broken. The crowd also began to discuss the battle between the D clan and the Tian clan. In this battle, the D clan had won, but they were still proud. Lin Ling. Tears flowed out of the sword elder's eyes, and he couldn't help but shout out loudly. The flag still didn't fall, and today, their name had shaken the entire rainforest sacred land, making even more people remember the D clan. Their flag Lin Ling had used his sword to defeat the adopted son of Manor Lord Tianlin, defeating the pride of Manor Lord Tianlin. Good job, little guy. Up in the sky, Lin Ling seemed to see Diwuji's benevolent face proud of him. This made his smile grow even wider. In fact, he could have used the true meaning of fire to defeat a heavenly star cultivator, but he didn't. He wanted to use a sword, the tyrannical song sword that Diwuji had left him. All of this was to tell Diwuji that the flag was still in his hands. I lost. Although my heart of martial arts is firm, I don't even know what the heart of martial arts is. Compared to Lin Ling's brilliance, The heavenly star cultivator at this moment appeared incomparably dim, completely different from that prideful scene from before. Moreover, Lin Ling didn't kill him, just like how he treated Hong Mer. Lin Ling won but didn't kill him, leaving him with a huge humiliation. Heavenly Star Cultivator, pull yourself together. This is just a battle. Manor Lord Tianlin's cold voice sounded. Lin Ling was so hateful. He didn't kill the Heavenly Star Cultivator, but he caused the pride that he had cultivated for so many years to fall. His heart of martial arts seemed to have collapsed, and most importantly, he didn't seem to believe in himself anymore. The Heavenly Star Cultivator stood up, looked at Manor Lord Tianlin with a complicated expression, and finally left silently. Maybe he was Manor Lord Tianlin's Yong and saber, but he didn't know why he used a saber. But now he had a feeling that he was inferior to Lin Ling. That was because Lin Ling knew why he used a sword, and he only used a saber blindly. Therefore, in the battle between sword and saber, he lost in terms of willpower, lost in the heart of martial arts. Heavenly Star Cultivators. Manor Lord Tianlin's face was full of veins, and he was furious again. However, the Heavenly Star Cultivator had already disappeared without a trace. The other manor lords looked at him mockingly. Tianlin had lost all his face today. Not only had the Heavenly Star Cultivator lost, even his disciple had abandoned him and left. Then, all the manor lords looked at Lin Ling. That youth was so powerful, he had actually comprehended the true meaning of sword to the pinnacle stage. In this way, the following top-notch competition would be even more exciting. Currently, there were only 6 people left, and one of them, Hong Er, was lucky enough to make it to the end, so there were only 5 people left. The strength of these 5 people was obvious to all. Without a doubt, the second dream and Tang Tianshu would make it to the end, and the remaining 3 would depend on their strength in the end. After Lin Ling walked back, the remaining geniuses all looked at Lin Ling with serious expressions. As the competition progressed, Lin Ling continuously revealed his trump cards. First, it was his powerful physical body, then it was his 100% true meaning of sword, then it was the late stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, and finally it was the pinnacle stage of the true meaning of sword. No one dared to look down on Lin Ling anymore. Lin Ling seemed to have gained quite a lot from his time in the Bodhi ancient tree. Lin Ling is already so strong. I wonder about the second dream. Young Master Tang, how strong is you fancy? The crowd was even more excited. From Lin Ling's crazy growth, they could feel that the strength of the top geniuses of the second dream was even more terrifying. Moreover, Lin Ling's record was 1 win and 2 losses, so it was time for the other geniuses to take the field. The second dream. Young Master Tang. All around the square, the cheers were so loud that it was as if the sky was about to be torn open. A huge name appeared in the sky, Tang Tianshu. After a moment of silence, the cheers became even crazier, as if they wanted to shake the heavens and earth. Tang Tianshu, one of the 18 young masters, currently displayed the strength of the late stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. He had the bloodline of the great Tang Empire and was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. After the trip to the Bodhi ancient tree, he should have soared to the heavens, surpassing many of the older geniuses. I wonder if his strength has reached the level of the leader of the 18 young masters. In the crowd, a young man with a cold expression said. He was the leader of the 18 young masters, Jun Wu. In the past, he was the young master above Tang Tianshu, but now he was not so confident. After all, the trip to the Bodhi ancient tree was enough to change everything. This could be seen from the rise of Lin Ling. Duan Wuji. Standing proudly on the spot, Tang Tianshu's gaze finally landed on one of the geniuses. This person had the bloodline of the Justice Duan family, the Qilin bloodline. He also wanted to see how powerful this person who had the bloodline of the 5 great ancient kingdoms was. Currently, there were 5 people he could challenge. Among them, Lin Ling and Hong Er had already fought several times, so it was not appropriate for him to challenge them. As for the second dream and Yu Fanren, he felt that Duan Wuji should be eliminated first. You want to challenge me? Duan Wuji was sitting cross-legged with his eyes slightly closed. He did not even watch Lin Ling's previous battles, appearing extremely arrogant. However, after hearing Tang Tianshu's words, he finally opened his eyes, and a sharp glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. I see. You're challenging me on behalf of your cousin. Chapter 886. Green Flame Sparrow King. Then, Duan Wuji suddenly thought of something. He stretched out his right hand and pointed it at a young man in the distance. That person was also of the great Tang bloodline. His name was Tang Zhen, and he was at the peak of the Emperor's spirit plane. He was ranked 15th on the genius list and had often protected Tang Tianshu. Duan Wuji and Tang Tianshu had clashed several times, but he couldn't do anything about the latter. Tang Tianshu was too strong. He was a top genius on the genius list. Duan Wuji, do you want to die? A young man in the audience said coldly. Duan Wuji was facing him with his palm in front of so many people. How dare someone who had lost to him be so arrogant? Fire-stepping Qilin. Duan Wuji shook his head and said coldly. A large amount of spiritual qi gathered in his palm, and a majestic Qilin was sent flying towards the young man. What? The crowd gasped. Duan Wuji was actually attacking Tang Zhen? Was he looking for death? Tang Zhen was even stronger than Tang Tianshu in the past. He was a top genius on the genius list. You're too bold. Tang Zhen shouted coldly. At the same time, the fire-stepping Qilin rushed over. Tang Zhen's pupils constricted. What a terrifying aura.
Bang!
He couldn't block it and was sent flying. He spat out blood and crashed into the distance. He can't block a single attack from Duan Wuji. Many people's eyes widened. In the past, Tang Zhen was ranked higher than Duan Wuji, and Duan Wuji was only ranked around 100th on the genius list. But today, Duan Wuji had easily defeated Tang Zhen in front of so many people. It was as if he was telling everyone that he, Duan Wuji, had risen. It's the opportunity of the trip to the Bodhi ancient tree. Many people realized. 10th grade king body, realm stepping Qilin. Tang Tianshu murmured. He knew that Duan Wuji was showing his strength to make Tang Tianshu admit defeat. Let's fight. Tang Tianshu didn't say much. He took a step forward and landed on the crystal arena. Sigh. You just had to embarrass yourself. I can tell you that apart from Second Meng, no one else is a match for me.
Duan Wuji shook his head.
A cloud appeared beneath his feet as he floated towards the martial stage. How confident! Many people looked at Duan Wujideo. This person didn't seem to put the other geniuses in his eyes. Only the second dream was his opponent. Who would be the stronger one between him and Tang Tianshu? Soon after, they discovered that Lin Ling wasn't the only one in the semi-finals whose strength had increased greatly. The others seemed to have also advanced crazily. I don't want to say anything more. Let's fight. On the martial arts platform, Tang Tianshu's clothes fluttered in the wind. A scorching flame aura spread out and shot up into the sky, causing the entire martial arts platform to shine with golden light. The flames formed a storm and wrapped Tang Tianshu in it. It was a domineering flame. Emperor Pill Fire, this was a 9th grade king physique. The true meaning of fire has actually reached the realm of 100%. The true intent of fire was much harder to comprehend compared to other true intents. After all, fire was the most tyrannical and majestic, the most powerful of all. Flame, let me test its power. On the other side, Duan Wuji said indifferently. A huge Qilin appeared behind him, shaking the heavens and earth. It was the Qilin bloodline of the Justice Duan family, and his king body was even stronger. It was of the 10th rank. Clouds stepping Qilin. Behind his right hand, he opened his palm as if he was opening the entire sky. Then, a Qilin with rolling clouds slammed towards Tang Tianshu. Rumble. As the two of them clashed, a deafening sound erupted. The battle platform shook violently. Under countless gazes, cracks appeared on the Emperor Elixir Fire, and cracks appeared on the flames. Tang Tianshu took a small step back. It seemed that he was weaker than Yi Futian in their first clash. The great Tang bloodline is only this much? Duan Wuji looked at Tang Tianshu arrogantly. His king physique was of a higher grade than Tang Tianshu's, so he could suppress him. It seems like I can't hide my strength anymore. Tang Tianshu shook his head. Then, the aura of the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm finally burst out, causing the golden flames on the martial arts platform to become even more violent. A huge cauldron appeared. The cauldron of the Emperor of Heaven and Earth. Pa pa pa. The martial arts platform turned into a world of flames, incomparably hot. What? Duan Wuji's expression changed. Tang Tianshu had actually hidden his strength when facing him. How despicable. Heaven as cauldron, earth as furnace, refine all. A cold voice floated out from Tang Tianshu's mouth. The entire martial arts platform turned into a cauldron of flames. He wanted to refine Duan Wuji. Then, a massive amount of flames billowed out, occupying the heavens and earth. It was as if they had locked onto hell, forming a cauldron of flames that began to refine everything. In your dreams. A thick pressure assaulted him, causing Duan Wuji's expression to turn ugly. Currently, Tang Tianshu's cultivation realm was the same as his. Although Tang Tianshu's innate king's physique was slightly weaker, his true intent of fire was much stronger. It made him feel as if he was about to be refined. Realm-treading Qilin. A realm-treading Qilin had the ability to step on the void. With a single step, the heavens and earth would collapse. It was incomparably terrifying.
Bang!
A massive Qilin appeared. Wind, fire, clouds, and lightning appeared beneath its feet. It heavily stomped down, as if it wanted to break the earth. Its momentum was earth-shattering. Not only did it shake the martial arts platform, but even the entire 7 profound martial house shook. Fierce, too fierce. The crowd stared at these 2 peak-proud sons of heaven. The strength that these 2 had erupted with was the most spectacular of the semi-finals. It could even be said that the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. But the various martial arts hall's top proud sons of heaven all had dignified expressions. Were these the rising stars of the younger generation? Their combat strength had already surpassed theirs. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The realm-treading Qilin heavily stomped down. It wanted to break the heaven and earth emperor furnace, causing countless flames to sputter out in all directions. Break for me. Duan Wuji's pupils were ice cold. If Tang Tianshu wanted to refine him, he was still lacking by a tiny bit. Pa pa pa. The massive golden cauldron on the martial arts platform began to crack, causing many people to suck in a breath of cold air. Was the heaven and earth emperor furnace about to explode? It seems that everyone's strength has increased by a great deal. However, at this moment, Tang Tianshu's light voice floated out, causing the crowd's pupils to narrow. What did Tang Tianshu mean? He didn't seem worried at all. Could it be that he was still hiding a card in his hand? You used the advantage of the king body to suppress me, but you forgot that I also came from the great Tang ancient country. I also have a noble bloodline. Tang Tianshu muttered to himself, causing Duan Wuji's expression to change again. Indeed, Tang Tianshu had erupted with the Fire King body, but he had not displayed the great Tang ancient country's king body. Duan Wuji had forgotten about that. Far away, a large number of people were watching the competition. Among them, a youth dressed in black smiled and said, "The great Tang ancient country is backed by the Sparrow clan, one of the 4 wild clans. Although Tang Tianshu's bloodline is not orthodox, he is not someone that anyone can bully. Don't you think so, Princess Yu?" Beside him stood a beautiful young girl. At this moment, her pretty face was calm as she looked forward. She slowly nodded, but her gaze was mostly on the young man in the blue and white robe at the edge of the martial platform. "Brother Linling, dear best. Yu is here to watch your competition." Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this moment, Tang Tianshu's body bloomed with an even more domineering aura. Countless new flames spiraled out like flowers of green flames. Behind him, a green peacock king appeared. It opened its wings and a green light shot into the sky. Chapter 887. The Lost Bloodline. Sealed gate. A cold voice came out of Tang Tianshu's mouth, making the crowd forget how to breathe. They stared at the stage, as if they were afraid that they would miss something. Tang Tianshu once again revealed his trump card. It was the great Tang ancient nation's innate king physique, Sparrow.
Chi. Chi.
With the addition of the sacred and noble green flame, the heaven and earth imperial cauldron suddenly emitted a blinding light, as if it wanted to refine the world. Then, with a boom, the martial platform exploded. The martial platform was refined. I admit defeat. At the same time, Duan Wuji's voice rang out. He had lost. In terms of talent, martial arts intent, and battle awareness, Tang Tianshu had surpassed him in every aspect. He was the perfect heaven's pride, so he had to admit defeat. Wonderful, wonderful. Many people looked at the green flame peacock king. They were so nervous that they forgot how to breathe. The two geniuses on the martial stage were very terrifying. One had the Qilin bloodline of the Justice Duan family, which had the power to trample on a world. The other had the Sparrow bloodline of the Great Tang ancient country. Once the green flame appeared, it could refine the heavens and the earth. The two of them clashed. Finally, after Tang Tianshu used his two trump cards, Duan Wuji admitted defeat. As for Duan Wuji's strength, he had already proven that even the top geniuses of the older generation were no match for him. However, he had still been defeated. This meant that Tang Tianshu could enter the top 10 of the martial arts prodigy roll. Being in the top 10 of the martial arts prodigy roll was a terrifying achievement. This was what it meant to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. The Sparrow race's innate king physique is probably beyond the 10th grade. Only Tang Tianshu's true meaning of fire is slightly weaker than mine. Everything else is stronger than mine. At the edge of the stage, Lin Ling's eyes flickered continuously, his heart heavy. Tang Tianshu's rise at the Bodhi ancient tree made it even more difficult for others to underestimate him. Lin Ling, it looks like it'll be very difficult to get first place. At the side, Hong Er also said with a solemn expression. She had released a dazzling radiance before, but after Tang Tianshu came out, she realized that her radiance was just the light of a grain of rice. Sooner or later, he and I will fight, Lin Ling said indifferently. His words caused Hong Er's beautiful eyes to widen. Tang Tianshu had displayed such terrifying talent, yet Lin Ling was still not afraid to fight. Lin Ling's heart of martial arts was so firm. After the battle between Tang Tianshu and Duan Wuji ended, countless people's blood boiled with excitement. Even the semi-finals had reached a climax. Many people also had a ranking in their hearts. The second dream was still mysterious and was ranked first. Tang Tianshu was most likely ranked second. As for the third and fourth place, it would depend on the competition between Duan Wuji and Yu Fanren. Those in second and third place would be able to obtain the Bodhi liquid, and those in first place would be able to head to the Bodhi ancient tree to cultivate again. This reward, in addition to the dazzling brilliance of the competition, would undoubtedly make the remaining people even more competitive. Soon, huge words appeared in the sky. A new battle had begun, and the one to fight was Yu Fanzi. Yu Fanzi! The crowd was excited. So far, they had seen Lin Ling, Duan Wuji, Tang Tianshu, and Hong Er display their achievements in cultivating the Bodhi ancient tree, but Yu Fanzi had not. This person was an existence that could not be easily provoked from the start of the competition. Now they wondered what kind of brilliance he would display. I don't have many opponents to choose from, so I can only choose you, Duan Wuji.
Yes.
Yu Fanzi was a tall and slender man. He didn't care about his appearance, as if he was a wandering martial artist. He walked out with a faint smile. You can fight after you recover. Yes. Yu Fanzi's calm but proud voice floated out from his mouth. Yu Fanzi gave off the feeling of a hidden expert, but he also had his own tyrannical nature and his own heart of martial arts. When facing a competitor, he would not lose his imposing manner. This was also an essential attitude for a martial artist. 30 minutes is enough. Yes, Duan Wuji said with a cold expression. He had lost to Tang Tianshu, and he accepted it wholeheartedly, but could he not defeat Yu Fanzi? He was determined to get third place in the semi-finals. These geniuses' strength have all increased. I wonder what Yu Fanzi's ranking will be on the prodigy roll? Many people were even more expectant as they quietly watched the battle stage. Soon, two figures appeared. Your innate king physique is very strong, but unfortunately, your other areas are too weak. Therefore, you have no chance of winning against me. Sigh. Yu Fanzi took out a wine jug from somewhere and took a sip. He gave off the feeling of an emperor on an inspection tour, free and easy, but also had an inviolable dignity. No chance at all. You think too highly of yourself.
Sigh.
Duan Wuji laughed coldly. He did not underestimate Yu Fanzi, but Yu Fanzi had no chance at all. Yu Fanzi's self-confidence was too inflated. Whether it is true or not, you will know after the battle. Sigh. Yu Fanzi took another sip of wine, and his aura changed. It became sharper, more domineering, and sharper. Even looking at him would cause one's eyes to hurt. What a terrifying aura. Based on this aura alone, I think it is possible for him to rush into the top 5 of the prodigy roll. Sigh. Many people gasped. As expected of the semi-finals, it was already comparable to the prodigy roll of the 7 great martial arts halls of the Rainforest Holy Land. Then let's fight. Sigh.
Boom.
Under Duan Wuji's cold shout, a rumbling sound came from behind him. Smoke filled the air, and the giant ancient Qilin once again descended into the world. It had the power to step into the world, and currently, it was only inferior to Tang Tianshu's terrifying innate king physique. I said, it is useless. Sigh. Yu Fanzi's eyes were even colder. His hands moved rapidly, and an ancient aura filled the air between his hands. It was as if he had opened a taboo of heaven and earth, causing a giant ancient bronze door to appear behind him. Sealed door, seal all innate talents in heaven and earth. Heavenly. A voice that was like the might of the heavens floated out from Yu Fanzi's mouth, causing the hearts of the crowd to fiercely tremble. At this moment, Yu Fanzi was even more like a sovereign divine king, sealing all innate talents in heaven and earth. Rumble. The giant Qilin swayed and let out a terrified cry. It was as if it had been conferred a title by the heavens, causing it to turn into a ray of light and be sucked into the giant ancient bronze door. His innate king physique had been sealed. What? Duan Wuji's eyes widened. He sensed that his ability had disappeared. Trash who only knows how to rely on his innate king physique has a weak martial arts foundation.
How can you reach the end?
Admit defeat yourself. Yu Fanzi said softly. I lost. Duan Wuji frowned. Yu Fanzi had said that he had no chance, but now it seemed that there was indeed no chance. Yu Fanzi, your sealed door is too heaven-defying. However, Duan Wuji was not willing to accept this. Many people also had the same thought. Sealing someone's innate king physique was too heaven-defying. The sealed door depends on whose innate talent it seals. The stronger the innate king physique, the harder it is to seal. Moreover, how can a martial artist only rely on his innate king physique? Martial arts are actually the foundation. For example, Lin Ling's sword intent was ineffective against the sealed door. Yu Fanzi slowly left the martial arts stage. I see. Many people suddenly understood. Although it could only seal the innate king physique, it was still incomparably terrifying. It was simply the nemesis of all martial artists. Chapter 888. Invincible. Invincible Hong Lin Ling, Tang Tianshu, Yu Fanren, the second dream. There are only 5 left. Many people looked up at the sky. The final battle was getting closer and closer. I forfeit. At this moment, Hong Er's voice rang out. The crowd was stunned for a moment, but they were not surprised. Hong Er was no match for the remaining Sky Prides, so it was reasonable for her to forfeit. In this way, it would become a competition between the top 4 Sky Prides. The second dream, who had displayed the ability to control other people's shadows, was extremely terrifying. Tang Tianshu, who had 2 king physiques, one of which was the ancient bloodline of the Great Tang ancient country, was also extremely powerful. Yu Fanzi, who had the sealed door, was able to suppress all other king physiques, like a god king. Lin Ling, who was the only swordsman in the semi-finals, had the ultimate sword intent and could control millions of swords. All 4 of them were invincible in the Emperor's spirit realm. Now that they were invincible, let's see who is more invincible. Rumble. The sky began to change, and a dazzling name appeared, the second dream.
Boom.
Around the square, millions of people in the main city felt their blood boiling. The second dream was going to battle again. As for the second dream, many people felt that it was as mysterious as the night sky. Although the second dream had displayed the ability to control shadows, how could the second dream's strength be limited to that? She must have more powerful techniques that could make her laugh at all the Emperor's Spirit Realm cultivators. If we, the Sky Prides, are invincible in the Emperor's Spirit Realm, then the second dream is invincible among invincible. The top Sky Prides of the various halls said solemnly. Through the battle, they already knew that the second dream was stronger than them. The sealed door is not the king physique of the rainforest sacred ground. I am very curious about this king physique. You Fanzi, let's battle. The second dream's cold voice floated out, causing the crowd's pupils to dilate. The second dream challenged you Fanzi. The final battle has been brought forward? Very well, let me see how powerful the most perfect girl is. Yu Fanzi was stunned for a moment before his expression turned serious. He did not dare to underestimate the second dream.
Swoosh.
2 figures landed on the crystal-glazed martial arena one after another. A wind blew across the stage, and an oppressive aura permeated the air. It was as if time had stopped. The surrounding people breathed heavily. The battle had not even begun, but they could already feel that a storm was coming. You're very strong, so I don't intend to hold back. Yu Fanzi's eyes turned cold, and the wine pot in his hand shattered. This was the first time he had been so serious since the semi-finals began. Sealed door. Rumble. The space started to tremble and explode. Behind Yu Fanzi, a huge bronze door slowly appeared. The door slowly opened, and an unparalleled suction force was generated, sealing away all king physiques. Interesting. The second dream wore a long black dress and remained unmoved. At the same time, her king physique turned into endless black light and was sealed away by the sealed door. The second dream is so confident. She actually asked Yu Fanzi to seal his own king physique. The crowd looked at the second dream proudly, and their pupils constricted. The second dream was indeed the most mysterious existence. Her courage was extraordinary. The sealed door can seal away king physiques, but it can't seal away martial arts. The second dream's cold voice floated out. She seemed to want to use her true martial intent to battle Yu Fanzi. Shadow Doppelganger, Shadow Palm. A majestic voice resounded once again. Under countless gazes, strange black shadows walked out from the second dream's back and pounced on Yu Fanzi. They were so dense that it shocked the heavens and earth. Sword of Destruction. Looking at the black shadows pouncing on him, Yu Fanzi's pupils became more serious. The second dream was indeed powerful. Even with her king physique sealed away, she could still use powerful martial arts. Was that the true martial intent of shadows? It must have reached 100%. Xiao. A yellow sword appeared in his hand. With a slash, 100% true martial intent of destruction burst out. It was like an avalanche, layer upon layer.
Pop, pop, pop.
A large number of shadows were destroyed by his sword. Although that slash was not as powerful as Lin Ling's true martial intent of sword, it was still extremely sharp. The second dream's countless shadows could not even get close to Yu Fanzi. Shadow escape. The second dream's eyes were still calm. Her slender fingers drew a mysterious pattern. A dazzling black light appeared, and she mysteriously disappeared under the sky. The entire stage was filled with shadows, but the second dream seemed to have disappeared.
What?
Yu Fanzi's expression changed. He took a step back and frantically retreated. The second dream wanted to fight in close combat. However, her shadows were the most difficult to deal with. There was no difference between real and fake shadows. Therefore, for safety reasons, he had to put some distance between himself and the second dream. Sword of lone desert smoke, yellow crane setting sun. While frantically retreating, Yu Fanzi lightly shouted. The sword in his hand seemed to have turned into the smoke of the yellow springs. With a destructive aura, it was released and majestic. Once again, it destroyed a large number of shadows in front of him. The battle between the two of them is so dazzling. The crowd looked at the colorful scene on the stage, and their hearts trembled violently. The battle between the two of them was terrifying. Although it was not majestic and grand, it was a battle of pure martial arts and techniques. It was not to be underestimated. Many people realized that Yu Fanzi's martial arts were also incomparably powerful after removing the terrifying gate of sealing. Both of them were invincible in the Emperor's spirit realm. It was indeed the most exciting battle. Shadow Meld, appear. At this moment, something strange happened. The second dream had been trying to get closer to Yu Fanzi. It seemed to know that Yu Fanzi's defense was weak. While Yu Fanzi kept increasing the distance between them, he continued to block the second dream's attacks. However, this time, a cold voice came from under Yu Fanzi's feet. Yu Fanzi's shadow had turned into the second dream.
What?
The eyes of the elders and students of the various halls narrowed. Even with their strength, they could not see through this. The second dream's strength was almost on par with theirs.
Bang.
The black palm struck out. It was so dazzling and so mysterious. Yu Fanzi's expression changed drastically. However, it was too late for him to defend himself. After the palm strike, his body exploded into pieces. Yu Fanzi's only weakness was his defense. Is he dead? Many people's hearts were pounding. The second dream also appeared on the battle stage. Her eyes were as calm as an ancient well. Amazing! You turned into my shadow. That palm strike seemed calm, but it contained 100% of the true meaning of shadow, as expected of the second dream. At that moment, a voice filled the atmosphere. The crowd was astonished. It was Yu Fanzi's voice. He wasn't dead yet? Impossible. The second dream's beautiful eyes flickered. That palm strike of yours was very powerful. It contained all the strength in the darkness. With my defense, I would not have been able to block it. I would have died, without a doubt. However, that's not all there is to my sealed door. Boom, boom, boom. A silhouette slowly walked out from the bronze gate of the martial stage. It was as if he had come from hell, but at the same time, it was as if he had come from the sky. The gate of reincarnation. A proud voice sounded. Yu Fanzi appeared in front of the crowd again. Chapter 889. Master Zhan Ting. Even the second dream's beautiful eyes flickered. She was surprised by Yu Fanzi's king body. First, Yu Fanzi had the gate of sealing, then the gate of reincarnation. Could it be that Yu Fanzi was invincible? Then, her gaze landed on the towering bronze door. Hongyan's little mouth curved into a smile. Looks like if I want to defeat you, I'll have to break your seal first. The second dream said softly, causing many people to come to their senses. Indeed, defeating Fanzi was useless. This person could walk out of the sealed door after he died, but if the sealed door was broken, would Fanzi still be able to come out? Yu Fanzi's pupils constricted. You are right, but it seems like you don't have a chance anymore. That shadow trick from before was ineffective after the first time. If you use it again, I won't be fooled. You lost. The second dream smiled gently. Her smile was so beautiful that it could cause the downfall of nations. Many people's eyes flickered. They could faintly sense that this was a smile of victory. Shadow burial.
Chi. Chi.
At the same time, something terrifying happened. A large number of phantoms appeared around the square, dancing like demons. Those were the phantoms of the people around the square. The phantoms seemed to be sucked into the phantoms and were sucked into the second dream, controlling the shadows of others and the shadows of tens of thousands of people. Yu Fanzi's eyes widened. What kind of ability was this? Furthermore, the second dream's king physique had been sealed, but it could still control tens of thousands of people. If the king physique had not been sealed, what would the situation be like? Rumble. Countless shadows flew toward the second dream and landed on the stage. They turned into the second dream, and the stage was filled with the second dream's shadows. I admit defeat. Yu Fanzi shook his head helplessly. Even if he was immortal, he would not be able to stop so many shadows. Was this the trump card of the second dream, shadow burial? He admitted defeat. Many people stared at the martial platform in shock. However, they were not surprised at all. After all, the second dream was too strong. It could control the shadows of tens of thousands of people. It was simply the king of the night. The second dream nodded and turned around to leave. The shadows on the martial arts stage exploded one after another. The martial artists in the square also returned to their original forms, but they were still incomparably terrifying. As of now, Yu Fanzi had also lost. Only Tang Tianshu and Lin Ling were qualified to fight him. I'm really looking forward to the start of that battle. I hope the next draw is me. Tang Tianshu's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Currently, he and the second dream were the only ones who had not lost yet. Even Lin Ling had lost once, and that was because he had given Hong Er a chance. This meant that the final focus of the semifinals would be him and the second dream. Rumble. In the skies above, a giant name appeared once more. Because Hong Er had given up, only one of the four would draw the lot. Lin Ling. The dazzling name made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Lin Ling was finally going to fight. Who would he challenge? Me? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Had the battle of the Emperor's Spirit Realm begun? Tang Tianshu, come on up. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling's calm voice rang out. He was going to challenge Tang Tianshu.
What?
Lin Ling versus Tang Tianshu? Many people's hearts trembled violently. According to Lin Ling's strength, he should challenge Yu Fanzi. After all, Yu Fanzi had lost once, so his strength should be the weakest among the three. Tang Tianshu, on the other hand, had not lost a single battle. His strength was clear for all to see. How could Lin Ling be his opponent? Tang Tianshu was also stunned for a moment. His eyes flashed coldly. Right now, he was getting closer and closer to the final battle. His opponent was the second dream. The others were all ants, but Lin Ling dared to challenge him? Why bother? Your king's physique is no match for mine. What a waste of time. Tang Tianshu said lightly. He also wanted to challenge Lin Ling, but it was obviously not the time. After all, he wanted to fight the second dream and shine brightly. Therefore, other things could be put aside for now. Then, may I ask, are you currently number one? Lin Ling asked softly. Tang Tianshu was stunned and speechless. If you are not number one, how can you be so sure that you are wasting time? Lin Ling said again. The light of a grain of rice? How can it compete with the light of the moon? Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Tang Tianshu finally shook his head helplessly. It seemed that the final battle had to be put aside for now. He had to deal with Lin Ling first. Then, he moved his body and appeared on the battle stage. He waved at Lin Ling and said, "Come on up. After I deal with you, I will save my strength for the second dream." He was very confident and proud. Lin Ling was like an ant to Tang Tianshu. However, many people nodded in agreement. Lin Ling's strongest trump card was the pinnacle of sword will. However, the 18th prince, Tang Wulin, had two king bodies, one of which was the bloodline of an ancient nation. No matter how Lin Ling looked at it, he had no chance of winning. Your strength has increased tremendously. Unfortunately, you will always be below me. After Lin Ling stepped onto the battle stage, Tang Tianshu stretched out one of his hands. Rolling golden flames bloomed. He did not want to waste time, so he quickly made his move. Rumble. The Emperor Elixir Fire appeared. The rolling flames covered the entire battle stage, turning it into an Emperor Cauldron. It's so hot. There were many geniuses at the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm around the square. However, they also felt the heat. It was as if the battle stage in front of them was not the battle stage, but a huge cauldron that fell from the 9 heavens. This shocked many people. Tang Tianshu was too strong. Other than the second dream, no one could compete with him. Tyrannical Song Sword. It's time to fight. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling's long hair fluttered. His blue and white robe fluttered in the hot wind. The large sword in his hand turned blood red and emitted a domineering and majestic aura. It actually blocked off the golden flames on the martial arts platform. First refinement. Tang Tianshu did not pay much attention to it. A soft voice floated out from his mouth. Rumble. The flames on the martial stage stacked up layer by layer, distorting space and surrounding Lin Ling. The refinement of heaven and earth had already begun. Lin Ling had already become a pill under the vast heaven and earth, tiny and powerless. Many people looked at Lin Ling, wondering if Lin Ling would be defeated by Tang Tianshu's first move. Tyrannical Song Sword. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression was indifferent. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. Rolling sword intent appeared under the tyrannical Song Sword. The sword began to emit endless killing intent, and a large number of ghosts floated around the sword. Lin Ling's sword is more domineering every time I see it. The crowd looked at Lin Ling, who was surrounded by flames, and mumbled to themselves. Lin Ling was not completely helpless.
His sword was still terrifying. Swish.
With Lin Ling as the center, 100% sword intent slashed out in all directions. The sword light was dazzling and domineering.
Pop, pop, pop.
The flames that were close to Lin Ling were all destroyed by the sword intent, causing a large number of flames to appear in the air. It was incomparably dazzling. Second refinement. Chapter 890. Flames collided. Rumble, rumble, rumble. An even more terrifying flame appeared on the martial stage. A golden light shined, and the flames rushed towards Lin Ling like a tidal wave. The emperor furnace of heaven and earth was even larger than before. The pressure billowed, causing Lin Ling to take a step back. He gripped the sword in his hand even tighter, and the true meaning of the sword crazily rose up like a tide, becoming fiercer and fiercer, sharper and sharper. Clang, clang, clang. At the same time, countless crisp sounds rang out. In the square, the swords in the hands of all the martial artists jumped up, as if they had been summoned by something, and shot towards the martial stage. Clang, clang, clang. In the direction of the main city, as long as they were a swordsman, their swords would also be summoned. They flew towards the 7 profound martial house like a tidal wave. What a terrifying true meaning of the sword. Man and sword as one. Many powerful martial artists' pupils shrank. Lin Ling had used his strongest card, the pinnacle of the true meaning of the sword. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Ice. A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, and the sword in his hand slashed out. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The martial stage instantly split open, and the void emitted an explosive sound. Swords filled the mountains and plains, and a sea of swords appeared, turning into a massive heavenly sword that slashed downwards. This sword, wild and tyrannical, looked down upon the world.
Bang!
A loud explosion shook everyone's hearts. An unprecedented sword slashed out, and all the golden flames on the martial stage were blown away. The massive emperor furnace of heaven and earth shook, and then cracks began to appear on it. What? The crowd stood up, their hearts shaken. How could Lin Ling not have the strength to fight? This pinnacle of the sword was terrifying.
Pa.
Tang Tianshu took a step back, and a sword wound appeared on his cheek. He touched the wound with his hand, and blood flowed out. He put the blood in his mouth and licked it gently. A thick flame of anger bloomed in the depths of his eyes. You hurt me. A low voice floated out from Tang Tianshu's mouth. His ambition was the second dream, but Lin Ling had actually hurt him? How can the light of a grain of rice compete with the brilliance of the moon? Lin Ling looked at Tang Tianshu indifferently and said softly. His words were full of sarcasm. Tang Tianshu said that he, Lin Ling, was the light of a grain of rice, but now, this light of a grain of rice had injured Tang Tianshu. Of course, Lin Ling's heart was heavy. His sword intent was actually unable to defeat Tang Tianshu. This also showed that Tang Tianshu was indeed very powerful. Okay. Tang Tianshu nodded. An ancient aura was released from his body. Green flames shot up into the sky. It was demonic and mysterious. A beautiful peacock with green flames appeared behind him. Another trump card, the Green Flame Sparrow King, had appeared. That oppressive power made it difficult for people to breathe. The king physique that surpassed the 10th grade was like a true king that could crush everything. Lin Ling is going to lose. Far away, a youth from the desolate race said lightly. Only he knew how terrifying the sparrow race's bloodline was. Not necessarily. Beside him, a girl who looked like a jade lotus in the snow shook her head. Princess Yu, Lin Ling's sword intent is unable to break through Tang Tianshu's king physique, so he will definitely lose. The youth said with great certainty. The girl still shook her head, but she did not say anything else. Her beautiful eyes kept looking at the distant stage. At this moment, the ancient Sparrow King appeared on the stage. It was so sacred and majestic. The green flames and golden flames intertwined, making the golden flames seem to worship the green flames. And Tang Tianshu was like the ancient Sparrow King, controlling and dominating everything. An existence that surpasses the king physique? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He sensed that the moment the green flames appeared, the spiritual energy in his body was constantly being depleted. That strange green flame had other means to deplete the opponent's spiritual energy. You will be in pain. Tang Tianshu raised his head. There was madness and brutality. His right hand stretched out like a hand that covered the sky. Following that, he clenched his fist. Rumble. A new heaven and earth emperor furnace appeared. It was even more terrifying and scorching. Even the sky was being refined. Chi. Sure enough, the clouds in the sky were also on fire, turning into nothingness. So powerful. Many people's hearts trembled fiercely. This flame was too terrifying. Could there be anyone who could defeat Tang Tianshu? Using fire to refine me? But you forgot, I am also a fire elemental martial artist. However, Lin Ling's gaze was fixed in front of him. His indifferent voice floated out. The blood-red flames on his body majestically attacked. The vermilion bird fluttered, intimidating the heavens and the earth. The vermilion bird's flames were finally revealed in the competition. It was scorching hot and dazzling. Lin Ling still has other means? The crowd only felt that their hearts were fiercely pounded. It was the first time Lin Ling had revealed his king physique in a competition other than the sword. Moreover, it was a 9th grade king physique. 9th grade, just an ant struggling in the face of death. Tang Tianshu shook his head. A 9th grade king physique was too weak. Even Duan Wuji's king physique was stronger than Lin Ling's. Is that so? However, at this moment, a soft voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. He stretched out his left hand, causing countless people to be puzzled. What was Lin Ling doing? His king physique was not as good as Tang Tianshu's. Could it be that he wanted to use his flames to fight? 9 motifs true fire, the heart of the sovereign flame. Also known as the godly fire. The blood-red flames hovered around Lin Ling. The vermilion bird fluttered behind him. Then, a vermilion bird flew and landed on Lin Ling's palm.
It was so dazzling.
Then, a second, a third, a fourth, a total of 9 vermilion birds fluttered on Lin Ling's palm. They kept circling around and were incomparably dazzling. Gradually, a blood-red lotus appeared in the eyes of countless people. Lin Ling was holding the 9-petal blood lotus. At this moment, he looked as if he had just walked out of a hell volcano. 9 motifs true lotus. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling walked step by step towards the center of the stage. And there was the Heaven and Earth Emperor furnace. Crazy. Many people's eyes widened. What was Lin Ling doing? Could it be that he wanted to use the 9-petal blood lotus in his hand to fight against the Heaven and Earth Emperor furnace? Courting death. Tang Tianshu. Tang Tianshu growled. He had the bloodline of an ancient country. How could Lin Ling's trash flames compete with him? Rumble. Under his angry roar, the Heaven and Earth Emperor furnace rolled. The green flames seemed to have come from ancient times. It emitted a dense pressure that enveloped Lin Ling. It began to refine Lin Ling. The heat and pressure made it difficult for even the martial artists outside the stage to breathe. Its power had probably reached the saint's spirit realm. However, in their eyes, Lin Ling was still moving forward. He seemed to know that only by breaking the Heaven and Earth Emperor furnace would Tang Tianshu fail.
Boom.
He was getting closer and closer to the Heaven and Earth Emperor furnace. With every step Lin Ling took, the ground burst into flames. It was incomparably terrifying. Tang Tianshu's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling only had the 9th grade king body. How could he block his green flames, Sparrow King? What was so special about Lin Ling's flames? Then, he opened his hands, and an even more terrifying flame burst out, covering the entire stage in green flames. Lin Ling was getting closer and closer. In the eyes of the crowd, Lin Ling disappeared. There was only an endless stream of green flames left on the stage. Many people were puzzled. Had Lin Ling been refined by the Heaven and Earth Emperor furnace? But in the next moment, an even hotter flame burst out, shaking the heavens and earth. In the green flames, an ancient blood-red flame bloomed, as if it came from the horizon. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Then, the flame seemed to explode, and a huge blood-red lotus bloomed in the middle of the stage. Chapter 891. The Final Battle Pa.
Pa.
At the same time, a huge flaming lotus burst out. Countless flames danced around like meteors, forcing everyone around the stage to retreat. What kind of fire was that? The pinnacle of the true meaning of fire. Some ancient martial artists widened their eyes. The true meaning of fire had always been the hardest to comprehend because it was overbearing and powerful. But now, they saw the pinnacle of the true meaning of fire.
What?
Lin Ling actually comprehended 2 true meanings to the pinnacle. The crowd was in an uproar. Lin Ling, this monster, actually hid his most terrifying trump card. Was the current Lin Ling the strongest Lin Ling? The pinnacle of the true meaning of sword was already enough to make Lin Ling invincible in the Emperor's spirit realm. However, Lin Ling didn't only have one true meaning of martial that everyone dreamed of. He also had the pinnacle of the true meaning of fire, and compared to the true meaning of sword, this fire was even crazier and more overbearing.
Chi.
The situation on the stage changed. The green flames were quietly burned away, and the blood-red flames went berserk. Although Tang Tianshu's ancient kingdom bloodline was more noble, he didn't comprehend the true meaning of fire. Although the Emperor Elixir Fire had the true meaning of fire, it was only at 100%. It couldn't compare to Lin Ling's pinnacle. In this clash of flames, Lin Ling won.
Boom.
Following an explosion, the sky seemed to clear up. Countless eyes looked over and realized that the Emperor Furnace of Heaven and Earth had exploded. Xiao. A figure appeared from the void and instantly appeared in front of Tang Tianshu. Tang Tianshu was already injured, but his eyes were wide open. He didn't believe that Lin Ling's true meaning of fire was higher than his. This is what you call a waste of time. The slender figure stood in front of Tang Tianshu, and an indifferent voice drifted out, causing Tang Tianshu to tremble. He previously thought that the battle with Lin Ling was a waste of time. However, he didn't know that Lin Ling also had the pinnacle of the true meaning of fire. This made the word, waste of time, even more ironic. Lin Ling was wasting his time? It was he who was wasting Lin Ling's time.
Whoosh.
Lin Ling's eyes were cold. Without saying anything, he stabbed the tyrannical song sword in his hand towards Tang Tianshu. You. As the sword entered Tang Tianshu's chest, a terrifying suction force was generated, continuously absorbing the remaining flame energy in Tang Tianshu's body.
Whoosh.
Then, the sword was pulled out. Along with the sword, an incomparably hot flame aura disappeared into Lin Ling's body. Tang Tianshu's ancient bloodline seemed to have been absorbed by Lin Ling's sword. The tyrannical sword had the ability to absorb other people's spiritual energy and energy. Tang Tianshu was a fire-type martial artist, so naturally, he could be easily absorbed by Lin Ling. Staring at Lin Ling, Tang Tianshu finally collapsed. His entire body's essence had been absorbed, and he no longer had the strength to fight. Images appeared in his mind. Lin Ling, an insignificant existence in the past, rebelled against him in the exquisite valley. This made him hate Lin Ling, but he always felt that a lowly commoner like Lin Ling couldn't be compared to him. However, today in the clash of flames he lost. He was utterly defeated. He had a noble bloodline and everything, but he didn't grasp that advantage. He allowed Lin Ling, who had an ordinary bloodline, to comprehend the mysterious true meaning of fire and defeat him. He wanted to fight the second dream, but he didn't have the qualifications to walk in front of the second dream. You've lost. A soft voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. He left the stage step by step. The crowd looked at that slender figure and felt that everything was incomparably surreal. Lin Ling had defeated young Master Tang. This meant that he was second in the semi-finals. Perhaps he had the strength to fight the second dream. Dark Horse, the strongest dark horse in the assessment not long ago. In the semi-finals, he was still a dark horse. He was dark all the way to the end, becoming the most dazzling existence. Now, the battle between the pinnacle was between Lin Ling and the second dream. Lin Ling. Manor Lord Skyland's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect Lin Ling to walk to the end. This Lin Ling hid his strength very deeply. He had always used the true meaning of sword to confuse everyone, making them think that this was his strongest move. However, this was only on the surface. Lin Ling's trump cards were limitless. He also had the true meaning of fire. And now, Lin Ling had exceeded his expectations. He had finally reached the highest peak. Lin Ling, Lin Ling. After a short moment of silence, the cheers seemed to tear open the sky, shaking the earth. The outcome of the battle between the pinnacle had changed. Lin Ling had gone from being the weakest existence in terms of cultivation level to creating a legendary story. He didn't have an arrogant identity, nor did he have powerful talent. He didn't have a strong background, but he had managed to walk to the most perfect girl. In this battle between the pinnacle, regardless of whether Lin Ling won or lost, his name would become an epic. At the same time, in the rainforest sacred land, in the 100 territories, the news of Lin Ling reaching the final battle spread like a rolling snowball. Tens of millions of people were looking forward to the final battle. He actually won. This kid's perceptivity is very impressive. Far away, the desolate race youth's eyes flickered. He never expected the situation to change so unpredictably. I knew he would win. The girl beside him, who looked like a jade lotus, said with a smile. She knew that brother Lin Ling was creating an era that belonged to him. Furthermore, she believed that brother Lin Ling would definitely succeed. Rest for 2 hours. The competition will continue. In the sky, an ancient voice sounded. It made even more people's blood boil. They were looking forward to the final battle. As for the second dream, she looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. She never expected Lin Ling to reach the peak of the true intent of fire during the trip to the Bodhi ancient tree. This Lin Ling was stronger than she had imagined. And now, Lin Ling had begun the second step of his revenge. It was very surreal. After the trip to the Bodhi ancient tree, the second dream no longer thought highly of Lin Ling. She also thought that the second step of his revenge was a joke. But now Lin Ling told her that it wasn't a joke. He, Lin Ling, was a man of his words. At this moment, Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged. The flames in his body were surging. It was Tang Tianshu's bloodline talent, the flames of the Green Flames Sparrow King. Refine it, Lin Ling shouted in his heart. Back in the sacred region, he had used the 100,000 bloodlines of the sacred tribe to improve his imperial body. Now, he was going to use Tang Tianshu's imperial body to improve it again. This mysterious technique was taught to him by the ancient flame demon. It could refine the flames of heaven and earth for one's own use, but it was also dangerous. Fortunately, Lin Ling's understanding of fire was very strong. Hence, he was confident. Rumble. During the refining process, a terrifying aura erupted from Lin Ling's body. Many people in the square were stunned. Before the final battle, Lin Ling's strength had increased again. What kind of monster was this? Many people also noticed that the aura exuding from Lin Ling's body was similar to Tang Tianshu's green flame aura. This made them even more shocked. Tang Tianshu had a strong talent, but he didn't know how to use it. His understanding of fire was weak. Now that the flames appeared on Lin Ling's body, it was the best use of them. All of this was a huge insult to Tang Tianshu. Time passed quietly. 2 hours had passed. The final battle was about to begin. As if they knew that Yufanzi's battle would no longer attract attention, a dazzling name appeared in the sky. The second dream. Bodhi's sacred palace seemed to let the second dream choose this battle. Would it be the pinnacle battle or challenge other battles? Chapter 892. Battle of the Second Dream. Lin Ling, I've advised you not to fight with me, but you stubbornly insisted. Since that's the case, then let's fight. The second dream looked at Lin Ling calmly. Her firm voice finally sounded. On the ground, Lin Ling sat cross-legged, a smile on his face. Let's fight.
Fight.
The strongest battle had begun. The commotion caused by this battle shook the rainforest sacred ground and the 100 territories. After all, this was the battle of the strongest in the Emperor Spirit Realm, and also the battle of the strongest geniuses of the 7 great martial arts halls. Lin Ling's battle with the second dream, could he win? Rumble. The crystalline glaze stage returned to normal, and 2 figures appeared on it, standing a few hundred meters apart. An oppressive atmosphere filled the air, causing the entire plaza to fall silent. The rainforest sacred ground is not my destination. The Bodhi sacred palace is my goal. I want to leave the rainforest sacred ground and witness even stronger experts. Therefore, I must win this battle.
Sigh.
The second dream calmly looked at the handsome youth in front of her. This was her ambition, and no one could stop her. Chapter 893. The 10-directional world lotus. When you caused my big brother to become a cripple, why didn't you say that you were constantly opposing me? The second dream. This world does not revolve around you. You want to step on others to become stronger, but you blame others for not cooperating with you. Don't you think that your mind is too twisted, too insidious?
Slut.
Lin Ling shouted out once more, his voice shaking the heavens. In the past, when he had been conferred the position of elder, Lin Ling had cursed the second dream as a slut. Today, in the Rainforest Holy Lands Heaven's Pride Tournament, Lin Ling had once again cursed the second dream as a slut. It seems that there is no peace between you and me. Since it's like this, then don't blame me for being ruthless. The second dream's beautiful face was icy cold. She no longer had her lovely and touching appearance. At this moment, she was like a queen that controlled everything. You should have done this from the start. Lin Ling lifted the sword in his hand and pointed it at Second Dream. You represent the Martial House Master, Sky Forest, and I represent Di Wuji. Today, if I win, the Di family bloodline will wash away the shame and humiliation they have suffered. The position of the 7 profound Martial House Master will be taken back by the Di family bloodline. If you win, the Di family bloodline will no longer interfere. Then the Di bloodline will disappear from this world. The Second Dream opened her hands, and it was like night had fallen. Driving shadow. Chi, chi, chi. Between the heavens and earth, everyone felt their minds become empty, as if they were being sucked in by something. Then, they saw their own shadows break away from them and fly towards the martial stage. Densely packed and majestic, the entire world was filled with shadows. This innate king body was terrifying. Without the suppression of Yu Fanzi's sealed door, it was even more powerful now. It could control the shadows of 1,000,000 people. Xiao, xiao, xiao. On the martial stage, there were all sorts of strange and mysterious shadows. The Second Dream was like a queen of the night, coldly looking at Lin Ling. Your faith is strong, but your strength is too weak.
Kill.
Rumble, rumble, rumble. Countless shadows rushed towards Lin Ling. That terrifying aura made it difficult for the crowd to breathe. Were those shadows the Second Dream?
Kill.
Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He took a step forward and shot forward. At this moment, the sword became dazzling, as if it represented Di Wuji's determination. The pinnacle of the sword will bloomed.
Whoosh.
Wherever the sword passed, it was as if it came from the horizon.
Pop. Pop.
A large number of shadows were distorted and split into 2. But soon, the shadows recovered. How could a shadow be severed? Lin Ling is in danger. Many people looked at the strange scene and muttered to themselves. The shadow that could not be cut was too powerful. Fire, come out. At this time, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded out. On the martial stage, Lin Ling was surrounded by countless shadows. He withdrew his sword and stood up. He stretched out his left hand, and a taboo flame of the heavens and earth quietly appeared. The vermilion birds turned into flower petals that fell onto Lin Ling's hand. It's the pinnacle of the true meaning of fire, 9 Truths Lotus. Many people's hearts beat violently. Lin Ling had revealed his strongest trump card. The sword could not sever the shadow, but the fire could burn it. It's useless. My shadows are divided according to the strength of the master. If the master whose shadow is extracted is at the pinnacle of the Emperor Spirit Realm, the shadow will be the same, but even more terrifying. After all, the shadow cannot be severed or burned. The Second Dream looked indifferently at Lin Ling in the middle of the martial stage and said coldly. Many people held their breaths. The Second Dream's king body was heaven-defying. The Second Dream was indeed worthy of the title of being favored by the heavens. 10,000 shadows strangulation. Boom. Rumble. The shadows wriggled like water and turned into darkness. Then, they slowly shrank towards Lin Ling's silence, destruction, sealing everything. Lin Ling was wrapped in the shadows. It was as if he was trapped in the darkness. He could not block it. Lin Ling. On the side of the Fire Ancient Clan, everyone shouted anxiously. However, they also knew that the Second Dream's king body was too strong. Although Lin Ling's king body was powerful, it was still only at the 9th grade. It had not even reached the 10th grade. It was impossible for him to block the Second Dream. And if he could not block it, he would die. Chi-chi. The shadows gradually shrank. In the next moment, Lin Ling was sealed by the shadows. There was only darkness on the martial stage. Lin Ling disappeared. Lin Ling is dead. Many people looked at the scene in shock. Lin Ling was very pitiful. It was not easy for him to reach the final step, but he fell in the hands of the second dream. One had to admit that Lin Ling was indeed a perfect monster. However, the second dream was even more monstrous than him. It was a monster with a king body. Lin Ling. Auntie Mo stared intently at the martial stage. Her eyes were moist. Had her relative died there? That relative of hers was very pitiful from a young age. He clearly had a noble bloodline, but because the desolate race did not think highly of him, he was abandoned and grew up in a tiny place. And finally, with his own perseverance, the youth walked step by step to become one of the strongest elites in the rainforest's sacred land. However, he died there. At this moment, Auntie Mo was extremely sad. She only had that bright smile in her heart. That shy figure that saw her made her roar angrily in her heart. Lin Ling. It's all over. Mansion Master Skyland sat in his chair, his heart finally relaxing. His greatest threat had been dealt with. However, at this moment, his gaze fell onto the martial platform. His pupils instantly constricted, and the chair in his hand was subconsciously crushed by his grip. In the middle of the martial stage, it was still pitch black. It was like the deepest night. However, a light appeared. What? The second dream also sensed it as her beautiful eyes focused. What is that? Many people saw it as they stared with their eyes wide open. That's right, it was a light. It was the light of hope under the night sky. It gradually bloomed and became brighter. Vaguely, people could see a slender figure appear. This person was handsome, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He held a heaven-earth taboo fire lotus in his hand, as if he was a fire god from ancient times. An existence that surpasses the peak of the true meaning of fire, 10 Directions World Lotus. The cold voice seemed to come from the void. It was ethereal and firm. Under the gazes of countless people, the blood-red lotus floated out and circled continuously. Wisps of ancient and scorching flames emanated from it. Moreover, if one looked carefully, one would notice that the lotus no longer had 9 petals, but 10 petals. The peak of the fire of a 10th grade king body. A few ancient experts felt their hearts tremble. Lin Ling's king body had gone from a 9th grade to a 10th grade. It released the most terrifying true meaning of fire.
Boom.
The lotus exploded, a forbidden world. Pa pa pa. The darkness distorted as space trembled. It could not contain the endless flames and was burned like paper. A sword could not cut through the darkness. Fire could brighten it and burn it.
Boom.
A huge flaming lotus soared into the sky, illuminating the entire sacred rainforest. Countless people's faces froze. What a sacred flame! In the storm of flames, the second dream waved her right hand. A pitch-black umbrella appeared in an attempt to block the terrifying flames. However, the umbrella was also burned, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Her face was grave. Lin Ling's flames were so intense. Chapter 894. Desolate race bloodline. The lotus bloomed quickly, but it also withered quickly. All that was left behind was a gorgeous shadow in the hearts of the crowd, an unforgettable scene. Countless people looked towards the center. There, Lin Ling's slender figure slowly walked forwards. As for the second dream, her face was pale. It was obvious that she had been severely injured by the impact of the flames. At this moment, she no longer had the noble air of a goddess, but seemed like an ordinary woman that had fallen into the mortal world. In the past, the second dream was conferred the title of Elder. In front of Lin Ling, the second dream fell from the divine altar. In today's strongest battle, the second dream has fallen once again. Lin Ling, you are fierce. Some of the 7 profound martial house's proud sons of heaven were shocked. Today's Lin Ling had amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. Moreover, the second dream had been injured. Had she lost? Before, you said that you wanted me to shake hands and make peace because you didn't want me to die. But now, it seems that you don't have the strength to kill me. Lin Ling stepped forwards, step by step. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his clothes flapped in the wind. He was indescribably valiant. The second dream's complexion became even uglier. After experiencing the Bodhi ancient tree, her strength had greatly increased. She was confident that in front of Lin Ling was nothing more than an ant. But now, did she still have the qualifications to say those words? A 10th grade king body talent. This should be the power of fire that you took from Tang Tianshu. Lin Ling, the more you fight, the more valiant you become. In this situation, you can still grow. It seems that you will never have a limit. Soon, the second dream softly said, shocking the crowd. Yes, they also felt that Lin Ling had no limit. Every time they thought that he was strong, Lin Ling would once again reveal his brilliance, making it impossible for them to see through him. If that's the case, then let's wait until the battle is over. Lin Ling's expression was calm as he softly said. As these words fell, those from the Fire Ancient clan began to cheer. They could already see that Lin Ling had won and had become the #1 proud son of heaven. Haha, you think I'm only so? At this moment, the aura of the second dream began to change. From the darkness of the night, it became brighter and brighter. Above the sky, a ray of moonlight shone down. Lin Ling, do you know why you are an ant to me? Because you will never know where I came from or what I represent. Today, you have seen the bloodline of the Night Clan. Even though you have lost, it is still an honor. Moon's spirit body. Boundless light bloomed. At this moment, Second Dream was like a fairy of the moon. Unexpectedly, she had been hiding an even more powerful innate gift, the king body.
What?
The entire square, and even the main city, was in an uproar. Everyone thought that Lin Ling had already won after using his trump card. However, no one knew that the second dream had an even stronger trump card. Were there no limits to these top talents? Moreover, the Night Clan? Some ancient powerhouses narrowed their eyes. In the Rainforest Holy Land, there were ancient clans with bloodlines that were even more ancient than the 7 profound martial house. These ancient clans were called the Desolate Clan and were the royal family of the Rainforest Holy Land. One of the 4 great desolate clans was the Night Clan. The Night Clan was mysterious and noble. According to legends, this clan had the bloodline of the Heavenly Palace's bright moon. The second dream actually had the bloodline of the Night Clan. The proud daughter of heaven. At this moment, she truly lived up to her name. Not only did she have the bloodline of the Desolate Clan, but she was also the disciple of the 7 profound martial houses' martial house master. Night Clan. In the crowd, Auntie Mo's beautiful eyes narrowed. Only she knew how powerful the Night Clan was. She had never thought that the semifinals would have the bloodline of the Desolate Clan. If so, then who could be the second dream's opponent? The moon spirit body should no longer be called a royal body. It should be called an emperor body. The talent above all kings is the emperor. Lin Ling, it's too early for you to be happy. The second dream's cold voice floated out from her mouth. At this moment, she was even more noble and holy. In order to let an ant like you see what an emperor is, I will make the first move. Moonlight rain. Moonlight rain. The second dream held an umbrella in her right hand and gently waved her left hand in the air. An incomparably beautiful scene appeared. The clouds in the sky seemed to be summoned by something. The clouds gradually dispersed, and a bright moon appeared. Endless moonlight poured down. Moonlight sprinkles down?
Chi.
The crowd's eyes flashed. What kind of attack was this? Chi, chi, chi. However, in the next moment, some of the martial artists that were illuminated by the moonlight began to corrode. This light was terrifying. It wasn't light, but moonlight that had turned into rainwater. Retreat! Retreat! A large number of martial artists anxiously shouted. The second dream's emperor body was too terrifying. Even a peak-proud son of heaven couldn't block the moonlight. No wonder the second dream was so confident that she could fight a Saint Spirit realm powerhouse. Sword moves mountains and rivers.
Kill.
Lin Ling coldly shouted. He waved the great sword in his hand, trying to block the moonlight that sprinkled down from the sky. Ding, ding, ding. The moonlight's power was extremely sharp. Every beam contained 100% of the moon's spirit's true intent. As it dripped onto the tyrannical song sword, it made the sword extremely heavy. Hoo-hoo. Lin Ling brandished his great sword in a watertight manner. However, with the passage of time, he still found it difficult to withstand. His body was penetrated by large amounts of rainwater, causing him to bleed profusely. And from afar, the area had become a forbidden land. Only the moonlight sprinkled down, making it extremely dazzling. Many people looked at Lin Ling, who was resolutely brandishing his sword. They were astounded. Against a godlike, desolate race bloodline, Lin Ling was still undefeated. His willpower was very tenacious. The desolate race, the top ancient race bloodline in the rainforest sacred land. Lin Ling, this is the reason why you will never be able to defeat me. The second dream's black dress fluttered in the wind. With the holy moonlight in the sky, it made her look even more beautiful and holy. It made many people's eyes twinkle. At this moment, the second dream was very beautiful. Compared to her, Lin Ling was like the most ordinary mortal in the world. Let's see how long you can last. Light of the bright moon. The second dream gently waved the umbrella in her hand. The bright moon in the sky turned into a beam of light that landed on the umbrella. It reflected a huge beam of moonlight that slashed at Lin Ling like a sickle. Without any martial intent, he could rely on his powerful king body and borrow the power of the world to kill everything. Rumble. The dazzling moonlight sickle destroyed everything. Some warriors could not dodge in time and were swept by the moonlight. They were instantly reduced to dust. This attack could kill an expert at the beginning stages of the Saint's spirit realm.
It was terrifying.
Lin Ling is a perfect evildoer. Unfortunately, he can't compare to a goddess from the heavens. Many people in the distance felt their hearts tremble.
It was too terrifying.
Was the second dream still human? She was simply a god. She was the son of God. Under countless gazes, only that young man was battling with the son of God. At this moment, the young man's mouth was bleeding. His handsome face was filled with determination. He was still as determined as before, like an undefeatable god of war. Fiery extermination. Rumble. Lin Ling's left arm burst into flames, burning fiercely. The pinnacle of the true meaning of fire combined with the 20,000 small worlds in his body, causing the earth to shake. Lin Ling then looked at the bright moon scythe and ruthlessly punched out. Lin Ling hasn't lost yet. Many people were excited. Lin Ling was the only person in the entire rainforest sacred land who dared to battle with the Son of God. Lin Ling's flames were boiling. The symbol of the fire ancient clan was blooming in the rainforest sacred land at this moment. Chapter 895. Fight to the death for a single sword. Rumble. A huge flaming fist appeared, as if it was the fist of a flame god. It crazily collided with the bright moon scythe. In that instant, a destructive, silent, and murderous aura erupted. A huge spiritual energy bomb appeared, shaking the heavens. How terrifying! The crowd retreated. Today's battle between the geniuses was beyond their imagination.
Bang! Bang!
The spiritual energy bomb quickly exploded, and countless flames rained down like fireworks. On the ground, Lin Ling was still standing tall like a mountain. His blue and white robes fluttered in the wind, and he looked indescribably valiant. Below the sky, Second Dream's beautiful face turned even uglier. Lin Ling had blocked her attack, once again. Is that all you've got for the bloodline of God? His voice was filled with mockery, causing Second Dream's beautiful eyes to widen. Lin Ling was indeed very powerful. She had already used her strongest trump card, but Lin Ling still hadn't been defeated. That's not all. The Second Dream said softly. She seemed to be hesitating, but eventually, her eyes were filled with determination. Maybe she could not bear to kill Linling, but today was a battle of life and death. No matter what, she had to win. For so many years, she had been as noble as a goddess. She had never been moved by that man. No matter how powerful the geniuses were, they would pale in comparison to her. However, the heavens had arranged for a nemesis to restrain her. For the first time in her life, she had been slapped in the face and pulled down from her pedestal. Such a person had left a deep impression in her heart. Therefore, whether it was for the humiliation or for the martial heart, she had to defeat Linling. Facing my second talent, you can only resist with all your might. If I were a little stronger, you would not be able to fight back. Moonlight. The moonlight in the sky became even more dazzling, and the light became warm and holy. It enveloped Second Dream's body, causing her hair to turn silvery white, making her look even more holy. At the same time, her aura crazily increased, and it actually reached the aura of the Holy Spirit realm, which was incomparably powerful. It's impossible to win. Many people looked at the goddess like the Second Dream and felt their mouths go dry. This was the first time they had seen such a powerful Emperor Spirit Realm genius. In today's battle, the Second Dream had unleashed everything she had. She had become the #1 genius of the 7 major halls, and her hidden techniques seemed to be limitless. No one was unconvinced. The top geniuses of the various halls of martial arts had all quietly placed the Second Dream above their heads. Holy Spirit Realm? The geniuses of the Yi clan are really powerful. Far away, the experts from the Desolate race had solemn looks in their eyes. A Sacred Spirit Realm expert who was not even 20 years old was extremely rare even in the Desolate race. I've used my final trump card and doubled my strength. Linling, you have even less of a chance. Second Dream's confident voice floated out. At this moment, she had turned into the moon goddess. She stretched out her white little finger and lightly tapped the air. Moon goddess power. A ray of light shot out. It was fast, unbelievably fast. Puff. In the distance, a Saint Spirit Realm powerhouse's body was pierced through. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He hadn't sensed it, nor had he been able to resist it. This person was a student of the 7 profound martial house, and his strength was also incomparably formidable. But he couldn't even block one of the Second Dream's moves. The Second Dream's Holy Spirit Realm power was too terrifying. Each new generation excels the previous. Many people's hearts trembled. The Second Dream was displaying her formidable strength, and this strength was even more terrifying than before. This is the strength that I have raised by borrowing the essence of the moon. There is a time limit, but it has greatly increased my strength. Even the moonlight rain from before is incomparably sharp. Linling, you are very pitiful. In the end, you will still lose. The Second Dream said to Linling as she retracted her finger. Moonlight rain. The crowd was shocked once again. The moonlight rain from before was already incomparably crazy. Now that the Second Dream had increased her strength, a casual beam of light could injure a Saint Spirit Realm powerhouse. But what if it was a moonlight rain? Even an ordinary early Saint Spirit Realm powerhouse would perish. Was she still a genius? She was already a top king of the Rainforest Holy Land. Pa! Linling took a step forward. His handsome face was filled with determination. You have shown me this to let me know how powerful you are. Very well, I already know. But I will not back down from this battle. Boom. Many people's hearts were in turmoil. Linling still wanted to fight. Then, you can die now. The Second Dream's beautiful eyes were pure white. She opened her arms, and her black dress fluttered in the wind, revealing her exquisite figure. In the sky, an even more terrifying moonlight rain sprinkled down. Retreat. The crowd retreated frantically. Was the Second Dream trying to kill them as well? Impressive. She is not even 20 years old, but she has the strength of a student in the martial arts hall. In the future, she will definitely follow the Holy King. The top powerhouses mumbled to themselves. Then, they looked at Lin Ling. Could Lin Ling withstand the second dream's final trump card? To be honest, Lin Ling was also very terrifying today. He revealed his trump card step by step, and it felt as if there was no limit. If not for the second dream, he would definitely be the most dazzling genius in the rainforest Holy Land. Unfortunately, he met the goddess the second dream. Lin Ling, if you don't admit defeat, he will die. Then, everyone looked at the young man under the moonlight rain. At this moment, they realized that the young man's willpower surpassed everyone else. Even when death was near, he did not back down. He fought for his beliefs. So fast. At this moment, Lin Ling looked up at the dazzling sky. Countless moonlight rains sprinkled down. It looked beautiful, but it was fatal. I can't lose, Lin Ling mumbled to himself. He had fought to the end. He could not back down. Otherwise, he would be ashamed to face Di Wuji and Sakura. Today's battle was Lin Ling's battle to rise in the rainforest Holy Land. He wanted to use this battle to find his mother. He wanted to use this battle to protect his loved ones.
Fight! Fight!
Billowing battle intent floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. He raised the sword in his hand. The peak sword intent appeared. It was domineering and magnificent. Lin Ling wants to fight with his sword.
Fight!
Many people stared at Lin Ling and gasped. Flame!
Fight!
However, at this moment, the cold voice sounded again. Flames rose from the sword, as if it wanted to burn the world. The peak sword intent of fire appeared.
What? Fight!
The top powerhouses narrowed their eyes. A terrifying thought suddenly appeared in their minds. The fusion of two peak sword intents of martial arts. Was this Lin Ling's final trump card? Was he going to fight to the death, just for that one sword? It's too late. The moonlight rain's speed is too fast. He can't slash it out. Many people became nervous. At this moment, a breath of time seemed to be as long as a century. The battle at the peak, the most dazzling rain, the most resplendent sword, seemed to be about to start the final collision. Lin Ling must die. Manor Lord Tianlin's eyes widened. Lin Ling still had a trump card. How hateful. Chapter 896. Sword unsheathed, fleeting beauty, I will win. Boundless demon eye. Exclamation point. At this moment, a determined roar shook the heavens and earth. In the sky, a pair of mysterious eyes seemed to appear, looking down at the world. The entire sky stopped. The wind stopped, the clouds stopped moving, and the rain stopped falling. It was as if time had stopped. Xiao. A figure shot forward like a shooting star under countless gazes. Sword unsheathed, fleeting beauty. Profound meaning of flame. Exclamation point. The rain in the sky was split apart. A sword came from the void, spewing flames. What? The rain has stopped. The second dream's beautiful eyes widened. However, a sword appeared in front of her eyes. It was the most powerful sword she had ever seen in her life. She muttered to herself, he actually merged the true meaning of fire and the true meaning of sword. This is a genius. Exclamation point. The sword passed, with the will to conquer the heavens. It split the heavens and the earth, killing everything. It was unbelievably fast. A sword stabbed into Second Dream's chest, and a slender figure appeared in front of him. His face was sharp and angular, and his eyes were cold and indifferent. I'm an ant, and you're a goddess. But you've lost the second battle of vengeance. Exclamation point. Chi-chi. Chi-chi. An endless stream of spiritual energy and energy was absorbed by the sword. The second dream's face turned pale. The power of the moon god disappeared quietly. She looked at Lin Ling, speechless. Lin Ling had crippled her with a single sword. Why? Exclamation point. The second dream fell on Lin Ling's body. Her body was still pierced by the sword. You have to pay the price for your wrongdoings. That's all. Exclamation point. Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he replied indifferently. Then he pulled out his sword. The second dream's delicate body fell from the sky. Everything was just like in the past. The second dream fell from the altar. In the sky, a man and a sword floated quietly, looking down on the heroes. On the ground below, countless gazes were fixed on that proud figure. They were so shocked that they couldn't say a single word. They even felt like they were in a dream. That handsome figure, that delicate young man with blood at the corner of his mouth, had he won? Many people shook their heads, but when they saw the second dream being crippled, they finally awoke from their reverie. Lin Ling had won. He had defeated the second dream, which possessed the desolate race's bloodline. The champion of the Rainforest Holy Lands semifinals, Lin Ling. What kind of strength did he display just now? Why do I feel as if time has been frozen? Among the 4 desolate races, the ancient experts were shocked. The most frightening thing is that he actually fused the 2 great true intents of martial together to form the most frightening sword. The true intents of martial are originally very difficult to comprehend, but he actually fused them together. This is a true genius. The various palace lords of the various martial hall exclaimed. Lin Ling did not have the terrifying talent of the second dream, but he had a perception that exceeded the second dream. Such a genius was even more monstrous. The perfect blessed daughter of heaven had met the perfect monstrous genius of heaven, but Lin Ling was even more monstrous. It was no wonder that Lin Ling could defeat the second dream. After all, the fusion of 2 great true intents of martial at their peak state was something that even they could not do. It's the talent that sister left for him. Aunt Mo looked at the slender figure floating in the sky. She was extremely excited. Everyone here thought that the second dream had the bloodline of God, but who knew that this youth was even more noble and divine than the second dream? Following that, she laughed. She was happy for Lin Ling. She was extremely happy. At this moment, the ultimate glory belonged to her family. Lin Ling has won. After a short moment of silence, the Fire Ancient clan erupted into cheers. Everyone was excited, proud, and even felt honored. Their banner had won once again, especially Elder Jian. His old eyes were filled with tears. The first battle of the D family's counterattack had been won. Di Wuji had taken in a good disciple. This guy sure is terrifying. It seems like he is constantly growing in the semi-finals. Yonggan looked at the figure in the sky in shock. His heart was pounding. Not long ago, when they met at the Dragon Tower, Lin Ling was still very weak to him. He was only ranked in the top 100 on the proud children of heaven. However, in this short period of time, Lin Ling had grown. Furthermore, he had soared to the heavens and defeated the second dream, who even he feared. His strength was probably above his. To him, this was a true genius. Yeah, I knew he would win. Beside him, Heavenly Concubine was waving her tiny fists. Her face revealed a smile that could topple kingdoms. She knew that Lin Ling would win. The former Heaven Mystic's kingdom was now the sacred land of the rainforest. Lin Ling would definitely not lose. And now Lin Ling had finally stood at the #1 elite through his own hard work. He was the center of attention. This moment belonged to Lin Ling.
He won.
Far away, the pure and holy lotus-like girl also laughed. Her beautiful eyes were moist and filled with excitement. This made the desolate race youth beside her frown. Lin Ling had won. This result had exceeded his expectations. Princess Yu seemed to have known that Lin Ling would win. Of course, it was not only him. Everyone felt that it had exceeded their expectations. Ever since the semi-finals began, they had guessed the second dream, young Master Tang, and even Yu Fanzi. However, they had never guessed Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was only at the mid-stages of the royal spirit realm. He did not have the qualifications to compete for first place. However, no one knew that the final glory belonged to Lin Ling. Even the desolate race's bloodline, the second dream, who was at the early stages of the Saint Spirit realm, could not withstand Lin Ling's peak strike. Lin Ling, Lin Ling! Cheers soared into the sky. All of Lin Ling's acquaintances were happy for Lin Ling. As for those who had a grudge against Lin Ling, all of them had ugly expressions on their faces. They felt extremely uncomfortable in their hearts, especially Manor Lord Skylin. His face was ashen. Lin Ling had won. This feeling was even worse than killing him. Lin Ling had won today. Soon, he would represent Di Wuji to challenge him. He was getting closer and closer, and the disciple he was most proud of had been utterly defeated in the battle with Di Wuji's disciple. This was a great humiliation for him. I won. Win. Floating in the air, Lin Ling enjoyed the cool breeze that did not come easily. He looked into the distance, looking at the mountains and rivers. A sense of heroism rose in his heart, causing him to reveal a brilliant smile. It was so clean, so pure, and so confident. He had finally risen in the rainforest's sacred land. As for the second dream, she had succeeded in the second step of her revenge. Not only had the second dream lost everything, but her spiritual energy and essence had also been absorbed by the tyrannical singing sword. At this moment, she had become a cripple. Indeed, on the ground, the second dream stared at Lin Ling with her beautiful eyes. Lin Ling had said that he would not kill her. Now, he had indeed not killed her. However, he had crippled her, just like how she had crippled Di Shirtian. She had fallen from the spiritual pedestal. She was no longer a genius, and was even more useless. This situation was indeed worse than killing her. She was used to the feeling of being the center of attention, but now that she had become a cripple, the second dream's days would be like years. My goal is getting farther and farther away. The second dream muttered to herself. She had a huge ambition and a lofty goal, but now it had been stopped. All of this was because of Lin Ling. At this moment, she was filled with regret. She regretted that she had provoked this seemingly ordinary young man because the price she had to pay was terrifying. Even if she was the goddess of the 9 heavens, that young man would still come for revenge and kill her. Chapter 897. The 4 great desolate races. The cheers continued to rise and fall, but there was no longer any meaning to the rest of the competition. That was because the second dream had been defeated, and the first place of the semi-finals had been confirmed. It was Lin Ling. This competition had lasted for a long time, and the Bodhi Saint Palace had taken notice of him, causing the semi-finals to become the finals. This also meant that Lin Ling had become the #1 genius of the 7 halls. Lin Ling has obtained a chance to cultivate in the Bodhi Saint Palace. In the sky, Old Mother Deer rode on a huge deer and slowly floated down. She looked at the arrogant youth and smiled. Congratulations, Lin Ling. Thank you, Senior. Lin Ling bowed, causing Old Mother Earth Deer to be stunned for a moment.
She even laughed.
This young man had obtained first place, and in her imagination, he should be proud and arrogant. However, this young man still maintained a low profile and was only happy in his heart. He didn't reveal an arrogant attitude. This attitude was very good, very good. Moreover, she saw a trace of determination in the youth's eyes. It was very pure and clean, causing her to have a good impression of him. The #1 genius before the age of 20, this youth was not bad. I'm so envious. Lin Ling had the chance to go to the Bodhi Saint Palace again. The last time he went there, Lin Ling's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. The next time he went there, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Now, it would be even more difficult for those top geniuses to surpass Lin Ling. The top 3 geniuses will obtain the Bodhi elixir. Old Mother Deer said again, causing more people to be envious. The semi-finals have ended. Finally, Old Mother Deer smiled. The semi-finals? Is that still the semi-finals? It's the strongest battle below the Saint Spirit realm. Many people shook their heads helplessly. This was not the semifinals, but the strongest battle in the Emperor's spirit realm. However, no matter what, Lin Ling had left a deep impression in their hearts. They were looking forward to hearing Lin Ling's voice in the Rainforest Sacred Land in the future. Moreover, many people noticed that the current Lin Ling was not even 20 years old. The competition is over. I wonder if the geniuses from the competition are interested in joining us? At this moment, the clouds in the sky rolled, and a large number of people wearing strange clothes slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. That powerful aura caused many people's eyes to narrow.
Who were these people?
We have the bloodline of the Wind Clan. As if he had sensed the doubts in everyone's hearts, the old man in the lead spoke indifferently. His expression was indescribably proud. Wind Clan? Many people were puzzled as they had never heard of it before. However, some of the top experts felt their hearts tremble. One of the 4 great desolate races. The Wind Race. What? The 4 desolate races. Many people suddenly understood, and their hearts were shaken. The 4 desolate races seemed to want to recruit the elites today. These elites sure were lucky. After all, the desolate race was the royal family of the Rainforest Sacred Land. If they were to become one of them, they would be able to do whatever they wanted in the Rainforest Sacred Land. Even the 5 great ancient countries and the various large factions would not dare to provoke them. They did not know that the 4 desolate races were actually watching the competition. After all, today's competition was different from the past. It was even more powerful. Lin Ling, your attainments in the Sword Dao are not bad. If you join my Wind Clan, you can gain insights into the Sword Dao. The old man looked at Lin Ling and said proudly, "Me?" Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He never expected that the Wind Clan would be interested in him first. As for the crowd, they were extremely envious. Lin Ling was the champion of the competition, so he was indeed the center of attention. The Wind Clan is just a clan that hides deep in the mountains. They are shameful. Lin Ling, join my Sparrow Clan.
Boom.
Right at this moment, a domineering voice resounded as a young man around the age of 20 slowly walked out with a large group of people behind him. This young man possessed the aura of a king, and his strength was actually at the Saint Spirit realm. Such strength had simply surpassed all the geniuses of the 7 great martial techniques. As for the Sparrow Clan, another one of the 4 desolate races had come to recruit Lin Ling. The crowd was stirred. 2 members of the desolate race, which was rarely seen in the past, had appeared today. Following that, they looked around and realized that it was not just 2. On the other side, a woman had come with a large number of people. She was dressed in a black gauze dress, and she had the same aura as the second dream. Clearly, she was from the Yi clan. They did not recruit Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had previously defeated their bloodline, the second dream. It even made them feel humiliated. Lin Ling, how about it? Give me an answer. Answer. The people from the Wind Clan and the Sparrow Clan looked at Lin Ling. Although they were recruiting him, their attitude was extremely arrogant. Although Lin Ling was the champion of the competition, they had the bloodline of the desolate race. So how could they recruit Lin Ling in such a humble manner? Lin Ling frowned and did not answer immediately. Lin Ling is one of mine. He will never be recruited by you. Clear. At this moment, a clear voice sounded. It made the 2 desolate race members look over. They knew this person. She was the Rain Clan's Emo Ninyue. They never expected her to fancy Lin Ling. Emo Ninyue, what's the meaning of this? Lin Ling hasn't even said a word, and you want to act so domineeringly? Lin Ling, you are a fire elemental warrior. The Sparrow Clan has large amounts of fire elemental martial arts and profundities. If you were to join the Sparrow Clan, I can guarantee that your strength will be twice as strong as it is now. And if you were to reject us, it would be equivalent to rejecting our powerful Sparrow Clan. The youth from the Sparrow Clan said coldly. He was using both hard and soft tactics. The other elder frowned as he looked at Lin Ling. Although he did not say a word, his expression said it all. Anti-MO? Lin Ling looked at Emonian Yue in surprise. He never expected the owner of Dragon Manor, Auntie Emo, to be from one of the 4 desolate races. However, he was indebted to Auntie Emo, so he did not hesitate to nod at her. Auntie Emo, I'll join you. Yes. That's good. Auntie Emo Emonian Yue felt relieved. If Lin Ling were to join another desolate race, it would be ironic. Hence, she had to help Lin Ling become one of them no matter what. Humph. The 2 from the Sparrow clan and Wind clan snorted coldly, as though they were blaming Lin Ling for not appreciating their kindness. They looked at the other elites. The second dream had the bloodline of the Yi clan, so it was naturally impossible to recruit her. As for Tang Tianshu, he was from the Great Tang ancient country and had the backing of the Sparrow clan, so there was no need to recruit him. You Fanzi, join my Wind clan. Your Door of Seals is not bad. My clan has martial arts that are suitable for you to cultivate. Today, Lin Ling is stronger than you, but I can guarantee that in less than half a year, you will surpass him. The elder immediately said. And because Lin Ling had rejected them, the elder had made a promise. I'm so envious. Auntie Emo, many elites felt their hearts skip a beat. They were indeed from the desolate race. They were domineering enough to surpass Lin Ling in half a year. With such a huge improvement, which elite wouldn't want to join? I'll join. Yes. Indeed, Yu Fanzi immediately nodded. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he looked at Lin Ling. Would he be able to surpass Lin Ling in half a year? Duan Wuji, you have the bloodline of the Justice Duan family. You are weaker, but I can guarantee that in a year, you will surpass Lin Ling. The youth from the Sparrow clan also said, I'll join. Yes. One elite after another were recruited, and all of them had the goal of surpassing Lin Ling. Lin Ling, I'll let you be smug for half a year. In half a year, I will defeat you. A few elites said as they looked at Lin Ling. However, they did not dare to be too arrogant. After all, Lin Ling was currently ranked first. They were no match for him. You're just trash. I'll wait for you for half a year. Yes. Chapter 898. Profound meaning. Small world. These proud sons of heaven had joined the desolate race and were trained. They thought that they could surpass him, but they had forgotten that he was about to enter the Bodhi Saint Palace to cultivate again. Did they have the chance to surpass him? However, Lin Ling had to admit that the desolate race was truly terrifying. Anyone that came to the 7 profound martial house would be a saint spirit realm existence. This was extremely rare in the rainforest Holy Land. With the strength of the desolate race, if they sent out 10 people, they would be able to destroy one of the 5 great ancient countries. And the Saint Palace above the desolate race was even more enormous. It had to be said that although he was the strongest proud son of heaven in the martial hall, he still had a long road ahead of him. Proud sons of heaven were recruited one by one. Even Ruby had been recruited by Emonian Yue to become a member of the Rain clan. Perhaps the 4 desolate races knew that these proud sons of heaven had received guidance from the Bodhi Saint Palace and had extraordinary potential, so they did not miss out on these proud sons of heaven. At present, Lin Ling has become the strongest semi-finalist. I propose that he become a student of the 7 profound martial house. At this moment, Elder Sword's voice sounded out, causing Martial House Master Skyland's pupils to constrict. All the proud sons of heaven's faces stiffened. Lin Ling would become a student? The youngest student of the 7 profound martial house, and even the youngest student of the Rainforest Holy Land. No, the position of a student is highly respected. It is of great importance. Lin Ling still lacks a background. Martial House Master Skyland angrily shouted. Lin Ling had become a student today, and tomorrow he might become Elder Xian. The next step would be to challenge the Martial House Master. This was not something he wanted to see. Then what background does Lin Ling lack? Sword Elder looked at Mansion Master Tianlin and said, making Mansion Master Tianlin speechless. Lin Ling lacked a background? He was the strongest semi-finalist, invincible in the Emperor's spirit realm, and even had the strength to cut down a saint's spirit realm powerhouse. What background did he lack? Skylin, the truth is that you are afraid that Lin Ling will surpass you, so you are suppressing him. The Sword Elder coldly said a sentence. You? Martial House Master Skylin's complexion turned ugly. The entire square was filled with discussion. Through the previous competition, many people knew of the grudge between Lin Ling and the Martial House Master. If the Martial House Master didn't allow Lin Ling to become an apprentice, then perhaps he really was suppressing Lin Ling, fearing that Lin Ling would surpass him. You're the Palace Lord, and you have the #1 genius in the Rainforest's Holy Land in the Martial Arts Hall. Yet, instead of focusing on nurturing him, you're even suppressing him. Tianlin, are you doing a good job as the Palace Lord? The Sword Elder shouted again. Lin Ling has become a student of the 7 profound martial house. Mansion Master Skylin's complexion constantly changed. Finally, he clenched his teeth and announced Lin Ling's identity. He had no choice but to announce that Lin Ling had blossomed with dazzling brilliance today, and his name had shaken the entire Rainforest Holy Land. If he were to say that Lin Ling didn't have the qualifications to become an apprentice, then he would only be mocked by others. Therefore, he could only admit it. However, he was even more upset. Lin Ling was only missing Elder Xian's status as the prefecture master. Lin Ling has become a scholar. Wow. Many people looked at the delicate youth, and their hearts fiercely trembled. This was the youngest scholar in the history of the Rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling had seized endless glory today. As for Lin Ling, he faintly smiled, his heart filled with pride. Soon after, the crowd began to disperse. Today's semifinals had finally come to an end. Lin Ling's name had shaken the entire Rainforest Holy Land, and he had become the #1 genius. At night, in the mountain valley, everyone had gathered. The heavenly concubine had come, Yu had also come, and all of his relatives were present. They all congratulated Lin Ling, causing everyone in the Fire Ancient clan to be overjoyed. As they looked at the youth that was surrounded by countless people, their hearts were filled with pride. Lin Ling, a youth that came from the tiny cloud domain, had grown up step by step. In the heart of the 100 domains, the Rainforest Holy Land, he had made a name for himself. In the Rainforest Holy Land, where powerhouses were as common as clouds, he had also established himself. This was not something that anyone could do. Only their Fire Ancient clan's pride, Lin Ling, had managed to do it. Other than the Fire Ancient clan members, there were also many figures from the Rainforest Holy Land's major factions that had come. As for Lin Ling, he was feeling helpless. It was rare for him to meet Yu, and he wanted to have a long chat with Yu. However, he was unable to leave, and Yu had left shortly after arriving. This made Lin Ling extremely depressed. Lin Ling, come here. I have something to say to you. Auntie Mo was also in the crowd. She looked at Lin Ling and said with a smile. With her speaking, the others naturally did not dare to occupy Lin Ling. They smiled and gave up space. After all, although they did not know Auntie Mo, they knew that this woman was from the desolate race, and they could not afford to offend her. Auntie Mo, thank you. Lin Ling followed Auntie Mo. He was extremely grateful towards her. You child. Auntie Mo had drunk some wine, and her feminine face was flushed red. She exuded a faint allure, and her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Ling with deep meanings swirling in them. The two of them looked at each other in silence, making Lin Ling feel a little awkward. Do you want to know where your mother is? Yes. Finally, Auntie Mo said softly. Yes. Yes. Lin Ling's pupils constricted, and he subconsciously nodded. All right, when you return from your cultivation in the Bodhi's sacred palace, I'll bring you to see her. Auntie Mo said with a smile, making Lin Ling's expression change. Auntie Mo knew where his mother was? For now, it's best you don't ask anything. When you return from the Bodhi's sacred palace, come to the Dragon Tower to find me. I'll tell you everything you want to know," Auntie Mo said once again. Lin Ling could only nod. He had searched for so many years, so a short period of time wouldn't make a difference. He still had the soil from his father's grave in his azure ring, and he wanted to personally hand it to his mother. "Lin Ling, you're currently at the late stage of the Emperor's Spirit Realm, but you're already unrivaled in the Emperor's Spirit Realm. Your potential is terrifying, but it's time to start preparing for the Saint's Spirit Realm. After all, only Saint's Spirit Realm cultivators have the qualifications to step into the upper world of the rainforest." Auntie Mo looked at Lin Ling carefully and said with a smile, Lin Ling's talent was not bad. In the future, he would definitely have the opportunity to become one of the top cultivators in the rainforest. "Is it difficult to enter the Saint's Spirit Realm?" Lin Ling asked curiously. "When you enter the Saint's Spirit Realm, you can communicate with the other side and borrow the power of heaven and earth. When you fought the second dream, you saw her strength. She borrowed the power of the moon to change the world and become a saint." Auntie Mo explained. "When you enter the Saint's Spirit Realm, you can communicate with the power of heaven and earth and form your own small world of profound. Every one of you is a king above tens of thousands. Entering the Saint's Spirit Realm is indeed difficult. If you have a king body or king body, then you have a 70% chance. But if you have a king body, then you only have a 40% chance." "Yes. 40%. Yes," Lin Ling muttered to himself. As expected, talent was the key to a cultivator's strength. With great talent, one could achieve twice the results with half the effort. But without it, one would have to put in twice the effort compared to others. "Look at these, and you'll understand." "Yes." Auntie Mo stood up and tapped Lin Ling's forehead with her right hand. A ray of light enveloped Lin Ling, and many things appeared in his mind. It was profound. If a king body cultivator wanted to enter the Saint Spirit Realm, other than using pills to squeeze out their potential, it depended on their comprehension of profound. Chapter 899. Inside the Mountain Valley Profound. In a small world, for example, if the sword intent became a profound, then Lin Ling would be able to kill all enemies within a 100-meter radius. Similarly, if the fire intent became a profound, then the opponent would enter Lin Ling's world of fire. Profound. How mysterious. Profound. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Currently, he had a 10th grade king physique, and it would be difficult for him to improve it. However, the sword intent and fire intent could be improved and become profound. Thus, he would have the qualifications to step into the Saint's Spirit Realm. According to Aunt Mo, once Lin Ling had the qualifications to step into the Saint's Spirit Realm, she would bring Lin Ling to find his mother. Time quietly passed. 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, Lin Ling's cultivation realm did not increase, but it became more stable. His 2 martial intents had reached the peak state, and his overall strength had increased by a small step. His body leaned against the spiritual root in the mountain valley. Streams of spiritual energy circled around Lin Ling like dragons and disappeared into his limbs and bones. After a long time, Lin Ling opened his eyes and looked at the blue sky. There, white clouds floated leisurely, and a gentle breeze blew. "I wonder if the weather in my hometown is as beautiful as this," Lin Ling said with a smile. It had been a few years since he came to this world. Sometimes, he felt that he was a person of this world, and that the previous world was just a dream. When he woke up, he would be back here. However, regardless of whether the original world was a dream or this world was a dream, Lin Ling was already standing in the holy land of the rain, and he could not be underestimated. This was enough. Holding the world's power when awake, lying on the lap of a beauty when drunk. Why should a person pursue origin? Only by living a free and easy life would one not have wasted their time. Standing up, Lin Ling waved his right hand, and 2 sparkling jade bottles appeared. Inside the bottles were 2 drops of emerald green liquid. It was the Bodhi liquid that Old Mother Lu rewarded him. Lin Ling planned on using the Bodhi liquid to increase the strength of the Fire Ancient clan. After all, there were too many experts in the rainforest's sacred land. In front of him were the 5 great ancient countries, and behind him were the 4 great desolate races. His strength alone was limited, so he might as well let his family and friends become stronger. The Bodhi liquid contained boundless vitality. It was the essence of the Bodhi ancient tree. Lin Ling gently dripped a drop of the Bodhi liquid onto the spiritual root. The spirit root was the root of the Bodhi ancient tree. However, the Bodhi ancient tree was gigantic and had countless roots. If one allowed the vitality to fall on the root would naturally grow. If one had to make an example, it would be the Bodhi ancient tree using the vitality to nourish the root.
Chi.
Something mysterious happened. That ancient tree root seemed to have come to life like a dragon, and a small green bud grew out. It slowly grew, and an even richer life force filled the air. Success. Lin Ling's handsome face lit up with a smile. Using the Bodhi liquid to cultivate the root was the same as cultivating a new Bodhi ancient tree. It had to be known that the Bodhi's sacred palace was located within the ancient tree, and the powerhouses there were all exceedingly strong. If the mountain valley had a new Bodhi ancient tree, then the cultivation effect would be 100 times more effective.
Chi. Chi.
A rich spiritual energy gradually spread out. In the mountain valley, everyone was aware of it. Even many people from the 7 profound martial house were aware of it. Xiao. A massive number of people flew towards the mountain valley. Spiritual root. This place actually has the spiritual root of the Bodhi ancient tree. This is an excellent place for cultivation. In the skies above the mountain valley, the top proud children of heaven on the proud son of heaven list had excited looks in their eyes. They wished they could take the mountain valley for themselves. This place, I want it. One of the proud children of heaven, Su Mu, who was ranked 9th on the proud son of heaven list, confidently shouted, and then rushed down the mountain valley. The other proud children of heaven's eyes flashed, but they weren't so impulsive. This was because some of them knew that the mountain valley was Lin Ling's territory. But Su Mu was a top proud child of heaven. How could he know about such trivial matters? If he went to steal Lin Ling's territory, then something was bound to happen. Of course, they weren't sure, so they were waiting for the situation to change. People of this valley, get out. A loud shout spread through the mountain valley, shaking the earth. Long Xiaochen, Ouyang Feiyang, and the others' complexions changed. What a powerful aura! Could it be a peak emperor spirit powerhouse? A figure loftily appeared in the mountain valley, looking down at everyone. Moreover, in order to let everyone know his strength, his massive aura billowed out like the waves of the sea. People of this valley, get out! Su Mu shouted again, his heart filled with excitement. He had been at the 7 profound martial house for so many years, and yet he hadn't discovered such a treasure. This was simply a waste of heaven's gifts, but it wasn't too late to discover it now. Someone come get out. However, at this time, an icy cold voice sounded out in the mountain valley, causing Su Mu to be stunned. Someone wanted him to get out? The person who spoke, do you want to die? Su Mu's pupils turned icy cold. He was the 9th ranked proud child of heaven on the 7 profound proud list. There were very few people in the 7 profound martial house that he feared.
Schwa.
At this moment, sword energy gushed out, splitting the heavens and earth, cutting straight towards Su Mu. So fast. Su Mu's pupils shrank. He wanted to resist, but it was already too late. His right arm was cut off by the sword, causing his face to turn incomparably pale. Just who was hiding in the mountain valley? Who are you? Su Mu looked down with dread, his complexion ugly. Lin Ling. A slender figure slowly appeared in his line of sight, causing Su Mu's heart to fiercely tremble. Lin Ling, the number 1 proud son of heaven of the 7 major martial halls? The mountain valley is your territories? Su Mu said with difficulty. He simply didn't know this. After all, The seven profound martial house was so large, it was impossible for him to know who each place belonged to. Not to mention, with his status, he wouldn't care about such trivial matters. Who knew that this place belonged to Lin Ling? No wonder all those proud sons of heaven were silent before. They all knew. You know this is my territory, yet you still dare to behave atrociously. Do you want to die? On the ground, Lin Ling looked up at Su Mu, his icy cold voice sounding out. Sorry, I didn't know this was your territory. However, you didn't even say anything and cut off my right arm. You are too savage. Su Mu clenched his teeth and said. Although he dreaded Lin Ling had seriously injured him without saying anything. How could he be reconciled? If you say another word, I will make sure you never leave the mountain valley. Lin Ling's pupils were even colder. The other party had come uninvited and tyrannically wanted to seize the mountain valley. Now that he had been injured, he actually had the nerve to say that he was savage. If his strength was inferior to his opponent's, then he would be the one injured. At that time, would Su Mu think he was savage? You? Su Mu's pupils shrank. Lin Ling was too arrogant. To make sure he never left the mountain valley, did he want to kill him? Outside, many people were also watching. They were similarly shocked by Lin Ling's frivolity. I am currently a scholar. You tell me, do I dare or not? Chapter 900. Endless Glory. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Su Mu quickly flew down and knelt down on one knee, his expression sincere. At this moment he was afraid, because if he continued to be arrogant, Lin Ling would really kill him. Get out. An indifferent voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. Su Mu quickly nodded. Where was his frivolous appearance from before? He fled in panic. Lin Ling has risen. Even the 9th-ranked genius on the proud son of heaven list doesn't dare to provoke him. Outside, many people shook their heads as they saw this scene. Just from this matter alone, Lin Ling had become an existence that could not be provoked in the seven profound martial house. Not only was his strength incomparably terrifying, but his status was also incomparably terrifying. Su Mu wanted to dominate the mountain valley. This was simply asking for humiliation. The mountain valley is my, Lin Ling's, territory. If there are any trespassers, I will kill them without mercy. Lin Ling's overbearing voice floated out from the mountain valley, causing many people to hold their breaths. They no longer dared to approach the mountain valley. Lin Ling. In the mountain valley. Everyone looked at that imposing figure, their hearts filled with excitement. This was the Fire Ancient Clan's heavens, forever shielding them from the wind and rain, giving them a stable home. Everyone, follow me. Lin Ling looked at the people of the Fire Ancient Clan. His indifferent face revealed a warm smile. Only in front of his loved ones would he transform from a god of death into an ordinary person. Currently, the mountain valley has been nourished by the Bodhi liquid and is full of vitality. Everyone's strength can increase. Moreover, I will take out a massive number of emperor-level martial arts. As long as your strength reaches the standard, you can practice them. You only have one goal, and that is to reach the Emperor Spirit Realm as soon as possible. Lin Ling smiled again, causing everyone's hearts to stir. As for those outside the mountain valley that hadn't left, they were incomparably envious. The Bodhi liquid was a reward given to Lin Ling by the Saint Palace. Lin Ling was actually using it to cultivate his friends and family. This was just too enviable. The next day, Lin Ling left the Mountain River Valley and handed over all matters to Qin Xiaolan. He believed that it wouldn't be long before the Fire Ancient Clan's strength greatly increased, and they would become an existence that couldn't be underestimated in the Rainforest Holy Land. At this moment, the seven profound martial house was still bustling with noise and excitement. All of the disciples were talking about the recent tournament. Lin Ling has only been a Heaven's Chosen for a year, but he's already the #1 Heaven's Chosen. Moreover, he's the #1 Heaven's Chosen of the 7 major martial arts halls. How powerful! Yeah, I was watching that battle too. Lin Ling defeated the second dream. At that time, I was extremely excited. That figure in the blue and white robe was really handsome. Xiao Yun, you're being love-struck again. In the vast square, many young girls were chatting nonstop. It seemed that Lin Ling had become their idol. The second dream has the bloodline of the desolate race, but it has lost to Lin Ling. The second dream is no longer noble. The second dream has already left the seven profound martial house. It seems that she has returned to the ancient Knight clan. But she doesn't have the face to appear in the seven profound martial house. At this moment, Lin Ling was walking down the cobblestone path. As he heard these words, his eyes flashed. The second dream had left? In the peak battle, Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword had absorbed everything from the second dream. That massive amount of spiritual energy had nearly allowed him to break through to the next realm, but the second dream had also become a cripple. No wonder she didn't have the face to appear in the seven profound martial house. However, the second dream had succeeded in taking revenge. The second dream's ending would be left to Big Brother. Nonsense. In the final battle, Lin Ling's sword was caught off guard. The second dream wasn't able to react in time. If it weren't for that, then Lin Ling would have been defeated. Lin Ling is just a lucky piece of trash. In the midst of these worshipful voices, a young man was leading a large number of people through the square. Then he stopped and coldly shouted. Now, the entire seven profound martial house had taken Lin Ling as their idol. This situation made the young man extremely unhappy. Lin Ling, how could he obtain such honor? A win is a win, and a loss is a loss. Why are there so many excuses? Just as the young man's words fell, many people voiced their dissatisfaction. In that peak battle, that handsome figure in blue and white robes had left a heavy shadow in their hearts. No matter where it was, in this world, strength reigned supreme. As long as one was strong and also young and handsome, they would naturally be the idol of the younger generation. Many people spoke up for Lin Ling. You're talking to me? The young man's face was ice cold. He coldly looked at the person who spoke. That person was a 19-year-old girl. Her strength was only at the early Emperor Spirit realm, and yet she dared to refute him. Little Yun, be careful. Someone beside the girl whispered. Many people here knew that this young man was a top genius ranked in the top 100 on the Proud Son of Heaven list, Long Aoxiang from the Heavenly Dragon Empire. I'm telling the truth. However, the young girl stubbornly said, causing Long Aoxiang's face to become even colder. That's right. This great competition has shaken the entire rainforest Holy Land. This is a matter that everyone has witnessed. Lin Ling has won. How can it be changed just because of your words? If you're so fierce, why don't you challenge Lin Ling? As the others saw the young girl's stubborn words, they began to support her. The dazzling battle was obvious to all. This was an indelible fact. Long Aoxiang must have said this because he was jealous. Long Aoxiang's complexion became even uglier. It was fine if one person opposed him, but everyone opposed him. Lin Ling had obtained endless glory, and even the disciples of the seven profound martial house worshipped him. But this glory had not fallen on Long Aoxiang's body. This made him jealous. Lin Ling, he was just lucky. If I had also participated in the semifinals, then I would have absolutely let everyone know that Lin Ling is nothing but trash. Long Aoxiang clenched his teeth as he spoke. A massive aura erupted from him, as if he wanted to know who would dare to refute him. The crowd fell silent. Long Aoxiang was overbearing. Because he was jealous, he didn't allow everyone to worship Lin Ling. If anyone opposed him, then Long Aoxiang would use his strength to crush them all. Good, then I'll give you a chance. At this moment, a soft voice sounded out, causing everyone's eyes to turn. They saw a 20-year-old youth slowly walk over from a small path in the distance. He wore a blue and white robe and had a great sword. His long hair was tied behind his head, and he had a handsome face and deep eyes. He was like a divine jade, free and uninhibited. This youth was too familiar. It was Lin Ling. Many people's pupils shrank, especially the young girls. At this moment, their hearts were beating wildly. Many of them had been admirers of Lin Ling, but after Lin Ling's meteoric rise, their admiration had quietly shifted. Looking at him up close, he's even more handsome. Xiao Yun's beautiful face flushed red, her heart thumping wildly. As for Long Aoxiang, his pupils shrank. Lin Ling had come. You said that I relied on luck. Then I'll give you a chance to show yourself. Defeat me and you will obtain everything, becoming the #1 proud son of heaven in the 7 martial halls. Lin Ling didn't know what everyone was thinking, nor did he have the time to care. He only faintly looked at Long Aoxiang. Chapter 901. Bodhi Palace. Previously, he only said that because he was unhappy in his heart. Now that Lin Ling had given him a chance, he didn't dare to challenge him at all. Let's fight. Looking at the silent Long Aoxiang, Lin Ling took a step forward and spoke in a cold voice. As for Long Aoxiang, he took a step back. His mind was filled with memories of that peak battle and the splendor of that sword strike. He began to hesitate. He had a feeling that if he dared to fight, Lin Ling would dare to kill him. Therefore, he didn't dare to do it.
Clang!
At this moment, a cold, gleaming sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. Sword finger, soaring dragon. Let's fight. It was still the same sentence, still frivolous and unrestrained. You can't accept me, but I'll give you a chance to fight me.
Plop!
The moment the sword struck out, a majestic sword intent burst forth. It was even more domineering than the sword strike during the pinnacle battle. Long Aoxiang's legs went soft, and he fell to the ground. Lin Ling's strength seemed to have increased from the peak battle. That sword strike faintly contained the aura of sword profound. Is this the luck you speak of? Lin Ling smiled contemptuously. He slowly sheathed his sword and turned to leave. At the same time, his soft voice floated out. You only know how to talk big. You're just a piece of trash. The crowd looked at the free and unrestrained figure, and their hearts beat violently. This was Lin Ling. Long Aoxiang's body was trembling. He had the noble bloodline of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, while Lin Ling was nothing. Lin Ling was only the champion of the semi-finals, but he didn't dare to say anything. He had lost all his face. He struggled to get up several times to fight Lin Ling, but in the end, reason prevailed over his anger. Shameful. The crowd glanced at Long Aoxiang. Previously, Long Aoxiang had bragged about how powerful he was and how Lin Ling had gotten first place by luck. However, the moment Lin Ling drew a sword, Long Aoxiang did not dare to fight. He was so scared that his legs went soft and he fell to the ground. Was this a top genius on the prodigy list? He was like a stray dog, as expected of the #1 genius of the 7 major martial arts palaces. So cool. As Xiaoyan looked at the departing figure, her heart jumped even more. The disciple beside her had an envious look on his face as he said, "When will I have his strength? At that time, no matter how big the world is, I will be able to do whatever I want."
Dream on.
However, the other geniuses struck a blow at him. Lin Ling was the #1 monstrous genius of the 7 great martial arts halls. Could others possibly surpass him? At this moment, Lin Ling had left the 7 profound martial house and was heading towards the Bodhi ancient tree. Although he was the #1 proud son of heaven in the 7 major martial halls, he did not have any arrogance. This was because he knew that there was always someone better than him, and there was always a sky beyond a sky. Not to mention anything else, but just the 4 desolate races, there were bound to be many powerful bloodlines. And there were definitely many top geniuses in the Bodhi sacred palace. In addition, the heavenly fall era was about to arrive. Old Mother Benlu had said that that would be the era of geniuses. Therefore, what Lin Ling needed to do now was to not be mercilessly eliminated by the era. The 7 great martial arts halls are places where geniuses are trained. Currently, I am already standing at the peak of geniuses, but there is an even greater world waiting for me. As he walked forwards, it wasn't long before the ancient tree appeared in front of him. The area around the giant tree seemed to be a forbidden zone, without a single person in sight. It was clear that the Bodhi's sacred palace was a mysterious place that not just anyone could approach. Is that Lin Ling? Beneath the ancient tree, an old man was sitting cross-legged. After seeing Lin Ling, his eyes opened and a sharp light flowed out. So strong. Lin Ling felt as if his entire body had been seen through. This old man should be someone from the Bodhi's sacred palace, but his strength had reached a level that transcended the heavens. I've been waiting for you here for several days. Come with me, the old man said indifferently. His eyes were calm, but there was a trace of astonishment in the depths of his eyes. He hadn't watched the semifinals not long ago. In fact, with his strength, he wouldn't have watched the Heavens Pride competition of the 7 great martial arts halls. However, he later found out that the winner of the semifinals was a young man who wasn't even 20 years old, yet had the strength to shake the early stage of the Saint Spirit realm. Now that he saw him today, that young man was indeed extraordinary.
Whoosh!
A leaf floated down from the ancient tree. The old man stepped on it and said indifferently, "Come up, follow me to the Bodhi's sacred palace." Lin Ling also stepped on the leaf. The leaf slowly flew into the sky. Geniuses of the 7 great martial arts halls, even if they have cultivated successfully and left the martial arts hall, very few have been able to enter the Bodhi's sacred palace. You are the 3rd person in history, the old man said, looking into the distance. The 3rd person?
Yes.
Lin Ling was shocked. After so many years, only 3 people from the 7 great martial arts halls had been to the Bodhi's sacred palace? There were so many geniuses in the 7 great martial arts halls, but none of them met the requirements? And the Bodhi's sacred palace nurtures perfect geniuses, and they must be under 20 years old. Therefore, although some geniuses are very strong, their age has already exceeded the requirement, so there isn't much value in nurturing them. The old man said indifferently. Of course, that was in the past. Now that the Heavenly Fall era has arrived, the Bodhi's sacred palace will lower its requirements.
N.
What is the Heavenly Fall era?
N.
Lin Ling asked curiously. The geniuses of the 6 great sacred grounds will clash, and foreign gods and demons will arrive. The old man pondered for a moment, then said deeply. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. The geniuses of the 6 great sacred grounds will clash? He couldn't wait to see. We're here.
N.
At this time, the old man walked out from the ancient leaf, and Lin Ling followed closely behind. Only then did he realize that they had almost reached the top of the Bodhi ancient tree. Looking from here, there was a misty mist and a sea of clouds, as if it was a world of clouds. And in the middle of the sea of clouds, an ancient palace sat there, so sacred and inviolable. The Bodhi's sacred palace. The sacred palace was entwined with a large number of vines. It was ancient and mysterious, and there were many spirit beasts flying around the sacred palace, as if it was an immortal palace from a mythical world. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. What a majestic sacred palace. The old man led Lin Ling forward, entering the sacred palace and arriving on a giant platform. This place was like the peak of the clouds, and one could touch the sky with one's hand. This was the core of the rainforest's sacred ground. At this time, there were a large number of youths on this ancient stone platform, and they were looking at Lin Ling with some surprise, as if they were surprised that Lin Ling was not a chosen of the sacred palace, but he was able to appear here. Lin Ling, congratulations. A woman in a red robe smiled at Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to smile awkwardly. He didn't know this woman, but he still nodded. I underestimated you. Another cold woman, like a fairy in the moonlight, also looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had seen this woman before. She was the martial arts fanatic who had asked him about the martial path. He didn't expect that she would also appear here. Lin Ling, you're really late. Everyone is waiting for you. Another voice sounded, and it was a familiar voice. Lin Ling looked over, and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This person was actually Yang Gan. Why was he here? Chapter 902. Holy Son, I'm a member of the Bodhi Saint Palace. Yang Gan knew what Lin Ling was thinking and smiled. This made Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. If Yang Gan was a member of the Bodhi Saint Palace, could he also be a powerful Holy Son? Silence. At this moment, a solemn voice rang out from the stone platform. Everyone quieted down. Then, the old man who brought Lin Ling up walked out and sat down cross-legged. You are all geniuses with the most potential in the rainforest, so the Bodhi Saint Palace will focus on nurturing you. You are all holy sons of the Bodhi Saint Palace. The old man said indifferently. His eyes swept across the crowd, but most of them landed on Lin Ling. Some of the others were already holy sons, but Lin Ling was not, so the old man's words were actually directed at Lin Ling. Holy son? Lin Ling's eyes narrowed, but he remained silent. Were all the youths around him holy sons? However, they were all very strong, and their origins were mysterious. They didn't seem to be from the martial arts hall, but they also seemed to be from the rainforest. They indeed had the qualifications to become holy sons. In short, those who could appear here were all people with extraordinary potential. What is the path of martial arts? The old man was incomparably solemn as he spoke again. Many people's eyes flickered, but no one spoke. A solemn atmosphere pervaded the air. In the most sacred and dignified Bodhi Saint Palace, they didn't dare to act recklessly or speak carelessly. The path of martial arts. First, borrow the power of heaven and earth to strengthen your body and be reborn. Second, communicate with the power of heaven and earth, comprehend the concept and momentum, and borrow the power of heaven and earth for your own use. Third, control the power of heaven and earth. The old man's voice seemed to have a magical power that made many geniuses understand. The first step was the beginning of martial arts, borrowing the power of heaven and earth to be reborn. This was already a concept that everyone knew. The second step should be the concept, momentum, and true intent. For example, the true intent of the sword was to borrow the power of heaven and earth to strengthen one's body, increasing one's terrifying attack power. The third step was no longer borrowing power, but controlling the power of heaven and earth. This was a realm that everyone was exploring. This was also the requirement to reach the Holy Spirit realm. Some of you are very talented. You can control the power of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. This is the talent of a king body. The more pure the power you can control, the more it is called a king body. This kind of talent will allow a martial artist to smoothly step into a new domain. The old man said again. This world seemed fair, but in reality, it wasn't fair at all. Some people were born with a silver spoon in their mouths. Coupled with the enormous amount of cultivation resources, their cultivation speed was 100 times, or even 1,000 times faster than normal people. With good talent, there was no doubt that they could achieve twice the results with half the effort. This was also the reason why people with the talent of emperor physique could easily step into the Holy Spirit realm. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Auntie Mo had said before that he only had the king body. If he wanted to step into the Holy Spirit realm, he would have to master the ultimacy. Heaven and earth are merciless. They treat all living things like dogs. There is no such thing as fairness in heaven and earth. However, not everything is absolute. Even if you don't have a strong innate talent, if you have a strong perception and can control the power of heaven and earth, you can still be very strong, said the old man again. His meaning was the same as Aunt Mo's, to control the profound. In general, some of you have powerful innate talents, and some of you have ordinary innate talents. However, since you are able to appear here, you naturally have your own powerful trump cards," said the old man meaningfully. Everyone looked at each other. Between them, there was a powerful domain. Therefore, their eyes were shining with pride. Being a king body is not absolute. For example, if you can cultivate 2 true essences to the pinnacle level and even fuse them together, you can also become a holy son," said the old man again. Everyone's pupils constricted. Cultivating 2 true essences to the pinnacle level and fusing them together. What a terrifying perception. Who could it be? Only the old man looked deeply at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's face was still as calm as before. He was not moved at all. "It's him." Many people quietly looked at Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling was the champion of the semi-finals, they obviously didn't know that. After all, these people were not the Heaven's Pride disciples of the martial arts palace. They were holy sons. They didn't care about the martial arts palace's affairs. But now, Lin Ling had unexpectedly received a special reward from the old man. This made them feel somewhat unhappy. "I have said what needs to be said. Fellow holy sons, follow me," said the old man. He stood up and led Lin Ling and the rest to a higher place in the palace. The other holy sons' hearts surged. Were they going to that place? "Yonggan, where are we going now?" It was Lin Ling's first time here. Therefore, he asked curiously. "Last time, you were lucky enough to experience the tempering of the moon essence. This time, it is the tempering of the sun essence. Lin Ling, you are very lucky. Both times you came to the Bodhi ancient tree, you encountered great opportunities." Lin Ling didn't speak. Instead, the fairy-like woman beside him coldly said. From their previous conversation, he knew that this woman was called Shizhuiyue. She grew up in the Bodhi ancient palace and was also one of the holy sons. This is the reward for the champion of the semifinals. Lin Ling's eyes flickered with anticipation. The absorption of the essence of the sun and moon was something that could only be encountered by chance. He had indeed come at the right time. The essence of the sun is the life force and spiritual energy of the Bodhi ancient tree. However, it is overbearing and hot, not as gentle as the essence of the moon. You all must act according to your capabilities. After a while, the old man brought everyone to a stop in front of a huge stone door. It was obvious that this wasn't the first time that all the holy sons had come here. They all nodded, but their expressions were somewhat solemn. The essence of the sun was the essence of the sun. It was usually absorbed by the Bodhi ancient tree, allowing it to have a lifespan of tens of millions of years. Now, they had to borrow the essence of the sun to cultivate and comprehend their own martial arts. The process was naturally not easy. In this world, there are some people who can reach the Emperor's spirit realm from birth. That is because they have the talent of a god. Coupled with the tempering of the essence of heaven and earth, they have surpassed ordinary people from a young age. They are the children of the heavens. Although the Bodhi ancient palace cannot be compared to those demon god families, it still has some foundation. At the very least, it can allow you to refine the essence of the sun. The old man said indifferently, causing Lin Ling's eyes to narrow. Born in the Emperor's spirit realm, what terrifying talent! The world you see is not as small as you think. The old man seemed to know the shock in Lin Ling's heart and explained indifferently. Outside the rainforest's sacred ground, there are all kinds of demon god bodies. They are the true geniuses, and you all are merely Hotian geniuses. The other holy sons nodded, not surprised. Only Lin Ling was still shocked. His expression was seen by the other holy sons, and they all laughed disdainfully in their hearts. This unfamiliar youth's vision was so narrow. If you have the chance, leave the rainforest's sacred ground and walk around. You will know how powerful the outside world is. One of the holy sons looked at Lin Ling and said indifferently. This caused Lin Ling to frown, but he did not say anything. The other party seemed to be proud in front of him. However, the other party's background was mysterious. He was a holy son, so Lin Ling did not compare with him. Chapter 903. Essence of the Sun. Then try starting from the lowest starting point and see if you can reach the Bodhi Saint Palace. Lin Ling was silent. Beside him, Moonchaser indifferently said, causing the Chosen to narrow his eyes. Moonchaser was speaking to this unfamiliar youth. Don't talk like it's easy. You might not be able to catch up to him even if you start at the same level. Yangon also indifferently said. That Chosen frowned, feeling displeased. But at this moment, a cold shout rang out. The Bodhi Saint Palace is a sacred place. All of you, shut up. All the Chosen's faces changed, not daring to say anything. The Chosen who was dissatisfied with Lin Ling glared at Lin Ling with resentment, but in the end, he also fell silent. Lin Ling lightly smiled, not minding at all. These Chosen were very noble. They had grown up in the Bodhi Saint Palace since they were young, then left the rainforest's sacred land to see the outside world. Therefore, they looked down on the geniuses of the martial arts hall. But now, he had just stepped into a higher realm. If given some time, Lin Ling was confident that he could surpass these Chosen. Rumble. The giant stone door opened, revealing a world of clouds. It was a vast expanse of white, as if they had arrived at a heavenly paradise. In the sky, the sun slowly rose. Purple chi came from the east, full of vitality. As the light shone down, it seemed to have been changed by the array in the Bodhi Saint Palace. Not only was the light more condensed, it also brought with it an endless stream of spiritual energy. If the sunlight outside is 1, then the sunlight here is 10,000. So, cultivate according to your ability. If you feel that you can't hold on, leave by yourself. The old man exhorted, and then left the giant stone door. The saints entered the giant door one after another and arrived above the sea of clouds. 10,000. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. This meant that if the sunlight outside represented 1, then the sunlight here represented 10,000. Its power was greater, and its vitality was richer. The sun shone on all things. It was the mother of all things. Without the sun, there was no vitality in this world. It was very difficult for ordinary people to absorb the essence of the sun. Even if they could, the effect would be weak. But if the sunlight was collected, that power could be reborn and become a saint in a single step. Brat, take a good look at yourself. Not everyone can absorb the sunlight. The crowd entered one after another. The saint from before looked at Lin Ling and said indifferently, his words filled with mockery. Before this, he had also heard that this strange youth Lin Ling only had a king body talent, while they were all existences with emperor bodies. In terms of talent, Lin Ling simply couldn't compare with them. But now that he was about to absorb the essence of the sun, talent would decide everything. You're crazy, Lin Ling replied softly, causing the holy sun to stop in his tracks. His face was filled with anger. Lin Ling actually dared to say that he was sick. If this wasn't the holy palace, he would have taught this lowly young man a lesson. Ignore him. That person is called Wang Zijia. He is used to being arrogant. When you surpass him in the future, he won't be able to be arrogant anymore. Yangon whispered to Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to nod. Lin Ling didn't care to begin with. His goal this time was to grasp this opportunity in the Bodhi Saint Palace and increase his strength once again. Then Lin Ling and the others also entered. Above the sea of white clouds, they sat down cross-legged. The sky was filled with endless light. At first, they didn't feel anything, but gradually, it became a little hot. What a rich energy! Lin Ling was shocked. At the same time, Little Flame, who had been sleeping on his shoulder, also opened its eyes. A human-like smile appeared on its face. It seemed to know that the sunlight in the sky had changed. You've finally woken up. Lin Ling helplessly smiled. During the semi-finals, this little fellow had been sleeping the entire time. It was simply a puppet. GG. Little Flame scratched the back of its head and then jumped off Lin Ling's shoulder. Its body also grew larger. It opened its mouth, and like a black hole, it began to crazily absorb the light in the sky. This fellow... Lin Ling's mouth twitched. One must know that that was the essence of the sun, and little flame had actually absorbed it all. This beast is a little mysterious. In the distance, several figures were watching the saints cultivate. Among them, the old man from before said faintly, "Don't worry. Should we stop it?" Mother Benlu asked. Currently, that monkey had used some kind of mystique to absorb the essence of the sun. In this way, the other geniuses would find it difficult to absorb the essence of the sun. No need. That's a Zhuyan. Its bloodline is very orthodox and its future is limitless. Let it absorb it. The old man smiled and said. Then he looked at Lin Ling. This little fellow is really lucky. Zhuyan has always been violent and crazy. It won't submit to anyone. He actually managed to subdue it. In the future, he will have a good helper. Zhuyan. Mother Benlu's eyes narrowed. Obviously, she had heard of this beast before. Chi-chi. At this moment, above the clouds, the light had dimmed quite a bit. A large amount of the essence of the sun was being absorbed by little flame, causing its body to constantly transform. This is too much. The other saints also noticed the abnormality, and their eyes narrowed. Absorbing the essence of the sun wasn't something that could be encountered often. It had to be at the right time, place, and people. Now that they had encountered it, how could they not be angry that the essence of the sun was being absorbed by a monkey? Didn't you say that not everyone can absorb the light of the sun? Now my brother is absorbing it, but you don't seem to be happy. Lin Ling looked into the distance and shrugged at the saints. The saints' faces darkened. Lin Ling was being smug in front of them. Be careful not to overestimate yourself and be burned to death by the sun. One of the saints said coldly. Although he was unhappy with Lin Ling, this was the Bodhi sacred palace. He didn't dare to act recklessly. You don't have to worry. Lin Ling replied indifferently. He looked at Little Flame and said, Little Flame, absorb it with all your mights. Refining the essence of the sun was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lin Ling wasn't stupid. Naturally, he wouldn't miss the opportunity.
Roar.
Little Flame let out a low roar in response to Lin Ling. Moreover, it sensed that Lin Ling was also cultivating. It instantly absorbed half of the light in the sky and then let the light shine on Lin Ling's body. It seemed to have the ability to swallow the sun and moon, so it could control the essence of the sun. In this way, Lin Ling obtained a large amount of the essence of the sun to cultivate. The saints' faces darkened. This newcomer was too overbearing. That demonic beast has some background. In addition, demonic beasts are born with superior physiques. It can withstand the essence of the sun, but that young man can't. He's only a king physique, so he'll definitely be injured by the essence of the sun. One of the saints said coldly, and the other saints nodded coldly. If he wanted to seize their cultivation resources, then it would depend on whether he had the strength to swallow those cultivation resources. Chapter 904. Awakened talent. Endless rays of light enveloped Lin Ling, bathing him in the sun. The dense spiritual energy seemed like it could allow Lin Ling to break through at any moment. Awakening a small world, Lin Ling was ecstatic. He circulated his innate qi and crazily absorbed the essence of the sun, gradually awakening 30,000 small worlds in his body. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lin Ling would not miss it. Courting death, he is not even in the saint's spirit realm, yet he dares to absorb the essence of the sun without restraint. He will return to his original form sooner or later. The other saints stared coldly at Lin Ling. The sun was the spirit of all living things. Under the sun's rays, any evil spirit would return to their original form. Hence, there was a saying in ancient times that if one hung a mirror in one's home, they could borrow the sun's rays to deter evil spirits from approaching. Although Lin Ling was not an evil spirit, if he was exposed to the sun for too long, he would return to his original form. Unless Lin Ling's innate talent was very strong.
Boom.
However, at this moment, An explosion sounded in front of them. They saw Lin Ling's body emitting a golden light, bathing in the sunlight, filled with a holy aura. He is still fine. The other saints' faces turned ugly. This child has a fire-innate body and is a martial artist who cultivates his body. He is using the essence of the sun to temper himself. Far away, Old Mother Deer exclaimed in shock. The other ancient experts' eyes also flickered. This Lin Ling's potential was not bad, as expected of a saint. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. Although the essence of the sun can be tempered, it exceeds Lin Ling's limit. He will not be able to withstand the heat. The old man from before said indifferently. Absorbing the essence of the sun was good, but there must be a limit. Otherwise, things will move in the opposite direction. Wait, he is actually looking at the sun. At this moment, Old Mother Deer exclaimed, causing the others' faces to stiffen. Blazing sun. At this moment, Lin Ling had entered a mysterious state. It was as if he was one with the heavens. Amidst the endless light, he looked up at the blazing sun in the sky. He could faintly see the formation and fall of the sun. It was as if he could see the trajectory of the world. Looking directly at the sun, especially under the essence of the sun, an ordinary person would have been blinded long ago. However, Lin Ling wasn't. At this moment, his pupils were completely black, like the eyes of a demon god. The sun is fire. Fire is also fire. The sun is the source of all fire. Lin Ling muttered to himself. The flames on the surface of his body became even hotter, faintly carrying a noble golden color. Rumble. The cloud world surged, and all the saint sons felt their hearts tremble. They could feel a terrifying flame aura erupting. Small world. It was as if Lin Ling was surrounded by a small world of flames. If they rashly approached, even they would be injured. After all, Lin Ling was only at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, while most of them were at the Saint Spirit Realm. Profound. This kid has comprehended the profound of fire with the help of the sun. All the ancient experts of the Saint Palace felt their hearts tremble. Comprehending profound in the Emperor Spirit Realm was too terrifying. Once the profound was revealed, a small world would be formed, and enemies of the same cultivation level would be easily killed. This was because it was the power of heaven and earth, not borrowing it. This also meant that Lin Ling's true intent of fire had transformed and entered the first level of the profound of fire. It could be said that if Lin Ling went all out, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill an ordinary Saint Spirit Realm expert. His invincible status in the Emperor Spirit Realm had also become more stable. This kid's talent is ordinary, but his comprehension is terrifying. He seems to be able to see the trajectory of the sun through his eyes. An ancient elder said, "Amazing!" The elder who had brought Lin Ling up was also gaping at this moment. In fact, he hadn't paid much attention to Lin Ling because Lin Ling's talent was too ordinary. But now he finally understood why this kid could become a saint's son. The clouds have also melted. Mother Deer looked ahead and saw that the area around Lin Ling was melting. It wasn't burned, but turned into nothingness. The profound of fire was even more destructive. However, more of the sun's essence is rushing towards Lin Ling Jijian. Should we stop Lin Ling? Mother Deer said worriedly. Everyone's eyes flickered. Lin Ling was a good seedling, and they couldn't bear to see Lin Ling fall here. These people were the most ancient cultivators of the Rainforest Holy Land, and they were called Saint Palace Heavenly Kings. The elder who had brought Lin Ling here was called Jijian. He was hesitant, but in the end he nodded. He also knew that some geniuses would be unable to suppress the greed in their hearts after being tempered by the sun for the first time. They would crazily absorb the sun's essence, and in the end, they would be turned into trash. Then, Jijian took a step forward, but when he was about to take a second step, he stopped abruptly. A shocked voice came from his mouth. "What kind of talent is that?" Everyone's faces froze. Rumble. The light of the sun shrouded Lin Ling, but behind Lin Ling, a pair of ancient eyes appeared, staring at the sun in the sky indifferently. They were actually on par with the sun. That pair of eyes was emotionless and cold, as if they could see through the river of time. All the saints stood up. Lin Ling was going against the sun? One had to know that in order to absorb more sun's essence, one had to have a powerful talent. Lin Ling didn't have that, so everyone thought that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to hold on for long. But who knew that after Lin Ling was forced into a desperate situation, he seemed to have awakened some kind of talent. Eyes, what kind of talent is that? Is it an emperor physique? What a terrifying aura. It's not afraid of the sun. I'm afraid it's an existence that surpasses the emperor physique. Who is this kid? All the heavenly kings' hearts trembled. Lin Ling. Not only was his perception terrifying, but his talent was also terrifying. They had all missed it before. This talent is very mysterious. He can't control it now, so it hasn't been awakened. But today, under the sun's pressure, a part of its power has been reflected. This kid must be protected. At this moment, a majestic voice sounded in all the heavenly kings' ears, causing them to tremble. The holy king was speaking. Let him go to the ancient tomb with us. Then, the majestic voice sounded again. The ancient tomb. Old Mother Benlu and the others nodded, but they were even more shocked. Today, Lin Ling had actually attracted the attention of the holy king. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know any of this. He was bathing in the sun, and at first, he felt his whole body was burning, and it was difficult to resist. But when he looked at the sun in the sky, the pressure disappeared, and he felt that his eyes seemed to have changed. It was as if he could see through something. Yes, it was the soul. He could see through the soul, and it was as if he could easily make others listen to him. The eyes my mother left for me. Lin Ling was shocked. He finally felt that his eyes were beginning to transform, displaying a terrifying power. Were the eyes a king physique? Chapter 905. Time passed quietly, and the purple clouds gradually disappeared. The sun returned to normal, and the essence of the sun also disappeared. Lin Ling was still sitting cross-legged, and his heart was wild with joy. With the rare tempering of the sun essence, not only did he awaken part of the eye's ability, but he also awakened 30,000 small worlds in his body. At the same time, he felt that his true meaning of fire had transformed. Fire had become a small world. It felt like he could control the changes around his body, and he could produce flames at any time. This was the profound meaning. Although it was Lin Ling's first time coming into contact with profound meaning, he already knew a thing or two from Aunt Mo's explanation. The sun essence was indeed a rare phenomenon, and it actually allowed Lin Ling to awaken the profound meaning of fire. After a long time, Lin Ling slowly stood up, and all the saints looked at Lin Ling in fear. Before, they thought that Lin Ling would be beaten back to his original state and become a cripple, but who knew that Lin Ling seemed to have become stronger. What talent is that? The saints were puzzled, but they didn't ask. They all had their own secrets and powerful methods, so they naturally wouldn't ask about Lin Ling's secrets. And Lin Ling had displayed a terrifying talent today, so they tacitly approved of Lin Ling's identity as a saint. Sorry, I made you guys come here for nothing. Lin Ling looked at the saints and smiled, making them feel awkward. Lin Ling alone had absorbed all the sun essence today, and they indeed came for nothing. But they couldn't blame Lin Ling. After all, the Bodhi Saint Palace was also a place where the strong were respected. Lin Ling had the ability to absorb the sun essence, and that was Lin Ling's ability. If they were unhappy, they could also crazily absorb the sun essence like Lin Ling. Unfortunately, they couldn't. Their talents weren't as mysterious as Lin Ling's. He didn't absorb it alone. There's also that monkey. Some saints looked at Little Flame and said. Little Flame seemed to be drunk at this moment. He climbed up onto Lin Ling's shoulder and fell asleep again. Lin Ling sensed that little flame had become even stronger. The sun essence has ended. Everyone, disperse. At this moment, the voice of the sword-wielding elder sounded, and the saints left one after another. Lin Ling, the Holy King, has made a decision. He wants you to make a trip to the Bodhi Saint Palace in 2 months and head to the ancient tomb's secret realm. The sword-wielding elder looked deeply at Lin Ling. He was still shocked by the secrets hidden in Lin Ling's body, but he did not ask. This was the rule of the Bodhi Saint Palace. In fact, many of the chosen here had hidden their identities. They might be nameless passers-by in the 100 territories, or they might be kings of other countries, or they might even be from other sacred lands. In short, they were the most elite chosen nurtured by the sacred palace. In the rainforest Holy Land, not many people knew of their identities, and the Bodhi Saint Palace had never made it public. Ancient tomb. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He instantly thought of the ancient tomb. There, Lin Ling had obtained a great opportunity and obtained the ancient flame devil. Could it be that the ancient tomb's secret realm led to that place? However, the sword-wielding elder remained solemn. He turned and left without saying anything, only leaving behind a sentence. You are now a chosen. You can enter the Bodhi ancient tree as you wish. Beside Lin Ling, Yonggan and Shizhuiyue's eyes narrowed. They knew the sword-wielding elder's temperament. He was strict and arrogant. Unless he was a true monstrous genius, he would not speak much. But today he seemed to have said a lot to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded. He did not know the crux of the matter. Then, he left with Yonggan and the others. Lin Ling, I admire you. You've attracted the attention of the sacred palace on your first visit. You're really lucky. On the way, Yonggan looked helplessly at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was stunned. Really? In truth, he had come here today to seize the opportunity to cultivate. Even if the Bodhi's sacred palace did not allow him to come again, he did not care. As for the importance of the sacred palace, he really did not feel it and did not care much. Do you know that most of the chosen's entry to the secret realm are fought for by themselves? And you were specifically chosen by the sacred palace. The only one with this right is the Holy King. This means that the Holy King is paying attention to you, Shizhuiyue said coldly. He felt like he was dreaming. Lin Ling was her junior not long ago, but now, Lin Ling seemed to be on equal footing with her. Then it seems that I'm quite lucky. Lin Ling shrugged. He did not seem to care. They chatted as they left the Bodhi ancient tree. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Now that his strength had increased greatly, and he had comprehended the mystery of fire, he could go find Animo. After leaving the Bodhi ancient tree, Lin Ling walked towards the main city. The main city was still bustling with activity. It was as if it did not fit in with the Bodhi sacred palace. Perhaps in the main city, all the warriors were talking about the 5 great ancient countries and the 4 great desolate races. They would not talk about the Bodhi sacred palace because it was too mysterious. It was a world that they could never come into contact with. Only Lin Ling knew that in the ancient palace, there were top saints that surpassed the various desolate races, as well as ancient warriors. Although the sacred palace is good, it lacks people. It's still more lively in the main city. Looking at the bustling streets, Lin Ling said with a smile. Following that, he relaxed and casually bought things on the streets. He looked like an ordinary mortal now. However, just as he walked past a street, Lin Ling's sharp senses sensed that someone was spying on him. After experiencing the sun essence, Lin Ling's soul power had greatly increased. His eyes seemed to have awakened a new ability, so he could sense it. Don't you feel tired after following me for so long? Coming to a stop, Lin Ling said softly. However, the streets remained the same. Not long later, a figure dressed in a black cloak appeared. It was very mysterious, as if that person had been waiting for Lin Ling on the streets for a long time. Lin Ling, first place of the strongest semifinals. You are very sharp. A heavenly voice came out from the cloaked person. It was a woman's voice, but it was filled with killing intent. As for the passers-by on the streets, they began to disperse. They seemed to know that something big was about to happen. Lin Ling frowned. He had never encountered such a situation before. Before the strongest semifinals, he had also been assassinated on the streets. For him to encounter it again today, it seemed like there were quite a number of people who wanted to kill him. Furthermore, the other party had appeared so openly. Clearly, they were very confident in their own strength. Can you tell me what faction it is? Lin Ling said indifferently. It doesn't matter if you know, because you are already a dead man. The cloaked person gently removed her cloak, revealing a face as cold as ice. This face was very beautiful, but it was filled with the expression of a killing machine. Her little mouth was purple, and so were her eyes. She was cold and emotionless. Someone asked me to kill you. The other party is from the Great Serpent Mansion, and I am Insha. The woman waved her right hand, and a dagger appeared. A powerful aura was also displayed. This aura was very cold, so cold that it penetrated into the heart. It was the coldness of killing intent, which made the ground of the street crackle and crack. The murderous aura caused the street to change. This murderous aura was even stronger than Lin Ling's. It's her, Insha. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.